Chapter 658. Yamacho is right. I didn't expect someone of my age to be obsessed with looks. I'm ashamed of myself. After hearing Li Zixuan's plain words, Yen Silu felt both ashamed and ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your generosity." Li Zixuan shook his head and said meaningfully, "Haha. Sir, you're exaggerating. I'm not saying that Yanhuang College can't compete. We don't have to compete for things like the number of students, but we have to compete for academics. Since we've chosen academics, we only need to care about academics. In the future, Yanhuang College will be the holy land of Tang Empire." Yen Silu pondered for a moment and understood the meaning behind Li Zixuan's words. He praised, "Yamacho is right. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat is the way to survive for Yanhuang College." Li Zixuan smiled and didn't say anything. He thought that Yen Silu's perception was quite high. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Mr. Yen, did the palace send the plaque to the college?" If he remembered correctly, Li Er had promised to personally write the plaque for Yanhuang College. However, when he came to the college this morning, he didn't see the plaque at the entrance. How could this be? Tomorrow, Yanhuang College would have its entrance exam. Yen Silu was stunned and wondered, why would the palace send us a plaque? This old man saw that the college didn't have a plaque, so I thought that Yamacho had his own plans. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. What plans did he have? If Li Er wanted to write the plaque for the college, would he dare to ask someone else to write it for him? Even if he dared to ask, would anyone else dare to write it for him? Other than waiting for Li Er to send the plaque over, there was nothing he could do. "Mr. Yen, you go ahead and do your work. I have my own plans for the plaque." Li Zixuan rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly. He couldn't tell Yen Silu that he was stood up by Li Er, right? If that happened, Li Er would definitely mess with him. Although Yen Silu guessed that there was more to this, since Li Zixuan didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask, so he cupped his hands and left. Li Zixuan stood alone in front of the large glass wall of the office, looking down at the examinees who were lining up and discussing with each other. He thought gloomily, did old Li forget about the signboard? Then how should I remind him? What a pain in the ass. Isn't that Li Tai? That's right, I'll let this little fatty do it. At that time, even if old Li gets angry, he won't be able to vent his anger on me, right? Li Tai, who was chatting and laughing with Meng Wenhao, Sun Zifan, and the others, did not realize that he had been given the title of a scapegoat. In the morning, almost all the 44 students from the School of Mathematics came to the Yanhuang Academy to collect their exam number plates. After collecting their number plates, they sat on the grass beside them and started chatting. It was very lively. When the surrounding candidates found out that they used to be students of the School of Mathematics, they naturally couldn't help but feel envious. After all, those who were slightly more informed knew that the School of Mathematics was personally taught by Li Zixuan. At this moment, Sun Zifan glanced at the many classmates around him and laughed happily. "I'm sorry. TSK. Who else is missing from the School of Mathematics? Are they all here?" A few students heard him and started counting. After a while, someone said, "We're still missing one person. Why are there only 43 people? I remember that there are 44 students in the School of Mathematics and Mathematics." "Yes, we're indeed missing one." Another voice echoed. Sun Zifan frowned and said, "Who else is missing?" As Mr. Li's students, even Qin Ke came in person on such an important day. Why is there someone else missing? Qin Huayu rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Cough, cough. Chumo didn't come. He's reviewing his homework now, so he asked me to help him get his number plate. Everyone, please don't blame him for this." Li Huairen shouted, "Wow! How can this be? Chonyo is working so hard. It seems that I'm in danger this time. Everyone, I'm here today, so I have to go back and review my homework now. See you in the examination room tomorrow." After saying that, he didn't care about the stunned eyes of the crowd and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Among the final 44 students of the School of Mathematics, he studied in the School of Mathematics for the shortest time. Strictly speaking, he and Cheng Chumo were about the same in terms of mathematics. Therefore, when he heard that Cheng Chumo was working so hard, Li Huairen suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. For him, it was not terrible to do badly. What was terrible was to be in the last place. That would be fatal. Because counting the days, his father, Li Xiaogong, would be back soon. If he really dared to be in the last place at this juncture, the consequences were simply unimaginable. F***ck. These two cowards are really the shame of our school of mathematics. Sun Zifan pointed in the direction where Li Huiren disappeared and complained to the classmates next to him. Yes. That's right. Everyone agreed one after another. Unexpectedly, Sun Zifan's next sentence was, cough. That little brother has some urgent matters at home, so he has to go first. Everyone, and little brother who? I'll see you in the examination room tomorrow. After that, this fellow was afraid of being stopped and ran away. After all, his results were not that good. The other examinees thought that as Li Zishuan's former students, they would have a great advantage. However, Li Zishuan had only taught in the School of Mathematics for less than 2 months. Moreover, the students of the School of Mathematics had participated in the construction of Yanhuang College during the field break. In total, they did not have much time to revise. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they got up one after another and cursed in the direction where Sun Zifan escaped. Bah! Sun Zifan, you're a coward who's worse than what you look like. Shameless. I, Wang Meng, have never seen such a shameless person. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and catch that bastard Sun Zifan. F***ck. Wang Meng, you. Facts had proven that the former underachievers of the School of Mathematics were generally more timid. After knowing what Cheng Chumo had done, they all slipped away and planned to do last-minute cramming. Li Tai saw that half of the people around him had disappeared in an instant. He said resentfully, "A bunch of cowards. What a disgrace. Your Highness Prince Wei, Yamacho invites you to go to his place." At this moment, Mo Zhong came from afar and cupped his hands carefully. "Oh? Why did Xiaoxian call me?" Li Tai muttered softly and then flicked his sleeves. "Okay. I got it. I'll go now." Chapter 659. Huff. Xiaoxian, you're looking for me? Li Tai spent a tremendous amount of effort and finally climbed to the 10th floor of the Guanghua Building's twin towers. He then came to Li Zishuan's office and asked while panting. He had been to Li Zishuan's office once before, so he didn't make a big fuss. Instead, he was cursing Li Zishuan in his heart. Was there something wrong with his brain? Why did he have to choose this office? It was such a F***king trap. Li Tai felt that he almost lost half his life after coming up here. Sigh. It couldn't be helped. Who asked him to be so fat? Although Li Zishuan had become Yanhuang College's Yamacho, and Li Gang, Yan Silu, and the others of the older generation had changed to calling him Yamacho, Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others who were close friends with Li Zishuan still called Li Zishuan by his name in private. Huh. Qing Ke, do you have to go this far? The last time you came to my office, you were also like this. In my opinion, you need to lose some weight. Li Zishuan wanted to get straight to the point, but when he saw Li Tai looking like he would collapse at any moment, he couldn't help but speak out of turn. After all, Li Tai was really too fat. In the long run, there would definitely be problems. Only he dared to say this. If it was someone else, Li Tai would definitely flip out. Li Tai panted for a while, then gulped down a cup of tea and said, It wasn't easy for me to get this fat. Why should I lose weight? Besides, it's so hard to lose weight. I can't stand it. This reason was so strong. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. After pausing for a while, he said somewhat maliciously, "Hey, since you don't want to reduce it, there will be someone willing to help you in a few days." Li Tai immediately sensed danger. He widened his eyes and pointed at Li Zishuan. "Damn! Little Xian, I've always treated you well. If you need help, I'll help you without asking for anything in return. What do you mean by this? Tell me, what are you plotting?" Li Zishuan said unhappily, "Qing Ke, why are you so agitated? I'm not going to cut off your flesh. Look at how scared you are." Li Tai said angrily, "Who knows what kind of evil ideas you have in mind? Who would be able to stand it if you deliberately set people up?" In the end, the little fatty suddenly reacted and said, "Oh right, when I helped you complete the geography textbook, you promised me that I could take 3 days off in the first month of school. Does that still count? Li Zixuan thought about it. 3 days was 3 days. The military training lasted for a month. What was the harm in letting this kid off for 3 days? So he nodded and said, "Of course it counts." Li Tai was instantly relieved and said happily, "That's good. That's good." Then he returned to the topic and asked, "Little Xian, why are you looking for me today?" Li Zixuan sighed and pointed at Yanhuang College's gate downstairs. "It's about the academy's plaque." Previously, His Majesty said that he would personally inscribe the plaque for Yanhuang College. Perhaps because it was a long time ago and His Majesty was usually very busy, he forgot about this matter. "I want you to help remind His Majesty. After all, Yanhuang College is about to start." Li Tai couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time he heard that his father would go back on his word. He smacked his lips and was about to agree when he suddenly rolled his eyes, crossed his arms and said calmly, "So that's how it is. I can help you, but little Xian, shouldn't you also give me something?" Li Zixuan was confused and said, "What do I have to give you? I'll give you a string of money?" F***ck. Li Tai was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. Li Zixuan didn't lack money, but Li Tai didn't lack money now either. "I don't want your money. I want to say that I'll help you get the plaque for the academy. When school starts, you'll give me 3 days off. How about that?" This time it was Li Zixuan's turn to be angry. His old face darkened and he said, "You wish, kid. You'll also be a student of the academy in the future. You have a part in the academy's affairs. If you can't get the plaque done this time, do you believe that I won't cancel your previous 3 days of leave?" Faced with this almost shameless method, Li Tai was immediately dumbfounded. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "You, as a Yamacho of Yanhuang College, how can you do something so untrustworthy?" Li Zixuan immediately retorted, "Then as a member of Yanhuang College, how can you not have a sense of collective responsibility?" Li Tai was speechless. After a while he said hatefully, "Fine. Very good. You win." After saying that, the little fatty's face darkened and he left the principal's office. Li Zixuan looked at his back and said to himself, "Hey, this little fatty always likes to think of ways to take advantage of loopholes. However, it won't be long before you'll thank me for my persistence today." "Your Majesty, the Prince of Wei requests an audience." In Ganlu Hall, after the morning court, Li Er didn't hurry to read the memorials. Instead, he came here on a whim to practice calligraphy. Just as he was in a trance, the chamberlain suddenly came in and whispered, "Announce." Li Er didn't even raise his head and spat out a word from his mouth. "Your son greets Imperial Father." In a flash, Li Tai came in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. Didn't Qing Ke go to Yanhuang College in the morning? Why are you back so soon?" Under normal circumstances, when Li Er was practicing calligraphy, he hated being disturbed by others the most. But today, the person who disturbed him was Li Tai, so the result was naturally different. He loved his son Li Tai very much. So, at this moment, he was earnestly copying calligraphy as he spoke to Li Tai. "Imperial Father, I came back after catching up with my classmates. Imperial Father is in a good mood today. Are you copying Wang Youjuan's calligraphy again?" Li Tai didn't know how to tell Li Er about the plaque of the Yanhuang Academy, but when he saw that Li Er was practicing calligraphy, he suddenly had a good idea. He took a step forward and whispered to Li Er, "Brother Li Er, I'll tell you about it. Qing Ke, come and take a look at Imperial Father's calligraphy. How is it?" Coincidentally, at this moment, Li Er finished the last stroke. He put the pen aside and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he smiled at Li Tai. At this moment, he naturally didn't know that Li Tai was harboring evil intentions. "Yes, Imperial Father." Li Tai took small steps and came to the side of the desk. He looked at the calligraphy seriously from beginning to end for a long time. Then he saw his body trembling with excitement and said, "Looking at the exquisite workmanship of this calligraphy, the method is pure and beautiful, comparable to Wang Youjuan's. Your son congratulates Imperial Father on improving his calligraphy." Chapter 660. Heh! Qing Ke, you've learned how to flatter people too? Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er pointed at Li Tai and reprimanded him with a stern face. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a smile on Li Er's face. Obviously, he was not really angry. Li Tai hurriedly bowed and said, "I'm afraid. Everything I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. Even if Yu Xiaojian were to personally appraise it, he would still be full of praise for father's calligraphy." The Yu Xiaojian he was referring to was the secretary Yu Shinan, one of the 4 famous calligraphers of the early Tang dynasty. Li Er did not deny it and said casually, "Oh, is that so?" After spending so much time with Li Zishuan, Li Tai had also become an actor. He said with a sincere face, he said sincerely, "I've been copying Wang Youjuan's calligraphy for a year, but I've never been able to find the right path. Today, when I saw father's calligraphy, I suddenly felt enlightened. I sincerely hope that father can give this calligraphy to me. After I study it carefully, I might be able to catch a glimpse of the master of calligraphy's charm." This was a blatant bootlicking, but Li Er liked it. In fact, during the 300 years from the Eastern Jin dynasty to the Tang dynasty, Li Er could be considered as Wang Shiji's #1 fan. According to the Tang dynasty's Su family law book, Emperor Taizong left behind a special reward for Yu Youjuan's calligraphy. When Zhengguan first issued an imperial order to purchase it, it was all lost. In other words, as soon as Li Shimin became the emperor, he could not wait to spend money on his idol and swore to buy all of Wang Shiji's works. The effect of the emperor's imperial order was great. According to the Su Shu Lu, Li Er collected more than 3,000 pieces of Wang Shiji's calligraphy and bound them into a scroll with the words Zhengguan printed on it. However, Li Er, who was a fan of endless idols, said that this was not enough. He wanted to personally cheer for his idol. The Book of Jin, one of the 24 history books, was written in the 22nd year of Zhengguan. In the book, there were 4 historical commentaries written by Li Shimin himself. One of them was the biography of Wang Shiji. In the historical commentary, Li Er commented on Zhong Yao, Wang Xianji, Wang Shiji's 7th son, and the other calligraphers one by one, and found a lot of problems with each of them. Then, he directly said, "Looking carefully at the past and present, studying the fine seal, the plain, and the perfect, only Wang Yi is lacking. The rest are trivial. What's there to talk about?" In order to highlight the perfection of her idol, she did not hesitate to belittle others. This included her idol's son. Li Shimin's craziness when he chased after a celebrity was comparable to the modern fangirls of some young male idols. However, Li Er was the emperor after all. He still had a sense of perspective. While he chased after celebrities, he did not forget to improve his calligraphy skills. It was said that every time he obtained an authentic work of Wang Shiji, Li Er would order people to hang it in his bedroom so that he could view and copy it every day. Moreover, not only did he copy it, but his sons also had to copy it hundreds of times. It was not a few times, nor was it dozens of times, but hundreds of times. However, Li Tai still had a certain talent in calligraphy. Although Li Tai's remarks just now were a bit exaggerated, there was no doubt about the excellence of this copybook. For Li Er, after copying his idol's work for so long, he finally received such a sincere praise. Moreover, his behavior could be considered as a disguised form of motivating Li Tai to learn from his idol. Of course, he was overjoyed in his heart. However, he was still reserved and did not show it. Instead, he said with an indifferent expression, "He, since you like it, Qing Ke, then I'll give this calligraphy to Yub. Remember to practice more diligently. Imperial Father looks forward to the day when you can catch a glimpse of 70% of the charm of Wang Youjuan's running calligraphy." Li Tai was flattered and bowed. This son thanks Imperial Father for the gift and will remember Imperial Father's teachings. "I will definitely practice diligently every day." Li Er nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "Qing Ke, you're looking for Imperial Father today, right?" Li Tai's thoughts turned quickly. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. This son originally came to pay respects to Imperial Father, but seeing that Imperial Father's running calligraphy has reached such great success, I have a presumptuous request in my heart. "Oh? What request do you have, Qing Ke?" "Tell Imperial Father." Li Er sat upright on the dragon couch, took a sip of tea, and asked curiously. Li Tai took a deep breath and replied, "Imperial Father, it's like this. Yanhuang College is about to start school, but the college has not hung a signboard until now. This son saw Imperial Father's running calligraphy just now. It was simply like the authentic work of a calligraphy master. Therefore, this son boldly asks Imperial Father to bestow a signboard to Yanhuang College. Silence. As soon as Li Tai's voice fell, the main hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Li Er didn't say a word. His action of holding the teacup also froze in the air, and the scene seemed to be frozen there. In fact, Li Er's heart was not calm at all, because Li Tai's words made him suddenly recall something. 3 months ago, the 8 professors of the Imperial College, led by Cui Shanyu, jointly impeached Li Zixuan for corrupting the academic atmosphere, disrupting the teaching order of the Imperial College, and privately teaching miscellaneous studies. When Li Zixuan heard the news, he used a tong daily to punish Cui Shanyu and the others. Then, he angrily resigned and wanted to go back home to teach. At that time, Li Zixuan was attracted by the engineering prospects described by Li Zixuan, so he agreed on the spot that after Yanhuang College was completed, he would personally inscribe a signboard for Yanhuang College. However, after such a long time, during which Li Zixuan was assassinated, the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed, the Cui family was involved, and then there were constant storms in Chang'an City. By the time Yanhuang College was completed, Li Er had already forgotten about his promise to inscribe a signboard. Now, Li Tai suddenly mentioned this matter in front of him. Was it intentional? Or was it unintentional? After pondering for a long time, Li Er finally returned to normal. He put down the teacup, looked at Li Tai and nodded. Good. This emperor will inscribe a signboard for Yanhuang College. Whether Li Tai did it intentionally or not, since he didn't take the initiative to point it out, Li Er didn't need to take the initiative to mention what happened 3 months ago. After all, as a father, he still needed to maintain a bit of dignity in front of his children. This son thanks father. Of course, the little fatty mentioned it intentionally, but his acting skills were pretty good. For a moment, Li Er couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. Li Er came to the dragon desk. Li Tai eagerly spread out the rice paper for Li Er and began to grind it on the side, looking like a lackey. Li Er closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and decisively started to write. The tip of the brush was like the tip of a sword, and the rice paper was like a battlefield. The brush moved like dragons and snakes, majestic and majestic. After a while, the words, Yanhuang College, appeared on the paper. All right. Qing Kei, you can take it. This emperor is going to eat at your mother's place. Li Er waved his hand and walked out of the palace alone, leaving Li Tai alone here. Chapter 661. Could it be that father saw through it? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Not good, not good. This time it's a big loss. I was F*King tricked by Xiaofan again. F*Sika. Li Tai held Li Er's calligraphy as he walked on the palace road. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He felt that Li Er must have seen through something, otherwise, his attitude wouldn't be so different. After realizing this, he couldn't help but curse Li Zixuan in his heart. He knew that this kind of thing wasn't easy to do, but he still insisted on letting him do it. He was simply deliberately tricking him. After lunch, Li Tai personally went to Yanhuang College and gave the calligraphy to Li Zixuan. Li Tai, who felt that he had sacrificed a lot, naturally asked Li Zixuan to compensate him in other aspects, such as holidays and so on. When Li Zixuan heard the cause and effect, he naturally scoffed at the little fatty's excuse. With how much Li Er doted on Li Tai, he didn't believe that Li Er would blame the little fatty for such a small matter. This was because Li Er was usually quite magnanimous. Under his insistence, he naturally didn't agree to the humiliating terms that Li Tai proposed. Li Tai had no choice but to leave. Hey! This little fatty is really... Li Zixuan muttered to himself. Then, he was attracted by the 4 large words, Yanhuang College, written in bold calligraphy. Although he didn't understand calligraphy, he could see a trace of sharpness from these words. Compared to the words that Chu Suiliang had inscribed on the signboard of Chitsu Pavilion, these 4 words were more natural and more soul-stirring. Good calligraphy. Li Zixuan praised from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he had asked Li Er to inscribe these words to give Yanhuang College an extra layer of protection, but now it seemed that the calligraphy level of these 4 words alone was enough to serve as the signboard of Yanhuang College. Mo Yun, send this calligraphy to Pang Feiji downstairs and ask him to send it to the workshop quickly. Tell the workshop to make the signboard of the college before the day after tomorrow. Li Zixuan took the calligraphy and handed it to Mo Yun as he ordered. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Yun took the calligraphy and turned to leave in a very capable manner. There were a total of 11 followers of the school of Mo in the Mo family, who majored in martial arts. Among them, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun's realm was the highest, both in the late stage of qi refining. Most of the rest were in the early or middle stage of qi refining. These people together could be considered a very powerful force. Therefore, the security of the college was mainly in charge of this team of followers of the school of Mo. The team of guards led by Pang Feiji was mainly responsible for the safety of Li Zishuan's family. Because there were too many candidates coming to Yunshan today, Brother Chicken had specially brought people to help maintain order. After Mo Yun left, Li Zishuan got up and walked to the glass wall. He lowered his head to look at the situation below. Mo Zhong saw this behind him and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He had been in this office for a few days, but he didn't dare to stand by the glass wall and look down like Li Zishuan. This position was really too high. Even a qi refining master would fall to his death. Mo Zhong informed Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the leaders of the various departments of the college to meet in the conference room in 2 hours. Li Zishuan saw that the crowd below was not as big as it was in the morning, and it seemed to be decreasing. He knew that almost all the candidates who wanted to take the exam had come, so he turned around and gave the order. Yes, Yamacho. Mo Zhong cupped his hands in salute and left as well. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of Di Jishuan's figure. He had spent 90% of his time in this office today, and he often looked down from time to time. He saw many familiar figures, but he didn't see Di Jishuan. Maybe I missed him? Li Zishuan shook his head. There were so many candidates today. No matter how good his eyesight was, it was impossible for him to see all of them. 2 hours later, in the conference room of Guanghua Building. Today, thousands of candidates came to the college. Thanks to everyone's coordination, we were able to keep things in order without any trouble. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan saw that everyone was present, so he stood up and said politely, Haha, it's not hard at all. It's what we should do. Everyone cupped their hands and said modestly. Only Wang Ji sat there awkwardly. He drank a little when he came this morning, and Li Gang was afraid that his drunken appearance would affect the image of the college among the students, so he let him go back first. Among everyone present, he was the only one who didn't help much. Well, Mr. Yen, can you count the number of students who came to pick up their exam number plates today? Li Zishuan looked at Yen Silu and asked. Yen Silu was already prepared. He looked at the booklet beside him, then stood up and said, It's unlikely that there will be many candidates today. I don't think there will be many examinees here at this time. Let me tell you the statistics before I came to this room. According to the data submitted by the teachers in charge today, there are a total of 2,118 examinees who came to collect their number plates. Compared to the final number of people who signed up according to the Tang Daily, 3,890 examinees, the reference rate for this entrance exam is much higher than the previous estimate. Li Zishuan nodded solemnly and said, Everyone must have heard that since so many candidates came to pick up their exam number plates today, it means that the number of students who will be taking the exam tomorrow will be roughly the same number. With so many students taking the exam, it means that there are also many students who are optimistic about the future of Yanhuang College. This is something to be happy about. At the same time, we must be aware of the heavy responsibility on our shoulders. We can't let down those who trust us. Therefore, the Academy will increase the invigilation efforts tomorrow. The leaders of each department must clearly instruct the invigilators under them to correct their invigilation attitude. They must not be absent-minded during the invigilation period, and they must have zero tolerance for cheating. During the exam in the morning and afternoon, I will personally go to each examination hall to inspect. If any cheating is found in any examination hall without the invigilator noticing, a demerit will be recorded. At the same time, the corresponding department leader will be held responsible. I need to remind everyone that these demerits will affect the evaluation of teachers' titles at the end of the academic year. Please pay attention to it. In this exam, we must let all the candidates feel fair and just. If we can't even do this, then there's no need for Yanhuang College to continue existing. Everyone, do you understand? Hearing Li Zishuan speak so solemnly, the expressions of everyone in the room gradually became serious. At this moment, they all replied in unison, Understood. Chapter 662. Yanhuang College's exam was divided into two parts. In the morning, it was a combined exam for classics and morality. In the afternoon, it was a single-subject exam for mathematics. The duration of the exam was 4 hours. 4 hours. The questions for the classics section were set by Li Gang and Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan had repeatedly instructed them to lower the difficulty and not set any tricky questions. Of course, the two old men were unwilling at first, but Li Zixuan kept persuading them, so they could only agree in the end. The questions for the morality and mathematics section were, of course, set by Li Zixuan himself. He had already given out the test papers 5 days ago. After the printing, all the test papers were guarded by Wu Ho 24 hours a day in the workshop. There was no way that the questions would be leaked in advance. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was the east wind. The next day, when Chang'an City's east gate opened, thousands of examinees who had been waiting at the city gate for a long time filed out. They carried their test boxes, the school bags used by the ancient people, and walked in groups of 3 to 5 toward Yanhuang College. Of course, some examinees from rich families rode horses and carriages. Some examinees were accompanied by their relatives. In order to make it in time for Yanhuang College's exam, all the examinees gathered here. In an instant, the streets near the east gate became unusually congested. Chang'an City's Wu Ho was also on guard. Yuqi Jingda didn't even attend the morning court and personally commanded. Most of the Wu Ho Mansion were transferred here to ease the congestion. Sigh. I didn't expect there to be so many students. Little Xian's Yanhuang College is quite successful. My Baolin should be able to get in, right? Yuqi Jingda was dressed in martial attire and stood on a nearby tower. Looking at the dense crowd below, he was both melancholy and happy. D Mansion, backyard. Bang bang. Young master. Young master. You should get up and have breakfast. Butler Zhong gently knocked on the door and shouted inside. A moment later, a voice came from inside. Uncle Zhong, I'm not eating. Being locked up in the residence every day is like being in jail. How can I have the mood to eat? Hearing this, Butler Zhong hurriedly knocked on the door again and said, Little young master, you didn't eat last night. Master is very angry. When he left this morning, he specifically told this old man to let you eat some rice no matter what. Please don't make things difficult for this old man, and don't starve your body. In the room, Di Jixuan's voice sounded a little impatient. He said, Uncle Zhong, don't try to persuade me. I'm really not hungry. Please don't bother me. Let me sleep for a while. Since I can't get out, are you not going to let me sleep? Hearing this obviously childish words, Butler Zhong sighed helplessly. Young master, this old man also wants you to leave, but no one dares to disobey master's orders. Besides, you can leave the residence as you wish tomorrow. Come out and eat something. Humph. Uncle Zhong, you know what I'm thinking. What's the use of me going out tomorrow? Take it away quickly. I won't eat it. Also, ask all the servants in the backyard to leave. Don't disturb my sleep. Otherwise, if I really make a scene, no one will have a good time. Hearing the extremely impatient tone in Di Jixuan's voice, Butler Zhong hurriedly said, Okay. This old man will leave now. Ask them to leave too. Young master, if you're hungry, call me at any time. After that, the old butler quickly left with the food box. This was because he knew that Di Jixuan was right. If he really made a scene, everyone in the residence would suffer. As long as Di Jixuan could be quiet and everyone was safe and sound, Butler Zhong would be satisfied. Hey, these people are finally all gone. In the room, Di Jixuan muttered excitedly as he watched Butler Zhong instruct all the servants to leave the backyard through the crack of the door. Looking at this guy's dressing, all his clothes were neat and tidy. He didn't look like someone who had just woken up. Obviously, what he said just now was all a lie. Alas! This is my last chance. Ancestors of the Di family, please bless me, Di Jixuan. Di Jixuan clasped his hands together and muttered a few words softly. Then he turned around, took a bundle from the table, and left the room. When he arrived at the courtyard, he walked straight to the northwest corner. There was a huge rock that was half the height of a person there. Di Jixuan looked around worriedly. When he saw that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, Hey! Fortunately, no one noticed that there was an extra rock here. Otherwise, if they reported it to my father, the old man would be suspicious again. Shaking his head, Di Jixuan leaped onto the huge rock. Then, he used all his strength to finally climb up the wall. Looking at the bluestone floor outside the wall, Di Jixuan gritted his teeth and jumped down. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Ouch! The Di family's wall was almost 10 feet high. It would be strange if Di Jixuan didn't get hurt when he jumped down like that. Di Jixuan hugged his right foot. His eyes and eyebrows were in pain. He sucked in cold air as he pressed on his right ankle. Ouch! This won't do. There's not much time left. I have to go to Yanhuang College as soon as possible. Otherwise, this jump will be in vain. Thinking of this, Di Jixuan endured the pain and stood up. Then he limped toward the gate. Hey, hey, hey! The big brother in front. Wait up! The more Di Jixuan walked, the more difficult it was for him to walk. The piercing pain in his ankle made him sweat all over. Just when he was about to give up, he saw a middle-aged man driving a flatbed cart pass by him. His heart stirred and he hurriedly yelled out, "Hey, hey! Young master, are you calling me?" The middle-aged man heard him and hurriedly reined in the old horse that was pulling the cart. He turned around and asked. Di Jixuan used the last bit of his strength to catch up with the middle-aged man. He took out a golden leaf and said, "Big brother, I accidentally hurt my foot just now. Now, I have something urgent to do. Can you sell this horse to me? The price is negotiable." At this time, he obviously didn't care about whether it was worth it or not. He could only get to Yanhuang College in time if he had a horse to ride. As for money, his family wasn't that short of money. Young master, you can't do that. This horse is an old one. It's specially used to pull goods. It's not worth much. Young master, your foot injury is so serious. Even if you ride a horse, it won't be easy. Why don't you tell me where you want to go? I'll drive you there. The middle-aged man saw the golden leaf shining in Di Jixuan's hand and quickly waved his hand. Di Jixuan didn't expect the man in front of him to be so straightforward. He smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, big brother. If you send me to Yanhuang College outside the city, I'll definitely thank you." Chapter 663. At the academy, all the teachers were already on standby at dawn. Li Zixuan didn't return to Chang'an last night. Instead, he stayed in Yunshan's courtyard. Early in the morning, he left his wife's warmth and came to Yanhuang College. In fact, the teachers of the academy were almost ready. However, Li Zixuan was afraid that something they couldn't handle would happen, so he came so early. Seeing that it was still early, Li Zixuan invited Yan Silu, Li Gang, and Mo Huai to have breakfast together in the academy's cafeteria. As for Wang Ji, the old man had just moved his luggage from his brother's house to the academy after the meeting yesterday afternoon. He was sleeping in the dormitory now. As early as 2 days ago, the academy's cafeteria had officially started operating. The chefs that were invited had all been trained by the drunken immortal house, so their skills were naturally excellent. Moreover, the style of cooking had also been greatly influenced by Li Zixuan. The four of them sat together and ate breakfast: steamed buns, porridge, and salted vegetables. Li Zixuan asked at this time, "Mr. Yan, have the test papers been transported here?" Yan Silu replied, "Yes, the Marquis escorted them here overnight. They are now locked in the academy's secret room. That place uses the Mo family's Tianji lock. Only Mr. Mo has the key to open it." Li Zixuan was relieved when he heard this. Then he asked again, "Then, have the invigilators been assigned to each examination room?" Yan Silu nodded and said, "Yes, everything has been assigned. There are a total of 52 examination rooms, and there will be invigilators in each examination room." Li Zixuan said with a smile, "Fortunately, the academy was built on a large scale. Otherwise, our academy wouldn't be able to bear this examination alone." Li Gang slurped 2 mouthfuls of porridge and said with a smile, "Only you have the guts to build an academy on such a large scale for the first time. Judging from the current size of the academy, it won't be enough even if more than 2,000 examinees are admitted." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "You can't say that. Yanhuang College's students study for at least 3 years, and the longest is 6 years. There will be students from other grades after that. How can you recruit so many people at once?" Li Gang suddenly understood and said, "Yo! That's true. Haha. Speaking of which, the food in this academy is really unique. This old man may have to eat and drink here in the future." Haha. This Yen wholeheartedly agrees with Brother Li's words. Yes. The food of the academy is indeed delicious. Yen Silu and Mo Huai agreed in agreement. Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha. If the three of you like it, you can eat it at Yanhuang College for the rest of your lives." That's exactly what I was thinking. At 6:30 a.m., the first batch of examinees arrived at Yanhuang College. However, there was still more than an hour before the start of the exam, so they naturally couldn't enter the academy. They could only sit on the grass in front of the academy and wait for the academy to let the examinees in. Haha. Hugua, Iron Egg. What a coincidence to meet the two of you again. As time passed, more and more students arrived at the academy. Sun Zifan had just arrived and saw two familiar figures sitting on the grass in front of him. He quickly went forward and greeted them. "Hello, Brother Zifan," Hugua said with a smile. Hee. Looks like Zifan's expression means that he's determined to pass this exam, right? Iron Egg joked with a smile. Sun Zifan's face turned red. He liked to show off in front of strangers, but in front of a friend like Iron Egg, he didn't need to show off. He said unhappily, "No matter how determined I am, can I be more determined than Iron Egg? You're Mr. Li's core disciple." Speaking of this, he suddenly leaned in front of Iron Egg, then lowered his voice and said, "Iron Egg, tell me honestly, did Mr. Li leak a few exam questions to you? With our relationship, you have to take care of me." Iron Egg didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took 2 steps back to keep a distance from Sun Zifan and said, "Brother Zifan, don't talk nonsense. Master is definitely not the kind of person you said he was. Besides, I've been busy with martial arts recently and haven't spent much time on my studies." Sun Zifan widened his eyes and said in surprise, Iron Egg, you actually know martial arts. That's amazing, amazing. In the future, if I'm bullied at the academy, you have to help me." On the side, Hu scratched his head in puzzlement and thought, Brother Zifan clearly said he would protect me yesterday. Why is he asking Iron Egg now? Doesn't this mean that Iron Egg is even more powerful? Seeing that Sun Zifan was actually so shameless, Iron Egg could only wave his hand and say, "As classmates, of course we have to take care of each other. Brother Zifan, don't worry." Sun Zifan laughed and said, "Haha, good. You're so straightforward. Ching Chumo, you're finally here. You didn't handle the matter yesterday too well. You made so many of your classmates wait for you." At 7:30 in the morning, Yen Silu looked at the sky and then said to Li Zishuan, "Yamacho, it's almost time." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's good. Mo Zhong, Mo Yun, open the door and welcome the candidates." The two cupped their hands and went to open the door of the academy. It's open, let's go in. It's finally open. Haha. Mo, let's go, we're all in the 7th examination hall. I guess you don't know where it is? It's okay, I'll take you there. But after the exam, you have to treat me to a big meal. Chung Chumo. When the candidates entered the academy, they didn't have to go through an extremely detailed body search like the imperial examination. Firstly, it wasn't necessary, and secondly, there were too many candidates. During the imperial examination, everyone would have a special examination booth, which gave the candidates a lot of room to cheat. However, Yanhuang College was different. With more than 50 people in one examination hall, everything in the hall was clear at a glance. If anyone cheated, the teachers above would immediately notice. Half an hour later, all the candidates gathered outside the academy entered Yanhuang College and found their examination hall. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "It's time for the exam, close the doors." Mo Zhong and Mo Yun quickly did as they were told. The doors of the academy slowly began to close, which meant that the exam had officially begun. Hey! Wait! There's one more. Li Zishuan couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was Di Zhishuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Chapter 664. Ouch. Don't close the door, let me in. I'm also here to take the exam. The middle-aged man who pulled Di Jixuan to Yunshan in a handcart was kind enough to send Di Jixuan directly to the top of Yunshan. Unexpectedly, Yanhuang College was about to close the door, so Di Jixuan hurriedly jumped off the cart and shouted. However, his right foot couldn't bear such an impact. He immediately screamed, but he didn't forget to shout in the direction of the gate of the college. "Hey! Little Lang Jun! Be careful. Let me help you over." Perhaps after seeing that Di Jixuan was really a candidate, the middle-aged man's attitude became more respectful. Seeing that Di Jixuan was a little unstable, he quickly put down the reins and came over to support him. "Thank you, Brother Han." On the way here, Di Jixuan had already learned about the middle-aged man. His surname was Han, and because he was the seventh child in his family, others often called him Han Laoqi. Di Jixuan thanked him in a low voice, then looked firmly at the gate of the college and continued to walk there. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun also noticed Di Jixuan, but after going through so many things, they now obeyed Li Zishuan. Therefore, Mo Zhong stepped forward and said loudly, "Yanhuang College's exam has begun. Little Lang Jun, you're late. Please go back." "Hey, don't. It wasn't easy for me to sneak out of my house. Besides, the exam hasn't officially started yet, right? Brother, please let me in." Di Jixuan came closer and said hurriedly. Suddenly, he saw Li Zishuan behind the gate and immediately shouted excitedly, "Hey! Little Lang Jun, it's me. It's me. Do you know this big brother guarding the gate? If you do, please help me talk to him." He had speculated before that Li Zishuan's identity must be either rich or noble, so after seeing Li Zishuan, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. "Mo Zhong, let him in." Li Zishuan smiled and said softly, "Yes, Yamacho." Mo Zhong turned around and cupped his hands. Then he said to Di Jixuan, "You can go in now, Lang Jun." Then when he saw that Di Jixuan had difficulty walking, he stepped forward to replace Han Laoqi and helped Di Jixuan into the academy. Di Jixuan was happy at first, but then he was shocked. He walked up to Li Zishuan and said with his eyes wide open, "Little brother, you are Yamacho from Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan smiled and replied, "That's right. Long time no see, Brother Di." So, little brother, you are Li Zishuan?" When Di Jixuan heard Li Zishuan admit it, he was finally completely dumbfounded. He had speculated that Li Zishuan might be the descendant of a high-ranking official in the imperial court and had an extraordinary identity. However, he had never expected that the little brother he met by chance would be Li Zishuan, who was also a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, "Yes, what's wrong? Brother Di, aren't you in a hurry to take the exam?" Di Jixuan suddenly remembered the important matter and hurriedly said, Oh, right. I'm going to take the exam first. Little brother, oh no, it should be Yamacho. Thank you so much this time." After saying that, he hurriedly turned around to enter the examination hall. However, he stopped after taking 2 steps. He turned around and said awkwardly, "Cough, cough. I had something to do yesterday and couldn't leave, so I didn't get the exam number. Yamacho, which room should I take the exam in?" There were hundreds of small rooms in the Guanghua building in front of him. If he didn't ask clearly, he wouldn't be able to find it even if he searched for the whole morning. Li Zishuan looked at Di Jixuan's injured right foot thoughtfully and said, "Mo Zhong, help Brother Di to the medical hall to see a doctor first. If his foot isn't treated in time, it will be easy for him to become disabled." Di Jixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need. I'll see a doctor myself after the exam. Yamacho, tell me where to take the exam first." Mo Zhong glanced at Di Jixuan's injured ankle and looked up at Li Zishuan. "Yamacho, this little Longjuan's foot must have been accidentally sprained. I happen to know some massage techniques. Why don't I give him a massage and relieve the pain in a moment? He should be fine after he goes back and applies some medicine." Li Zishuan looked at Mo Zhong in surprise and nodded. Mo Zhong, help Brother Di treat his foot first. Mo Yun, go find Mr. Yen and get the exam number. Brother Di, you can treat his foot first. The 2 brothers, Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, naturally accepted the order. Although Di Jixuan felt that it was a waste of time, he had to wait for Mo Yun to get the examination number before he could take the examination. Therefore, he could only agree and said, "Thank you, Mountain. Mountain Head, thank you, Brother Mo." A moment later, Mo Yun came back with the exam number plate. Mo Zhong had just finished massaging Di Jishuan's ankle. Di Jishuan got down to feel it and found that the piercing pain in his ankle had disappeared. He said happily, "Ah, it doesn't hurt anymore. Brother Mo, you're really good. Thank you, thank you." Li Zishuan glanced at the exam number and smiled. "Brother Di, go quickly. You're in exam room 51. I'll ask someone to take you there." "Thank you." Di Jishuan took the exam number and thanked him with cupped fists. Then, he was led by a follower of the school of Mo to the resplendent building. Li Zishuan looked at his back and smiled inexplicably. This unlucky kid actually ran away from home? I wonder what Secretary Di will think when he finds out. At the same time, it also shows that there are still many people who look down on engineering. After meeting Di Jishuan for the first time, Li Zishuan deliberately collected information about Di Jishuan's father, Di Xiaoshu. Now that he had a basic understanding of the Di family, he sighed. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun looked at each other. They did not understand what Li Zishuan meant. "Young Master Di, this is exam room 51. You can go in by yourself," the follower of the school of Mo said to Di Jishuan when they arrived at a classroom on the west side of the 4th floor. Di Jishuan glanced inside and nodded. "Okay, thank you. I'll go in by myself." The invigilator of exam room 51 was Assistant Lecturer Mao. He was about to hand out the test papers when he saw another student at the door. The student said, "I'm sorry, sir. I was injured on the way here. That's why I'm here." Assistant Lecturer Mao was about to say something when he saw a middle-aged man in a black robe winking at him. It was the follower of the school of Mo who had just escorted Di Jishuan here. Assistant Lecturer Mao pondered for a moment and understood what was going on. He pointed at a seat behind him and said, "Okay, you can sit there." Then, he picked up the test papers and said while handing them out, "I'll start handing out the test papers now. Please remember what I told you just now. If anyone cheats, they will be disqualified immediately and will never be able to take Yanhuang College's entrance exam again. Please don't play tricks." Chapter 665. In fact, except for Di Jishuan, who didn't have time to look around, all the candidates who took the exam today were shocked by the scene inside the Guanghua building after entering the classroom. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, making people feel as if they were in a dream. The windows made of large pieces of glass made the inside of the building as bright as day no matter how winding and crisscrossing it was. The spacious and bright classroom, the neatly arranged tables and chairs, and the pure color and sharp edges of the blackboard made all the students have a further understanding of the luxury of Yanhuang College. At the same time, their determination to enter Yanhuang College became firmer. If they couldn't study in such a professional and high-end college in their lifetime, wouldn't it be a great regret in their lives? So after receiving the test papers, almost everyone took a deep breath and then began to answer the questions very seriously. The first question was in line with the rules. Empty and empty, the people can't find a name. Towering, it has success, it has an article. This sentence was taken from the Analects of Confucius. It was a very famous paragraph in which Confucius praised Yao. The general idea was that Yao was so great that people couldn't find a word to describe his praise. His achievements were so outstanding that they were like the light of the sun shining in all directions. Generally, when the candidates answered the questions, they only needed to praise the great achievements of the ancient sages, and then praise the current emperor's literary and martial virtues, express their loyalty, and say that they had the ambition to become the pillar of the country, to share the worries of the emperor, and so on, to get a high score. It could be said that this was a relatively open question, and also a question with a very clear political position. Li Gang's questions were really stable. At least, Li Erwi liked it very much. The second question was, water, fire, metal, wood, earth, and valley are the only things to cultivate. This question was slightly more difficult than the first one. This sentence came from the great Umo of the Great Book of History. Coincidentally, Kong Yingda also explained this sentence. Water can irrigate, fire can cook, metal can cut, wood can grow, earth can reproduce, and valley can raise. Therefore, these 6 things were called the 6 residences, which were used by nature to raise all living things. As the saying goes, virtue is only good governance, and governance is to raise the people. The virtue of the sage was reflected in dealing with government affairs well, and arranging things like water, fire, metal, wood, earth and valley was called only cultivation, which could make the people live and work in peace. As long as the meaning was expressed clearly and a few classic sentences of Mencius about the way of the king, the score wouldn't be low. The third question. Unlike some examiners in the Qing dynasty, who try their best to cut some complete sentences or put a few sentences together to deliberately make things difficult for the candidates, the question set of the questions set by Li and Yan Silu were, on the whole, the question set of the standard Confucian classics questions, and the questions. The questions were standard questions, and difficult. But some people were the exception. For example, Li Huairan. Oh no, Li Huairan was better. He could more or less tell the origin of some sentences, and then talk nonsense. But Cheng Chumo was completely clueless. He didn't know where one of the 12 Confucian classics questions came from, let alone the meaning of the question. So after gritting his teeth for a while, he resolutely gave up on the Confucian classics part and went straight to the next part of the questions. There were many people in the same situation as him, such as Iron Egg and Hu Zhan, who had never learned the 4 books and 5 classics. They were basically people who had learned mathematics halfway. So for the 4 books and 5 classics, they were basically at the same level as Cheng Chumo. Fortunately, the Confucian classics only accounted for 30% of the total score of the whole entrance exam. As long as they got high marks in the other parts, they also had a great chance of passing the exam. But the other parts of the questions were not simple, at least not as simple as they seemed on the surface. In the moral test part, there are no good or bad options in the following questions. You just need to choose the option that is most consistent with your actual situation. Your answers are only for testing and research purposes. Please feel free to answer. What does this mean? Could it be that this so-called moral test part is a freebie question for everyone? No matter what I choose, it will be correct? When Cheng Chumo saw this strange question, he was surprised. Normal people would have the same thoughts as him when they saw this kind of question. However, as a former student of the mathematics school and a close friend who knew Li Zishuan's character very well, Cheng Chumo became witty this time. That's not right. Looking at the style of these questions, only Xiao Xian would come up with this kind of question. But if these questions are really freebies, then what's the point of Xiao Xian coming up with these questions? This kid must be lying. Is he trying to trick me? No way. The score for each option is definitely different. I have to choose carefully. It just so happens that I don't have to do those stupid questions in front of me. I have plenty of time. It had to be said that at this critical moment, Cheng Chumo's random thought had completely saved him. It could also be said that his previous studies in the mathematics school and his understanding of Li Zishuan's character had saved him. This was because the so-called, there are no good or bad options in the various options, was a huge trap that Li Zishuan had dug for all the candidates. It just depended on how many people jumped into it. In fact, this kind of question often appeared in various modern psychological tests, personality tests, and market research questionnaires. If you really thought that there were no good or bad options in the various options and blindly chose, then it could only prove that you were broken. You might even be labeled as crazy. In Li Zishuan's previous life, when he was in university, he met such a naive and cute classmate. At the beginning of school, the school routinely asked all the students to fill in a psychological test paper. One of the students in his class saw that there was no right or wrong option in the question, so he only took a minute to hand in the paper. As a result, the school arranged for the child to receive psychological counseling for a semester because the teachers determined that the child had severe depression based on his test results. Other than Cheng Chumo, it could be said that the former students of the mathematics school had a trace of vigilance in their hearts after experiencing Li Zishuan's various trashy questions. After all, after being tricked by the same person so many times, one would have a certain understanding of the person's tricks. Therefore, when they saw the questions, their mental reactions were almost the same as Cheng Chumo's. They all reined in at the most crucial moment. Of course, the final test results also proved that it was precisely because they reined in at the most crucial moment that they widened the gap with the other candidates in this part of the questions. Chapter 666. At this time, the whole exam had only been going on for less than a quarter of an hour. The examinees who could do the morality part were basically those who had given up on the classics part. Some of them were former students of the School of Mathematics and Mathematics. Of course, there were also people from other states and counties. This was because Cheng Chumo from the School of Mathematics and Mathematics was not the only one who didn't know about classics. However, this part of the exam seemed simple, but it was full of traps. The first question, which city do you think you would prefer to live in? A. Cheongzhou. B. Xiangzhou Si, Bingzhou Di, Luoyang Yi, Chang'en. The second question, if you could be one of the following creatures, which one would you like to be? A. Cat. B. Horse. C. Elephant. D. Monkey. E. Dog. F. Tiger. This kind of question had never appeared in the Tang Empire. It made the examinees confused. Many of them were confused and thought, these choices don't seem to be different. It seems that you can choose anything. Is it really like the question said? There is no right or wrong choice for each choice. You can choose anything? It was not that these students were incompetent, but Li Zixuan was too cunning. He gave everyone a psychological misdirection at the beginning. Master's intention of these questions should be to test the examinee's character. Then what kind of character does Yanhuang College need? I think as long as I can figure this out, then these questions will definitely be able to get a high score. Iron Egg thought silently in his heart as he bit the end of his pen. After a while, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I understand. The first question must be Chang'en. Chang'en is full of talents. Although there is more pressure here, there are more opportunities and more challenges to one's ability. Yanhuang College definitely needs such students who are not afraid of difficulties and face them head-on. As for the second question, it's even simpler. Whether it's a person or something else, they must be the most powerful existence. How can they just be a cat or a dog? Of course, I'll choose a tiger. After finding out the purpose of Li Zixuan's questions, Iron Egg did this part of the questions smoothly without any pause. Therefore, he only used an hour to finish these 20 multiple-choice questions. At this moment, there were still more than 2 hours before the end of the exam, so Iron Egg was completely depressed. On the other side, Chung Chimo seemed to have figured out something. He didn't think as much as the Iron Egg. Anyway, he would choose whichever option was awesome, domineering, and most similar to Li Zixuan's personality. Based on these principles, he was able to do it smoothly. He finished almost at the same time as the Iron Egg. However, the examinees from the other states and counties were not as lucky as them. Many of them had chosen answer A and were debating whether or not answer B was more appropriate. Most of the time, once they got tangled up, the original correct answer would be changed into a wrong answer. Moreover, the process of solving the question would be bumpy, which would greatly affect the speed of solving the question. Perhaps some people would say that this kind of question was unfair to the examinees from other places, but was it really unfair? On the one hand, the students from the School of Mathematics had never come across this kind of question. Chung Chimo, Iron Egg, and the others completely relied on their own comprehension to figure out the trick to solving the question. On the other hand, at the beginning of the question, Li Zixuan had explained that the examinees should choose according to their own real situation. If there were examinees who had strong willpower, a calm mind, a strong desire to lead, a strong ambition, and a personality that wouldn't give up until they achieved their goals, then they could fill in the question according to their real thoughts and get a high score. The purpose of Li Zixuan's set of questions was to select a group of students with good temperament for Yanhuang College. How was it unfair? Moreover, what in the world could be absolutely fair? It was undeniable that Chung Chimo, Iron Egg, and the others were opportunistic because they might not be completely in line with this kind of personality. However, sometimes opportunism and improvisation were also a kind of personal ability. They were opportunistic within the rules. So who could say anything? Oh, hand in the paper. Let's not waste time. When there were only 2 hours left before the exam, Iron Egg stood up resolutely, walked to the podium, handed the paper to the invigilator, and left the classroom. Most of the students from the School of Mathematics were in the 7th examination room. After seeing Iron Egg handing in his paper, Chung Chimo also handed in his paper in advance. He felt that he wouldn't be able to solve the Confucian Classics section even if he was given another year. It was better to hand it in early and go home for lunch. After all, the mathematics exam in the afternoon was the most important one for him. Yes, you heard it right. Mathematics was now Chung Chimo's best subject. After Chung Chimo, some students also handed in their papers one after another. There were Wang Meng, Yu Dongkai, Kong Chuansuan, Song Tianyu, Jiang Wenchang, Bai Hongyuan, and other second-generation officials from the School of Mathematics. There were also a few students from other provinces and counties. It seemed that these people were not proficient in Confucian classics. As for Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Ku Shiqing, Zhang Ziren, and other top students in the School of Mathematics, they were not as uncultured as Chung Chimo. Therefore, at this time, They had just finished the moral character section. Cough cough. It had to be said that Sun Zifan, this little fatty, under the influence of his father who was the #1 scholar, knew a thing or two about Confucian classics. At the very least, out of the 12 Confucian classics questions, there were 7 or 8 that he knew the answers to. Of these 7 or 8 questions, at least 4 of them he knew how to answer. Virgo, you brat. Why are you out so soon? Li Zishuan, who had just finished patrolling the various examination rooms, saw Cheng Chumo's back as soon as he went downstairs. It seemed that this guy was preparing to leave the school and go home. He hurriedly called out to Cheng Chumo and said. Cheng Chumo stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Li Zishuan. He said in a bad mood, "If I don't come out so soon, do you think I'll wait for the new year inside? It's not like you don't know that I, old Cheng, am not good at those things, right?" Li Zishuan walked over at this time and asked with a smile. "So you're saying that you're very good at the second half of the moral character test?" Cheng Chumo narrowed his eyes and laughed very proudly. He said, "Hey, Xiaoxian, you must think that those questions of yours can stump me, right? Haha. Let me tell you, there's no way this time. Ha ha ha, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to go home and recharge my energy. This afternoon is the subject I'm best at. This time, I'll definitely be able to get into Yanhuang College." After saying that, this guy waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. Li Zishuan was stunned for a while. He didn't know what medicine this guy took and where he got his confidence from. Moreover, because of Cheng Chumo, even if this time Cheng Chumo didn't do well in the exam, Li Zishuan would use special means to recruit him into the school. Now it seemed that he could save this step. Cheng Chumo, who thought that he had jumped out of Li Zishuan's trap, did not know that he had fallen into another trap of Li Zishuan's. Chapter 667. Including Li Zishuan, there were a total of 77 teachers in the Yanhuang Academy. There were also 13 teachers, 11 followers of the school of Mo, plus Mo Zhong and Mo Yun, who were in charge of the academy security and daily chores. Other than the 52 teachers who were supposed to invigilate the exam, the rest of the teachers were assigned as volunteers to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise at any time. It was close to noon, less than an hour before the end of the exam. Suddenly, a young teacher hurriedly found Li Zishuan and said, "Mountain leader, it's not good. Di Xiaoshu, Minister Di, has come to the mountain gate. He said he's here to take his son back. He wants us to open the gate quickly." Li Zishuan had come to Li Gang's office to chat after the exam. When they were talking about the morality test, the young teacher came over. Li Zishuan's expression changed slightly, and a trace of anger welled up in his heart. "Humph. Isn't this Di Chong going too far? What a disgrace to Yanhuang College." Li Gang stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's a little overboard. He can settle his own family matters behind closed doors when he's back home, but it's too ungentlemanly to cause a ruckus here. This old man will go with you." Li Zishuan nodded. "Okay, I'll have to trouble you, sir." The two left Guanghua Building and went all the way to the gate of the college. They saw an old man in black with 2 servants, who were staring at the 2 followers of the school of Mo at the gate. "Let me in. I'm just taking my son back. I won't affect anyone else." "I'm sorry, Di Chong. Yamacho has a rule that no one is allowed to enter the college during the exam period." "Bastard! Could it be that this old man is also an idler?" "This... Secretary D, please don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. What I mean is that those who don't belong to Yanhuang College, those who have nothing to do with the exam, and those who will affect the exam are called miscellaneous people." Li Zishuan walked over quickly. The 2 followers of the school of Mo at the gate heaved a sigh of relief as if they had just been pardoned. They had lived in a harsh place for a long time and had no experience in dealing with important people like Di Xiaoshu. They had almost said the wrong thing and escalated the conflict. "Li Zhansher." Di Xiaoshu squinted his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. He said in a clear voice, "Li Zhansher, when you founded Yanhuang College, this old man has never raised any objections. However, this old man hopes that the younger generation in my family will become an official. Today, this old man's 5th son sneaked away from home and came here to take the entrance exam. Therefore, I hope that Li Zhansher can give this old man a convenience and let this old man kidnap that unfilial son and bring him back." Overbearing. Di Xiaoshu was being overbearing. Li Zishuan did not back down. He looked straight at Di Xiaoshu and said with an unfriendly expression, "Secretary D, I don't care how you teach your son and how you throw your weight around a home. However, this is Yanhuang College. Right now, there are more than 2,000 students studying hard for their future. How can I ruin the future of the other students for the sake of your family? Di Xiaoshu was furious. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, "Humph, good boy, you're getting more and more arrogant. This old man is just, ha. Secretary D, little Xian is just stating facts. Why do you have to be so angry?" Li Gang walked over at this time. He looked at Di Xiaoshu and said with emotion, "You and I are both old men who have been officials in the imperial court for many years. You should be more patient with the younger generation. You should be less angry." Di Xiaoshu's pupils shrank. He cupped his hands at Li Gang and said, "So old Mr. Li is also here. Forget it, this old man was too impetuous just now. I didn't think about your Yanhuang College. This old man will wait outside until that unfilial son comes out after the exam." Li Gang's seniority was too great. Looking at all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, not many people would not give him face. Di Xiaoshu, of course, could not do that. Therefore, seeing that Li Gang was here, Di Xiaoshu decisively took a step back. "That's right. You and Xiao Xian are both officials in the imperial court. Why do you have to bear a grudge over such a small matter?" Li Gang nodded with satisfaction and smiled while stroking his beard. Li Zishuan was somewhat dissatisfied. He frowned and said to Di Xiaoshu, "Secretary D, are you going to bring your son home today?" Di Xiaoshu raised his head and said, "Of course. Not only that, even if he passes this time, this old man will not let him come to Yanhuang College." The smile on Li Gang's face suddenly froze. Li Zishuan's face was even more furious. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation to Yanhuang Academy and Gong Shui. "Secretary D, you have a great prejudice against my engineering," Li Zishuan asked with a gloomy face. Di Xiaoshu said, "This old man is just speaking the truth. I'm not prejudiced. As for engineering, this old man personally does not think highly of it. Running a country and managing a family requires Confucianism." Li Zishuan sneered and said, "Why? Secretary D, do you still think that engineering is a miscellaneous subject?" Di Xiaoshu said matter-of-factly, "Isn't it? Of all the learning in the world, only Confucianism is orthodox. Li Zhansher, you've been traveling around the world with an expert since young. I'm sure you've never been influenced by Confucianism. That's why you can't feel the charm of Confucianism. However, this old man believes that you will feel it one day." This old man was secretly looking down on Li Zishuan for being uncultured. Li Zishuan's eyes were burning with anger. He said angrily, "The president of Yanhuang College is the current emperor. Secretary D, you still say that engineering is a miscellaneous subject. What do you think of His Majesty?" "That's right. Minister D, what position do you place me in by saying this?" Just as Li Zishuan finished speaking, a cold voice came from outside the door. When everyone heard the voice clearly, they were all shocked. Because Li Er had come. He had come at this critical and sensitive time. His arrival had tipped the scales of victory in Li Zishuan's favor. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After the shock, everyone bowed to Li Er, who was dressed in casual clothes. Li Zishuan arranged for someone to open the door and followed suit. "Let's go in first." Li Er waved his hand and said to Li Zishuan. The group of people entered the meeting room of Guanghua Building. After they were seated, Li Er asked again, "Dear Secretary D, this old man asked you a question. You said that engineering is a miscellaneous subject. What do you think of me, the president of Yanhuang College?" Even a fool could see the anger in Li Er's eyes. After all, Li Er had given a lot of support to Yanhuang College. Di Xiaoshu's face turned pale when he heard this. He did not know how to answer. Chapter 668. After the morning court session, Li Er remembered that Yanhuang College was holding an entrance exam. Ever since he, Zhang Sun, Yang Fei, and their children visited Yanhuang College after its completion, he was shocked. At the same time, he was looking forward to the future of Yanhuang College. Li Er reckoned that the examination over there was not over yet. Thus, on a whim, he decided to go to Yanhuang Academy to take a look. Who knew that as soon as he climbed up the cloud mountain, he would hear the conversation between Di Xiaoshu and Li Zishuan. "Li Er,
who was originally full of anticipation, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart.
Your Majesty, I was impatient for my son and spoke indiscreetly. Please forgive me, Your Majesty.
In all of the Great Tang, only a few people dared to directly confront the enraged Li Er.
It was clear that Di Xiaoxiu was not one of them.
Sensing Li Er's aggressive gaze and the powerful pressure radiating from his body, Di Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment before bowing and begging for forgiveness.
Humph. Impatient for your son? Li Er was still a little dissatisfied.
He snorted and said, Do you mean that Yanhuang College is a tiger's den?
Or is it a place of corruption?
Why are you in such a hurry to take your son away from here? This was not a question that would give him free marks. It was a question that would kill him.
Di Xiaoxiu's forehead was covered in cold sweat.
He didn't know how to answer and could only say, I dare not.
Bam! Li Er finally exploded.
He slammed the table, stood up and said angrily, You dare not?
But you've already done it.
Why not?
I've already said in the court that engineering is not a miscellaneous study. As long as it's useful to the Tang Empire and can make the Tang Empire stronger, I'm willing to accept it.
But there are always some people who ignore the interests of the country, the court, my repeated orders, and the millions of people of the Tang Empire because of their prejudice.
What are you guys up to?
You must know that there is a country before there is Confucianism and engineering.
If the Great Tang is weak and falls into the hands of the foreign race, where can Confucianism spread to? Don't tell me you want to be the dog of the foreign race that enslaves us Han people? I became the dean of Yanhuang College in order to make you give up your prejudice. But I didn't expect that. Even so, some people still think that engineering is a miscellaneous subject.
Heh. Very good.
Di Xiaoxiu, you have to know that you are my minister before you are a disciple of the Confucian sect. At the end of his speech, Li Er was so angry that he started laughing. His angry voice even echoed in the meeting room. When the guards outside felt Li Er's anger, they couldn't help but straighten their backs and widen their eyes, afraid that someone would barge in at this time. And Di Xiaoxiu, who was facing Li Er's anger, felt even more pressure.
He quickly bowed and said sorrowfully, I'm afraid, Your Majesty, please calm down.
Xiaofan secretly applauded when he heard this, especially when Li Er said, You must know that there is a country before there is Confucianism and engineering. If the Great Tang is weak and falls into the hands of the foreign race, where can Confucianism spread to? Don't tell me you want to be the dog of the foreign race that enslaves us Han people?
In his previous life, he read a post that talked about the performance of the descendants of Confucius when the country was on the brink of death.
At that time, he was so angry that he cursed out loud. The content of the post was roughly as follows. During the coup of Jing Kong in the southern Song dynasty, the Jin kingdom invaded the Song dynasty. Gaozong of the southern Song dynasty, the king of Kong, Zhao Su, fled to the south. The 48th Duke of Yenqing, Kong Duanyo, abandoned his ancestral temple and fled to the south in the name of paying respects to the emperor. In 1252 AD, the 50th Duke of Yenqing, Kong Yuansua, passed away. At this time, the Mongol nobles ruled the Central Plains. At this time, the descendants of Confucius did not lead the people to serve the country with loyalty. Instead, they fought to flatter their new master, Kublai Khan. It was said that at that time, Kong Yuansua's sons and nephews all ran to Kublai Khan to fight for the title of Duke of Yenqing. When he saw the ugliness of the descendants of Confucius, Kublai Khan laughed and replied, All of you, go back and study hard. If you have talent, I will give you the title of an official. 400 years later, the Manchurian Qing entered the pass, and Aizen Joro Fulin ascended the throne in Beijing. The 64th Duke of Yenqing, Kong Yenji, who was conferred the title by Emperor Chongzhen, immediately submitted a memorial to Emperor Xuanji the next day. He also flattered the Manchu Qing monarch in the first entry essay, bearing the heavens and imperial supremacy, subduing the people with virtue. The 6 universe shared the divine sovereign, the 8 wastelands salty song holy emperor, the mountains and rivers and the sun and the moon share the splendor, the nation's co-ruler Han Bingyong, and the nation's co-ruler Han Bingyong. He also claimed in fear and trepidation that, Your subject is a Confucian scholar, Zhang Jian is insignificant, I have received the great kindness of the previous generations, today I celebrate the prosperity of the new dynasty, I look forward to learning, I fear to fall behind, and so on. This kind of servile attitude was simply disgusting. Therefore, throughout history, whenever foreign invaders invaded on a large scale, almost none of the descendants of the Holy Gate,
could stand up and organize the people to fight against the foreign invaders. On the contrary, they always immediately surrendered to the foreign invaders and eagerly asked the foreign invaders to continue their title of Duke of Yanqing. The weakness in the bones of Confucianism was obvious. Perhaps Li Er's words just now were unintentional, but it just so happened to predict the state of Confucianism 1,000 years later. At that time, the disciples of Confucianism would really become the dogs of the foreign race who enslaved the Han people. Of course, this kind of slightly rebellious words, only Li Er dared to say it. No one after Li Er dared to say it directly. One reason was that at this time, Confucianism had not developed to the point where it could completely control the political situation of the imperial court. Another reason was that Li Er was a strong ruler who could rule the country with both literary and martial arts. He had absolute control over the country. Ha! I know you are not convinced in your heart. Then I will tell you one more thing. Not long from now, I plan to implement Li Zishuan's new mathematics in the entire Tang dynasty. At that time, all the local government and yamen will have to use the numbers and calculation methods in the new mathematics. After Li Er calmed himself down, he looked at Di Xiaoxiu and said lightly. Di Xiaoxiu was shocked and wanted to say something, but he forced himself to hold it back. Seeing this, Li Er said meaningfully, "Beloved official Di, you must think that my actions are inappropriate? Ha! Although I am biased towards engineering, I will not ignore the interests of the country. The previous Imperial College mathematics Dr. Liu told me not long ago that if we fully implement mathematics in the Tang dynasty, not only the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but even the household officials and granary officials of the prefectures and counties will be able to calculate at least 5 times faster and their accuracy will increase by several times. Beloved official D, do you know how much this will reduce the expenses of the Tang dynasty?" Chapter 669. I don't know. Di Xiaoxiu was sweating profusely as he bowed. Li Er squinted his eyes and snorted. Of course you don't know. Every year when the imperial court collects taxes from the local governments, there are always some crafty people who hire people to falsify the accounts to deceive the officials. If we can really implement the new mathematics on a large scale, our Tang Empire will have a surplus of 100,000 strings of cash every year. Do you know how many people can be saved with this amount of cash? Li Zishuan's heart thumped. He truly hadn't expected Li Erwi to suddenly decide to promote his new mathematics on a large scale. Although the new mathematics truly was beneficial to the daily work of the central and local finance departments, it was still very difficult to promote it throughout the country, as very few people were willing to learn it. Li Er continued, "Previously, I have already ordered the implementation of Li Zishuan's pinyin. Judging from the reaction of the people in the past few months, the implementation has been very effective. At least now, many children can read the Tang Dynasty dictionary to others. Now, I am going to implement his new mathematics. Dear Minister D, do you still dare to say that engineering is a miscellaneous study and a useless study?" Seeing that Li Er was so supportive of Li Zishuan, Di Xiaoxiu didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. It must be known that Li Er's personality was very domineering at this time. The Prime Minister of the Empire could do whatever he wanted. Xiao Yu was a living example, and didn't need to discuss with the other officials. From the looks of it, Di Xiaoxiu was just a small left deputy minister and a scattered cavalry attendant. Therefore he could only say, "I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." He knew he was in the wrong, but Li Er seemed to be unforgiving today. He paced 2 steps on the spot and continued, "Others can study in the Yanhuang Academy, but you, Di Xiaoxiu's son, have a noble status. Do you think it will be an insult to his status in the Yanhuang Academy? Let me tell you another piece of news. Do you know that among the examinees today, there are Zhang Sun Chong, Xuanling's son, Fang Yizhi, and Dang Shan's, Chu Suelyang's, son, Chu Yanfu? If their sons can come to Yanhuang College, why can't your son?" This time, Di Xiaoxiu was really shocked. He never thought that Zhang Sun Wuji, the head of the civil officials, would actually let his own son participate in Yanhuang College's exam. This, Di Xiaoxiu really wanted to say, "There's a traitor among us." Not to mention Di Xiaoxiu, even Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard the news. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Chu Suelyang, these sons of civil officials actually came? He looked at Li Gang next to him and found that the old man's face was calm at the moment. Obviously, he already knew about this. This made Li Zishuan feel frustrated. It was because he was not careful in his work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only found out about it now. Seeing the shock on Di Xiaoxiu's face, Li Er chuckled and said, "Today's matter is your family's business, and I have no right to interfere. However, since it involves Yanhuang College, I have no choice but to interfere. It's fine if Di Jishuan doesn't pass the exam this time, but if he does and you still dare to obstruct me, I won't let you off easily. Otherwise, where will Yanhuang College's prestige be? Where will my face be? Also, your behavior today is too excessive. Go home and reflect on it for a month. Do you understand?" Reasonably speaking, Li Er's request wasn't excessive. His starting point was just to help Li Zishuan protect Yanhuang College's reputation. Otherwise, if Di Jishuan really got into Yanhuang College and was forced to drop out due to Di Xiaoshu's pressure, wouldn't the news spread that Yanhuang College was just a place for the Di family that they didn't want? In this way, not only would Yanhuang College's reputation be damaged, but Li Er's plan of using engineering to weaken the aristocratic families and balance Confucianism would also fail. This was something Li Er couldn't tolerate. However, Di Xiaoshu didn't think so. It was fine if he had to reflect at home for a month, but he had high hopes for Di Jishuan. Thus he couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, this..." What? Li Er's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and his voice became a little dangerous. Di Xiaoshu trembled and finally bowed his head and said, "This old official obeys." Li Er nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well, in this case, Minister Di, you can go back. We just finished the morning court and Minister Di came here. You must be physically and mentally tired. You'd better go back and have a good rest." Di Xiaoshu was speechless. He wanted to wait here until the morning's exam was over and hint Di Jishuan not to do his best for the exam. However, Li Er asked him to go home directly, which really blocked his last escape route. He had no choice but to salute and say, "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. This old official will take his leave." At this point, he could only pray in his heart that Di Jishuan's arithmetic level was terrible. After Di Xiaoshu left, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Where do these candidates have lunch at noon? Boy, do you have any arrangements?" Cheng Chumo was a special case. He handed in his paper early and lived close to the college, so he could go home for lunch and take a nap. However, for most of the students, they could only eat lunch at Yanhuang College or near Yanhuang College. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be late for the afternoon exam. The afternoon exam time was 1:30 in the afternoon. Li Zishuan replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. I have already arranged it. The college's canteen will be open to the candidates at noon. It can accommodate more than 1,000 people at the same time. If anyone thinks the food in the canteen is too expensive, they can also eat in the Plum Village and the Han Village at the foot of the mountain. The villagers there have prepared all kinds of food today." Li Er stared at him and said, "Oh, what? Boy, do you need money to feed the students?" It was no wonder that Li Zishuan had such thoughts. It was because Li Zishuan's usual style of doing things was very rich. Especially when he built Yanhuang College, he threw away hundreds of thousands of coins without batting an eye. After Li Zishuan heard this, he almost vomited blood. What did he mean he needed money to feed the students? Was this something King Human would say? When he was in school in his previous life, he had to swipe his campus card to eat. "Your Majesty, the ingredients used in the college's cooking were all bought by me at a high price. This is all cost. You can't let me run the college for 2 years and throw away all my family's wealth, right?" Li Zishuan said with a sullen face. Li Er was happy when he saw this and said, "Go, go, go. Do you think I don't know your background? You're actually complaining to me about being poor. Let's not talk about other things. Because Chengqian and Qingke are doing business with you, they are now richer than me. Many of the Empress clothes and jewelry this summer were bought by them." Li Zishuan was speechless. Li Gang said with a chuckle, "Haha, Your Majesty, little Shen is right. The food in the college is very good, so the ingredients are also very expensive. I want to spend the rest of my life here." Chapter 670. Li Er had never been to Yanhuang College's cafeteria before. After hearing Li Gang's praises for the food in the cafeteria, he had the idea of going there to take a look. The three of them went to the cafeteria before the exam ended. They casually ordered 3 side dishes and sat at a long dining table to eat. The environment is not bad, and the food is not bad. You brat. Not only do you know how to enjoy yourself, you also have to lead others to enjoy with you. When the students of Yanhuang College graduate in the future, will they all be like you, not knowing how to suffer but only know how to enjoy themselves? After eating, Li Er drank tea with satisfaction and joked with Li Zishuan at the same time. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, I don't think so. Although the conditions of Yanhuang College are very good, this is just a big pie that I painted for the students. I want to tell them that if they want to live a good life in the future, and if they want the people of Tang Empire to not have to worry about food and clothing, then they have to study engineering hard. Moreover, for most students, if they want to eat well and study well in Yanhuang College, they have to put in a lot of effort. It doesn't mean that they don't need to suffer. Li Er pointed at Li Zishuan and said, You're full of twisted logic. Then he looked out the window side and said, I have already helped you block many voices of opposition. You have to work hard yourself. I have high hopes for Gong Shui, but if it continues to be useless, then I will be very disappointed. Do you know? Li Zishuan's heart trembled. He said in a deep voice, I understand. I will not let your majesty down. Indeed, Li Er had done enough for engineering and Yanhuang College. However, one needed to be strong to forge iron. If Li Zishuan could not prove the value of engineering in the next few years, then Li Zishuan would have nothing to say even if Li Er gave up on Yanhuang College. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, loud and clear sounds of bells and drums could be heard from all directions of the academy. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan in confusion. Li Zishuan smiled and explained, Your Majesty, this means that the examination is over. I think the candidates will be here for their meal soon. Li Er was suddenly enlightened. Then he stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he said, All right, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I'm going back to the palace. In a while, get someone to send a copy of the exam papers to me. Also, send the answers to me. I'll have time to see what kind of questions you've set this time. Li Zishuan thought for a while. Li Er wouldn't reveal the questions and answers for the afternoon exam. Would he? In this world, the person who could bribe Li Er to help cheat probably hadn't been born yet. Thus, he cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Hey. Tianhua, how did you do? Are you confident? Liao Feichen asked with a smile as he walked downstairs. The legendary heroes of Jin and Yu were gathered together again. Chen Tianhua said angrily, There's another exam in the afternoon. It's too early to say if I'm confident or not. Let's think about where to go to fill our stomachs first. Hua Hongyi laughed and said, Haha. That's right. The world is big, but eating is the most important. Only when we fill our stomachs will we have the energy to deal with the afternoon exam. Anyway, he didn't need to pay for his meals recently, so this guy was the happiest. Liao Feichen rolled his eyes. He thought for a while and said, Why don't we go to the academy's cafeteria to eat? Didn't the gentleman at the entrance say that today's candidates can eat at Yanhuang College's cafeteria? Chen Tianhua hesitated and said, But who knows if the food here is expensive or not? We've seen the luxury of Yanhuang College today. What if the price of the food in the cafeteria is as luxurious as the high-rise buildings here? How can we afford it? Why don't we go to the villager's house at the foot of the mountain to eat? Hey, Tianhua, you're the author of Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator. You have thousands of followers. How can you shrink back from such a small matter? Hearing this, Hua Hongyi fanned the flames from the side. Chen Tianhua was furious. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Liao Feichen say, Let's go and take a look first. I don't think Lord Li will use these dishes to make money wantonly. Besides, if it's really ridiculously expensive, we'll go down the mountain to eat. Tianhua, what do you think? Chen Tianhua said helplessly, Since you've already said it, what else can I do? Let's go? Hee. Let's go. The two of them laughed excitedly and hurriedly followed him. When they arrived at the cafeteria of Yanhuang College, the three of them were once again amazed by the huge building and the luxurious decorations. Chen Tianhua touched his wallet and swallowed his saliva. In the end, he still walked in under the urging of the two guys behind him. After entering, they realized that there were already hundreds of examinees inside. Moreover, they were divided into more than 10 lines. It looked like they were queuing up for food. Haha. So many people are here to eat. It doesn't look expensive. Liao Feichen said with a smile when he saw the scene. Chen Tianhua did not deny it. He randomly chose a shorter line and walked in. After walking in, the three of them realized that there was a menu posted on the window of each line. Moreover, there was a price tag behind each dish. Gnawed chicken, 250 copper coins, braised pork, 250 copper coins, meatball, 250 copper coins, dompa pork, 250 copper coins, twice cooked pork, 250 copper coins. Hiss. Why are the dishes here so expensive? Ordering 3 dishes already costs almost 1 copper coins. Liao Feichen could not help but exclaim after looking at the prices on the menu. The surrounding students in the line heard him and immediately looked at him with disdain. Hua Hongyi quickly pulled Liao Feichen and whispered, "Feichen, don't talk nonsense. These dishes are the signature dishes of Zuaxian restaurant. Each dish costs 1 copper coin there. However, they are only sold for 250 copper coins here. This means that Lord Li really does not intend to earn money from the students. Don't say that they are expensive." Chen Tianhua was also shocked when he heard that. He whispered, "Each dish costs 1 copper coin? Hongyi, are you sure that people will eat such expensive dishes?" Hua Hongyi curled his lips and said, "Hee hee. There are many people who are willing to eat them. Sometimes, they even have to line up." Liao Feichen clicked his tongue and said, "Wow, there are so many rich people in Chang'an City. However, if we really calculate it this way, wouldn't we have earned more than 500 copper coins just by randomly eating a dish here today?" Chen Tianhua was speechless and said, "You can calculate it this way." In the end, the three of them only bought a plate of braised pork and a plate of gnawed chicken. Even so, Chen Tianhua felt the pinch because he was the one who paid for it. Previously, it was said that Yanhuang College's first batch of students did not have to pay tuition fees and that it was a chance for us poor students. But now, it seems that with these dishes, how many poor students can afford to eat them every day? Chapter 671. You can't say that. Maybe the food in our line is more expensive. Look at the people next to us. Their food is very different from ours. Maybe the price is different too? Hearing Chen Tianhua's complaint, Hua Hongyi looked around and couldn't help but say. Chen Tianhua also looked around and said, "No wonder the line we were in just now had the least people. It turns out that the food there is the most expensive." Liao Feichen grinned and said, "Hee hee. We've already bought it. Why are you still talking about this? Let's eat first. Hee hee." Chen Tianhua and Hua Hongyi saw that most of the food on their plate was gone. They roared in unison. F***CK. Shut up, Feichen. Hee hee. Qing K, I didn't expect that not only do we have to line up to eat, but we also have to pay for it ourselves. Li Ku and Li Tai sat opposite each other near a window. Looking at the 4 dishes on the table, Li Ku said with a smile. Li Tai pouted and said as if he was used to it, "What's so strange about that? Mr. Li is a person who values rules very much. He is most particular about treating everyone equally. Aku, you'll stay in Yanhuang College for a long time in the future. Little brother, let me remind you not to try to cut the line. If Mr. Li finds out, no one can save you." Li Tai and Li Ku were born only a month apart, so Li Tai wasn't used to calling Li Ku elder brother. Instead, he called him by his name. Hearing how scary this guy was, Li Ku couldn't help but shrink his neck and said weakly, "Ah Tai, is this really as serious as you say?" Li Tai stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth and said with a lisp, "Oh, of course. How can I cheat you not hurt?" Li Ku answered in a muffled voice. Then, seeing how happy Li Tai was eating, he couldn't help but pick up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. The child suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed with a lisp, "Oh, why is the food at Yanhuang College so delicious?" When Li Tai heard that, a sense of superiority immediately rose in his heart. As he ate, he said proudly, "Of course. The dishes we're eating are all the signature dishes of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Of course, there are many dishes here that the Drunken Immortal Restaurant doesn't have. In any case, in my opinion, the food here is even better than the Imperial Palace." Although what Li Tai said was a little exaggerated, Li Tai thought about it seriously and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. Wouldn't it be great to study in Yanhuang College in the future?" Li Tai was just about to nod his head in agreement when he suddenly remembered that Li Zixuan had said not long ago that Yanhuang College would help him lose weight during the first month of school. The little fatty immediately withered and said in a depressed tone, "Maybe." After saying that, he turned his grief and indignation into appetite and stuffed the meat into his mouth. Ugh. Li Ke didn't know why Li Tai's mood suddenly became depressed when he was clearly very happy. He paused and deliberately changed the topic. "Li Tai, in the exam this morning, that so-called moral test, is it really like what the questions say? There's no right or wrong, no good or bad choices." Cough cough. Aku, you don't really believe it, do you? That's Mr. Li's evil scheme. When Li Tai heard that, he immediately spat out the rice and almost choked himself to death. He recovered and said to Li Ku. Li Ku was quite agile and avoided the tragedy of being sprayed all over his face, but when he looked at the table full of food, he couldn't eat anymore. However, after listening to Li Tai's words, he was a little curious. Evil scheme? Could it be that the questions are all lies? When Li Tai saw that the table full of food had been sprayed into such an unsightly state by him, he was a little embarrassed. He touched his nose embarrassedly and said, "Of course it's a lie. Aku, if you believe it and randomly choose, then you're finished. Speaking of which, you don't really believe it, do you?" Li Ke shook his head and said, "No, I did believe it at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong, so I changed it." Li Tai heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, that's good, that's good. Then, let's order another table full of food." Sure enough, let's eat. On the other side, Iron Egg and Hu Zhan sat together. As people from the same village, Iron Egg naturally had to take care of Iron Egg, so this lunch was naturally his treat. As Li Zishuan's brother-in-law, this child was not short of money now. "Oh, thank you, Iron Egg bro." Hu Zhan thanked him and looked at the delicious food on the table. He licked his lips and said embarrassedly, "I didn't expect the food here to be so expensive. I'll return the money to you when I go back." Iron Egg waved his hand and said, "Haha, no need, no need, this meal is my treat." "How can that be? This meal already cost a lot of money." "Ha! If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Hurry up and eat. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll get angry." Hu Zhan saw that Iron Egg was really angry, so he lowered his head and ate a few mouthfuls. He suddenly said, "Iron Egg bro, this Yanhuang College is so expensive. If I get admitted in the future, I won't be able to afford this meal, but I don't know if I can go home to eat." Iron Egg laughed and said, "That won't do. The academy doesn't allow students to go out during normal times. They can only go home during the holidays. As for food, in fact, there are many cheaper dishes in the cafeteria. Each meal should only cost a dozen copper coins. Also, I heard from my master that Yanhuang College will assign some tasks to students in the future. Students can do tasks in the academy to earn money while studying. Besides, the academy's annual scholarship will be very generous. Anyway, as long as you are diligent and eager to learn, you will have a good life in the academy." Hu Zhan was surprised and said, "Really? Haha, if that's the case, then I can eat good food in the academy every day in the future." Iron Egg was speechless. He thought that this child would not become a foodie like Li Tai in the future. "Oh, strange. My father didn't come to see me. It's really strange. Hasn't the morning court session ended yet?" Di Jishuan also came to the cafeteria after the exam. Looking at the attractive dishes in front of him, he was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he frowned and let his imagination run wild. "Oh, forget it, forget it. Let's eat first and finish the exam in the afternoon. At most, I'll get beaten up when I go back. Dad can't beat me to death, can he?" After a while, Di Jishuan shook his head and murmured. Then he picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling the burnt and meat aroma, Di Jishuan opened his eyes wide and almost swallowed his chopsticks. "Oh, delicious, really F***king delicious. If only I could eat here every day." Chapter 672. Hee. This Yanhuang College is really shocking. Not only is the building luxurious and magnificent, even the food is so exquisite. It's comparable to Zuaxian restaurant. Little brother, I came here to learn more about engineering. I didn't expect that I would fall in love with this place. At another table, Zhang Sun Chong, Fang Yizhi, Chu Yanfu, and Yuan Shua were eating together. Zhang Sun Chong suddenly sighed. Fang Yizhi laughed. "Yes, I feel the same.
Now it's up to us to pass.
Chu Yanfu joked. Yiji, you're so humble. Wasn't the Confucian classics in the morning your best subject? You might even get full marks. Among Feng Xuanling's 3 sons, only the eldest, Feng Yiji, inherited some of his father's studious genes. He was familiar with the classics since young, which was why Chu Yanfu said so. Feng Yiji waved his hand and said, Yanfu, don't say that. The most important part of this exam is the mathematics in the afternoon. Besides, the morality test in the morning is making me dizzy. I'm really not sure about it. Yuan Shua couldn't help but say, actually, I'm curious. Why did Prime Minister Feng, Prime Minister Chu, and Duke Zhao suddenly allow you to come to Yanhuang College? I have less time to prepare than the others by a month. I'm the one who has the least chance of passing. The fathers of the 3 of them were all prime ministers of Tang dynasty. Only Yuan Shua's father was a small assistant minister. However, his relationship with Chu Yanfu had always been very good. At first, Chu Yanfu wasn't very sure that he would come to Yanhuang College, so he didn't think much of it. Who knew that Chu Yanfu suddenly told him that he would definitely go to Yanhuang College? As a good friend, of course he had to accompany him. Therefore, taking everything into account, he had only prepared for this exam for slightly more than a month. Hearing Yuan Shua's question, the other 3 looked at each other. In the end, it was Chu Yanfu who answered, actually, I don't know why my father suddenly became open-minded. Maybe it's because the influence of engineering has increased. Zhang Sunzhong and Feng Yiji also shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't know the reason either. Sigh. Who cares? Let's eat. We still have to take the exam after eating. Barp. This food is really comfortable. If only my dad would allow me to stay in Yanhuang College forever after I pass the exam. After lunch, Di Jixuan rubbed his swollen belly and walked unsteadily to Guanghua Building. Although the weather today was not hot, it was better to rest in the classroom than to be noisy outside. Young man, please wait. Just as Di Jixuan was praying that his father would show mercy and allow him to stay in Yanhuang College in the future, a low but powerful voice suddenly sounded beside him. Di Jixuan was shocked and quickly turned his head to look around. He found a man in black under a big tree not far away, looking at him. Are you talking to me? Di Jixuan looked around again and found that there was no one else nearby, so he pointed at himself and asked tentatively. Okay. The man in black nodded coolly. Di Jixuan became alert and thought to himself, this is the academy. I won't meet any bad guys, will I? He asked tentatively. Then may I ask why you are looking for me? The man in black cupped his hands and said, I've been entrusted by someone to deliver something to you. Please come over here, young master. What is it? Tell me first. Di Jixuan looked at the man suspiciously and thought, why does this line sound so much like those villains who kidnap children in dramas? Little boy, come over here. Uncle has candy to eat. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing Di Jixuan hesitate, the man said anxiously, Little Lang Jun, are you afraid that I have bad intentions toward you? This is Yanhuang College, and their Yamacho is a master of martial arts. No matter how stupid I am, I won't do anything illegal here, right? Di Jixuan thought about it and felt that the man in black was right. Moreover, the man in black looked righteous and didn't look like a villain. So he walked over carefully, and at the same time, he was ready to shout for help at any time. Now can you tell me what it is? According to common sense, the man in front of him wouldn't make trouble, but Di Jixuan was still very vigilant. Little Lang Jun. Wait. The man in black reached into his arms as if he was taking something out. Di Jixuan's eyelids twitched, for he was afraid that the man was taking out a dagger or some other weapon. When he saw what the man took out, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because what he took out was not a weapon, but a small piece of paper the size of a palm. Little Lang Jun, this is what my master asked me to give to you. Remember to destroy it after you read it, or it will bring you trouble. Since I've delivered it, I'll leave now. Little Lang Jun, we won't meet again. The black-clothed man handed the small piece of paper to Di Jixuan. After leaving behind a few words, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, who is your master? What is written on it? Why do you want to destroy it after you read it? You haven't made it clear yet. Don't go. Di Jixuan was shocked. He wanted to stop the man and ask him what was going on, but when he looked up, there was not even a shadow in front of him.
Damn. What does this man mean? He left just like that? He didn't even make it clear. Di Jixuan muttered in a low voice.
Then, he looked at the small folded piece of paper in his hand and suddenly felt very conflicted.
Should I read it or not? What if there is something disgraceful written in it? Then I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. But what if it's not a heresy? Hey! I'll just take a peek. There's no one around anyway. In the end, Di Jixuan gritted his teeth, hid under a tree, and opened the piece of paper. He saw the words on it. One day, Xiaoming went to buy onions and asked the shop owner how much they cost per kilogram. The shop owner said that the price was 10 coins per kilogram. If he wanted 100 kilograms, it would be 1,000 coins. Damn! Which lunatic has nothing better to do than to give me this kind of paper? Is this a story? Di Jixuan, who originally thought that it was a record of the romantic affairs of a court official, couldn't help but complain after reading the beginning. He resisted the urge to throw the paper away, took a deep breath, and continued reading. After reading it, his face changed. He slowly put away the paper and muttered to himself, "This title is very interesting. But who is so bored to send me such a note? What is the purpose? He also told me to destroy it after reading it. There are many things that don't make sense." Chapter 673. In the end, Di Jixuan was still full of questions.
He tore the piece of paper into powder and returned to the examination room where he had been in the morning to rest. In the afternoon, the second exam of Yanhuang College began on time with the sound of dang dang dang. Some people were anxious about this mathematics exam, while others were full of expectations. Especially Chang Chumo, Wang Meng, and Iron Egg, who were not good at studying classics but were good at mathematics. They were all looking forward to this afternoon's exam to make up for their shortcomings in the morning. They even hoped that today's exam questions would be more difficult, because only then could they, who were good at mathematics, widen the gap between them and the other candidates. However, reality did not develop as they expected. Li Zixuan's mathematics exam paper this time did not have so many tricky questions. Overall, this exam paper mainly tested the basic knowledge. In terms of difficulty, it was not even 30% as difficult as the monthly exam of the School of Mathematics. After all, for most of the candidates, even if they had self-studied mathematics for 2 months, their understanding of mathematics could not be compared to the students of the School of Mathematics who had been taught by famous teachers. Therefore, in order to take care of the majority of the students, Li Zixuan's mathematics exam paper was also greatly reduced in difficulty. However, this made the students of the School of Mathematics somewhat uncomfortable. Many people had clearly written the correct answer, but they could not help but doubt in their hearts. Was this question really that easy? Were there really no traps in it? You could not blame them for being suspicious. In the past, they were afraid of all kinds of traps in Li Zixuan's exam papers. Did Xiaoxian change his personality this time? Why are the questions so easy? It didn't take long for Cheng Chumo to finish the 10 fill-in-the-blank questions. He was so fast that he started to doubt himself. Fortunately, this idiot still had some self-awareness and didn't think that it was because he was too good at mathematics. On the other side, Iron Egg was also puzzled. He had finished 2 big questions at this time, but there was no pride or joy on his face. Instead, he was puzzled in his heart. What's wrong with these questions? Why are they all basic questions in the textbook? If the rest of the exam is as difficult as this, I'm not sure about the other candidates, but the students from the School of Mathematics will definitely score more than 90 points. Bruiser was not exaggerating. It was just that when Li Zixuan was teaching in the School of Mathematics, they were the most hardworking, the happiest, and the most effective. During that time, everyone was competing with each other and working hard to learn. Even the few students with the worst grades were considered to be above average among the 2,000 or so examinees now. In fact, this was indeed the case. Looking at the examinees in the other examination halls, no one could compare to the top students of the School of Mathematics. Most of them could not even compare to Cheng Chumo. This was where the difference in learning effects between self-study and the guidance of a great teacher was reflected. Phew! It's still considered smooth. He should be almost halfway done. Fortunately, there aren't any difficult questions. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish them in 4 hours. In examination hall number 51, Di Jixuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself. The difficulty of this set of exam papers was just right for him. Although he did not have a firm grasp of many of the knowledge points and could not remember clearly, he could still recall them if he spent some time thinking about it. After stumbling along the way, he finally finished half of the exam questions in 2 hours. Gradually, as time passed, the afternoon mathematics exam gradually came to an end. Di Jixuan finally solved the last question. Almost out of habit, he first looked at the score of this question. When he saw it, he was immediately stunned. Damn it! This question is actually worth 20 points?
Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have fought so hard with that equation in front of me.
20 points. My 20 points. Di Jixuan wailed crazily in his heart because there were less than 15 minutes left before the end of the exam. He felt that it was simply impossible to solve the last question in such a short time. Di Jixuan, who was dejected, glanced at the last question with the mentality of, so be it. Then he was stunned again. Oh, God. This question. He saw that the question said, one day, Xiaoming went to buy onions and asked the shop owner how much they cost per caddy. The shop owner said that the price was 10 copper coins per caddy, and the price was 1,000 copper coins per caddy. Xiaoming then asked the shop owner if he could sell the white onions and the green onions separately. The shop owner said that the white onions were 7 copper coins per caddy, and the green onions were 3 copper coins per caddy. In the end, Xiaoming bought 25 caddies of the white onions and 25 caddies of the green onions. In the end, 50 times 7 for the white onions was 350 copper coins, and 50 times 3 for the green onions was 150 copper coins, which added up to 500 copper coins. Xiaoming gave the shop owner 500 copper coins and left. Why do you think this is?
The reason why Di Jixuan was so shocked was that the content of the note given to him by the man in black was exactly the same as this question.
There was even an answer on the note. At that time, he thought that the question was very interesting and the answer was very unexpected. Who knew that he would encounter the exact same question during the exam? Was there anything more bizarre than this? There is not much time left. Write down the answer first, and we will talk about the rest later. Seeing that there were people handing in their test papers in the classroom, Di Jixuan had no time to think about other things. He quickly wrote down the answers that he had seen before on the test paper. After he finished writing, he even had time to check it again. Logically speaking, if he hadn't seen the correct answer before, it was absolutely impossible for him to write it down in such a short time. Oh! Who on earth gave me the question and the answer on purpose? Who has such a great ability? This is the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. Seeing that it was not time to hand in the paper, Di Jixuan began to analyze the background of the man in black. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of who had such a great ability to get the question. Inadvertently, he glanced at the top of the paper and saw the words, Author, Xiaofan. His eyes instantly lit up, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. Damn it! Could it be that little brother? Oh no, it should be Yamacho. Could it be that Yamacho asked someone to give me the question and the answer? Damn it! What a good person. Yamacho is really a good person. Di Jixuan sighed in his heart. He didn't feel guilty about cheating because in his mind, it was the Yamacho of Yanhuang College who asked him to cheat. Why should he feel guilty? Chapter 674. More than 2 hours ago, in the Sweet Dew Hall. Duguexen, how's the thing I asked you to do going? Li Er asked faintly. Duguexen cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I've already asked someone to personally deliver that piece of paper to Di Jixuan, and I saw him open it with my own eyes. Li Er nodded and said, Not bad. This question is worth 20 points, and mathematics takes up 50% of the weight of the entire exam. In other words, I've increased Di Jixuan's total score by 10 points. Now he should have no problem getting into Yanhuang College, right? Duguexen sweated profusely. In the past, he would never have thought that Li Er would do such a boring thing, but now that things had come to this, he could only accept the reality. Hearing Li Er's question, he hurriedly replied, I've heard that the 5th son of Secretary D has been extraordinarily intelligent since he was young. Under Secretary D's urging, he was already familiar with the classics and history when he was 8 years old. I'm sure the entrance exam of Yanhuang College won't be a problem for him. Now that he has Your Majesty's help, he'll definitely get in. When Li Er heard that, His face instantly revealed an expression of, "My evil scheme has succeeded." He chuckled and said, "Heh. Now Di Xiaoshu still has the face to say that engineering is a miscellaneous subject, right? Now his own son is also involved. Is this still the wise and mighty Tang Emperor who doesn't show his emotions on his face?" Dugu Xian was a little dumbfounded. Li Zishuan used the questions and answers given by Li Er to help Di Jishuan cheat. This kind of strange and illogical thing, Li Zishuan, the person involved, would never have thought of it. At this time, he didn't have time to care about this, because the entrance exam of Yanhuang College had already ended. He let the examinees go back to rest first. The day after tomorrow, the college would release the results on time. The students who passed the exam would need to attend the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College in the afternoon. After that, they would have 2 days off to prepare for the admission. Of course, this arrangement also meant that all the teachers in the academy would be in a race against time to mark the papers. They would not have a moment of leisure. In order to ensure absolute fairness and impartiality, the grading of the papers needed to be done. After that, Li Zishuan distributed the papers for the classics and moral test to the teachers of the economics department and the geography department. The papers for the mathematics department were distributed to the teachers of the mathematics department, the physics department, and the chemistry department. As for the answers and grading standards, Li Zishuan had already asked each of them to copy a copy. There shouldn't be any problems with grading the papers according to the answers and grading standards, right? Moreover, after marking the test papers, there would be someone to check them again. If there were any objections, they would be handed over to Li Zishuan to judge them personally. In this way, the probability of misjudgment would be minimized. Gentlemen, there are a total of more than 4,000 test papers this time, but we only have 1 day and 2 nights. The task is very important, but there is no other way. The academy has a very important task at the back. We have to start school as soon as possible, so I'll have to trouble you. Furthermore, before I finish marking the papers, I will be busy with all of you at the academy. Let's start working now. Group leaders of each department, pay attention to the distribution of work. In the conference room, more than 70 classrooms were gathered together. Li Zishuan looked at them and said in a clear voice. More than 4,000 test papers corresponded to more than 70 people. The workload of each person was quite large. No wonder Li Zishuan was so serious about sharing the joys and sorrows with them. Yes. Yamacho. The 5 group leaders of Yanhuang College's 5 major departments answered in unison. The rest of the teachers also puffed out their chests and showed a firm expression. Most of them were attracted by Yanhuang College's generous treatment at the beginning. They were not optimistic about the future of this civilian academy. However, after seeing so many students coming to Yanhuang College's examination today, a sense of pride and responsibility rose in their hearts. Everyone had dreams. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves and leave a mark for generations to come. Li Zishuan waved his hand, and the teachers of the academy immediately went into a busy state. They had to work for a while before the sky turned dark. After all, there were so many of them at night, and they could not mark the papers together because the candlelight was too weak. On the other hand, after Di Xiaoshu finished his examination, he had been wondering if he should go home. He had been fooling around in the academy. In the end, a follower of the school of Mo in the academy could not stand it anymore and asked him why he was fooling around in the academy. Of course, that was not his original words. Only then did Di Jishuan leave the academy unhappily. Looking in the direction of Chang'an, Di Jishuan's expression changed. After some time he said tragically, "I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. What will come will come. Go back. If the old man wants to deal with me, let him deal with me." After saying that, he strode forward as if he was going to the execution ground. Under the setting sun, his shadow was elongated, and he looked a little sad. 45 minutes later, he finally entered Chang'an City. He encouraged himself and then walked in the direction of the Di family. After a while, the Di family's residence appeared in front of him. Di Jishuan did not hesitate and walked directly to the gate of the Di family's residence. Young master! Young master! The scene where the guards of the Di residence would swarm him and hand him over to his father did not happen. They only greeted Di Jishuan and then continued to observe and listen to the surroundings. It was as if they did not know that Di Jishuan had sneaked out of the residence today. Where is my father now? Di Jixuan asked calmly. Since he had decided to go home, he had to face the anger of the old man. Besides, if the old man really wanted to do something to him, he could run away. At worst, he could run to Yanhuang College. He believed that with his performance in the exam, it would not be a problem for him to enter Yanhuang College. Old master is in the backyard. A gatekeeper bowed and answered. Oh, I know. Di Jixuan waved his hand and walked to the backyard. When he entered the backyard, he saw Di Xiaoshu playing chess alone under the pavilion. Was this the legendary game with him? Jixuan, you're back? Come here. Just when Di Jixuan was hesitating, Di Xiaoshu, who was playing chess in the pavilion, suddenly called out. Di Jixuan hurriedly replied. Ah, father, I'm back. Di Xiaoshu asked meaningfully, how was the exam today? Hearing this, Di Jixuan felt strange. Logically speaking, his father should have beaten him up at this time. Why was he still chatting amiably with his father? Chapter 675. In the backyard of the Di residence. Cough, cough. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked out to take the exam. Di Jixuan felt that something was wrong with Di Xiaoshu's question. He guessed that his father was pretending to be weak on purpose, waiting for him to get carried away before giving him a fatal blow. Therefore, Di Jixuan didn't act rashly at this time. Instead, he admitted his mistake very cautiously. Di Xiaoshu frowned. If it was any other time, he would definitely hit him. However, the warning that Li Er gave him in the morning still rang in his ears. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, Let's not talk about this first. This old man wants to know how you did on the exam today. Di Jixuan couldn't understand his father's meaning. He pondered for a moment and said, I didn't prepare well for the exam this time, so I didn't do very well on the exam. In his mind, his father didn't like him studying mathematics. If he told him that he did very well on the exam, wouldn't he be waiting for a beating? However, he was destined to miscalculate this time. When Di Xiaoshu heard that his son didn't do well on the exam, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Didn't that mean that he couldn't get into Yanhuang College? In that case, wouldn't the agreement that Li Er made with him in the morning be invalid? Then what did he have to worry about? Thinking of this, Di Xiaoshu immediately changed his expression and said loudly, Unfilial son. This old man repeatedly ordered you not to go out in these 3 days. In the end, you turned a deaf ear and insisted on doing things your own way. You actually took advantage of this old man's morning court to secretly run away from home and go to Yanhuang College to take the entrance exam. How preposterous. Housekeeper, quickly take out the family law. Di Jixuan was shocked. He stared in shock and said, No, father. Father, didn't you just say that you wouldn't pursue the matter of me leaving the residence without permission? How can you go back on your words? Di Xiaoshu snorted and said, When did this old man say that I wouldn't pursue the matter? Housekeeper, what are you waiting for? Quickly take out the family law. Bastard. You little brat. How dare you run away? Men, arrest him for this old man. Gonlu Palace. This son pays his respects to the emperor. When Li Er heard this, he put down the memorial in his hand and looked up with a smile. Chengqian is here. Have a seat. I called you here because I have something to tell you. Li Chengqian gave his thanks and walked to the side to sit on the embroidered stool that the chamberlain had brought over. Then, he looked towards Li Er and cupped his hands, asking, Does Imperial Father have any orders for this son? I will do my best. Li Er waved his hand and said, It's not a big deal. Chengqian, have you heard about the big exam at Yanhuang College today? Li Chengqian didn't understand why Li Er would suddenly ask about this. He could only answer honestly, Of course I know about this. I'm afraid that there aren't many in the entire Chang'an city who don't know about this. Li Er nodded. A moment later he said, We actually ran into Di Xiaoshu in the academy today. At that time, he was causing havoc in Yanhuang College. Li Chengqian asked curiously, Secretary Di? As far as I know, Secretary Di has never had any conflicts with Yanhuang College. Why would he go and wreak havoc in the Yanhuang Academy today? Li Er said with a gloomy expression, He didn't have any conflicts with Yanhuang College in the past, but today, his youngest son secretly went behind his back to participate in Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Di Xiaoshu discovered that his son was missing after the morning court assembly, so he went to Yanhuang College to ask for him. Although Secretary Di loves his son dearly, this will definitely affect the other examinees. I don't think it's appropriate. Li Chengqian thought for a moment and cupped his hands. Humph. He loves his son dearly? Li Er snorted in dissatisfaction and continued, we can put Qin Ke and Kur in Yanhuang College. Don't tell me I don't love my son dearly? Is Di Xiaoshu's son more precious than our son? We see that some people only know how to cling to the prejudice of their sex, and there are many such people. We didn't want Yanhuang College to develop so quickly, but now it seems. Li Chengqian's expression turned serious. He quickly stood up and said, Father, what do you want me to do? I will do my best. This was what it meant to fight a tiger with brothers, father and son soldiers. Before Li Er finished speaking, Li Chengqian roughly understood what Li Er meant. Li Er saw this and couldn't help but smile. Good. Actually, we wanted to let Yanhuang College slowly develop, but no one expected the first batch of students to apply for Yanhuang College to be so many. This means that many people still recognize Li Zishuan's engineering skills. Since we have such a good foundation, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't make good use of it? As far as we know, Yanhuang College will release the results the day after tomorrow. When that time comes, we will officially start school. We plan to appoint you as a supervisor and enter Yanhuang College in the name of a supervisor. You will return to court a month later. Supervisor? Enter Yanhuang College? Li Chengqian was shocked when he heard this. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to Yanhuang College. Logically speaking, he should be the one who had the deepest relationship with Li Zishuan. Therefore, he should be the one who should go to Li Zishuan's Yanhuang College. However, Li Chengqian understood that as a country's heir, he couldn't go wherever he wanted. If he really went to Yanhuang College, there would definitely be many courtiers who would oppose it. Father, I'm afraid the courtiers won't. Li Chengqian hesitated. Li Er waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry. We are only sending you to supervise, not to enroll. We want to see who will oppose. Actually, things weren't as simple as Li Er said. The reason why he dared to do this was because several civil officials, led by Zhang Sun Wuji, had sent their juniors to Yanhuang College. This showed that in the conflict between the sects and the country's interests, there were still many people who were willing to follow Li Er. Li Er was naturally aware of this point. That was why he made this decision. Your son accepts the decree. Although he didn't know where his father's confidence came from, Li Chengqian still agreed. Then Chengqian, go back and prepare. Li Er picked up his teacup and said calmly. Li Chengqian knew that this meant that he should leave. However, he suddenly thought of something and said, Father, I heard that in the first month of Yanhuang College, they will train all the students, just like how they train the army. The person who will be in charge of the training is Duke Yi. Li Er nodded. And there is indeed such a thing. What about it? Qin Qiong had personally told him about this before. He thought about it then. Since there was no war in the Tang Empire, there was no need for Qin Qiong to go to the battlefield. Thus, he agreed on the spot. However, he didn't know why Li Chengqian mentioned this now. Chapter 676. Inside the Ganlu Hall. Li Chengqian cupped his hands and said, Father, I'm worried that with Qingque's constitution, she won't be able to withstand that kind of high-intensity training. However, the rules set by Xiao Xian can't be abolished because of him. Therefore, I want to use the name of supervising the studies to accompany Qin Ke to participate in the training. When the time comes, we can take care of each other. Hearing this, Li Er looked deeply at Li Chengqian. After a long time he said word by word, Approved. Li Chengqian bowed and said, Thank you, Father. Then I'll take my leave. Seeing that Li Er didn't object, Li Chengqian slowly left the hall. Li Er looked at Li Chengqian's back and an imperceptible gratification flashed through the corner of his eyes. He then heard him mutter, Brothers are harmonious, father is kind and son is filial. The golden age lasts forever. Chengqian has grown up. After a long time, he stood up and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. At the same time he thought to himself, when Yanhuang College was just being built, there were always many voices of opposition both inside and outside the court. I also constantly balanced the various forces. However, today, Li Zishuan has already built the academy. Moreover, the number of students who applied for Yanhuang College far exceeded everyone's expectations. Since that's the case, then I'll continue to add fuel to the fire and have Cheng Qian personally go to Yanhuang College. Let's see if those people can wake up a little. Although Di Xiaoshu's matter today made Li Er angry, it made him understand one thing more. There were more than one person like Di Xiaoshu in the court. There were many Di Xiaoshu in the court. They were sectarian and looked down on engineering. Normally, they wouldn't show this kind of contempt because of their own power. However, once it involved their own interests, they would unreservedly reveal the contempt in their bones and put it into action. Li Er had Li Chengqian go to the academy to express his attitude and show his support for Yanhuang College. Thinking about it, the country's heir had personally stayed at Yanhuang College. Who else would have a reason to dislike Yanhuang College? The next day, Li Zishuan woke up early. After eating the breakfast personally made by Han Yushi, he went straight to the academy. Last night, he stayed at the Yunshan residence. Because everyone in the academy was so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground, he couldn't return to Chang'an to enjoy life alone, right? If he really did that, the people's hearts might be scattered. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the gate of the Yanhuang Academy. He did not expect to meet the person he least wanted to meet. Ah, Yamacho, you're finally here. HH. You didn't even arrive earlier than me, and you still have the nerve to be a mountain chief? When Mo Lingwei saw Li Zishuan, she quickly walked over and greeted him with a smile. Of course, she only muttered the second half of her sentence softly and didn't say it out loud. However, she definitely didn't expect Li Zishuan to hear her word for word. This girl was wearing a lotus-colored gauze shirt today. Her waist-length hair was only gently tied up with a pink ribbon. She was really cute and charming. From afar, it seemed as if she was covered in mist. She really didn't belong to this world. What a pity. This girl is indeed good-looking, but she's a little unruly and difficult to deal with. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Heh, so it's the ink girl. What a coincidence. Li Zishuan pretended that he didn't hear the second half of Mo Lingwei's mocking words and chuckled. Hee. It's not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you here. Mo Lingwei blinked and smiled. Waiting for me? When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. He had a headache and said, Ink girl, I've told you before. Whether you can come to Yanhuang College or not, I can't make the decision. You should go and find your father. I have to go and mark the papers for the students. He thought for a moment and knew why Mo Lingwei was waiting for him. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away. Hey. Don't. Mo Lingwei opened her arms and blocked Li Zishuan's path. She said anxiously, I can help you mark the papers. As long as you help me convince my father, I'll mark as many papers as you want. Seeing this girl's bright and beautiful face full of sincerity, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask, Ink girl, why are you so determined to come to Yanhuang College to teach? Mo Lingwei was speechless for a moment. She wanted to say that she wanted to be as good as him, but when the words reached her mouth, they became, everyone in the Mo family went to Yanhuang College. I'm the only one left. I'm bored at home alone. I don't want to learn needlework because once I learn it, my father will definitely marry me off. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of reason is this? You want to be a teacher because you're bored at home? This, Ink girl, I understand your desire to become a teacher, but this matter is not up to me. I can't persuade your father, so you should let me in first. Otherwise, it won't be good if the results are delayed tomorrow. Li Zishuan spread his hands and said helplessly. But, I know how to do mathematics. Although it's not your new type of mathematics, I can learn it again. Let me tell you, in the Mo family, other than my father, I'm the best at mathematics. If you take me in, you'll have another capable person. Mo Lingwei widened her eyes and said unwillingly, Take me in? Li Zishuan's face was full of black lines. This brat is at it again. Doesn't she know how to watch her words? I didn't expect Ink Girl to be so knowledgeable. However, the college doesn't lack mathematics teachers. Although Li Zishuan was surprised by Mo Lingwei's mathematics standards, he was still unmoved. You! Mo Lingwei was so angry that she almost lost her temper. But in the end, she held it back and took 2 deep breaths. She smiled sweetly and said, Then I also know how to investigate matter. Force light, I know what these are and I also know how to use them. Didn't your physics class teach about these things? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but say, You even know these things? God knows how rare it is to meet a girl who knows physics in ancient times. Not to mention ancient times, even in modern times, more than half of the girls are not willing to learn physics. Mo Lingwei proudly raised her chin and snorted, Of course. I know a lot of things. If you take me in, I guarantee that you'll learn a lot. Hearing her say this, Li Zishuan was happy and subconsciously said, Then do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? Cough cough. However, after saying this, Li Zishuan immediately regretted it. Chapter 677. Miss, do you know how to drill wood to start a fire? This was a phrase that Li Zishuan often saw on the bullet screen on a certain live streaming platform in his previous life. As for the origin of this phrase, it should have been said by a live streamer in the Saber section while he was flirting with girls online. Later on, this phrase was developed by the big bosses in the bullet screen to extend its meaning. As for the specific extended meaning, it should be possible to guess with a little thought. After all, drilling wood to start a fire relied on friction to generate heat. But no matter what, it was inappropriate for Li Zishuan to use this phrase to tease Mo Lingwei. After all, she was still a virgin. If Li Zishuan's mischievous words really caused some scandal, it wouldn't be good. Drilling wood to start a fire? I don't know how to do that, but I know how to use ice to start a fire. Isn't that awesome? Of course, Mo Lingwei didn't know the hidden meaning of drilling wood to start a fire. She frowned and thought for a while, then smiled sweetly. Using ice to start a fire? Miss, do you really know how to use ice to start a fire? It was unknown when Yan Xiaoning had suddenly appeared behind Li Zishuan as he exclaimed. Unlike Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning, as the chief engineer of Yanhuang College, usually stayed at the college during this period of time. Even if he had to go home at night, he would come very early the next morning. Therefore, Yan Xiaoning definitely contributed a lot to the rapid construction of Yanhuang College. Of course. I'm not bragging. Who are you? Mo Lingwei said proudly, then looked at Yan Xiaoning and asked. Yan Xiaoning was about to say something, but Li Zishuan immediately interrupted him. Cough cough. Ink girl. Let me introduce you. This is the son of the famous Minister of Works, Minister Yan. Brother Xiaoning's achievements in landscape architecture are deeply taught by Minister Yan. Don't you think that Yanhuang College is very impressive? This is built by Brother Xiaoning himself. Isn't it amazing? Li Zishuan wouldn't let go of this opportunity since it was rare for someone to take the bullet for him. He praised Yan Xiaoning as if he was the only genius in the world. Mo Lingwei turned her head to look at Yanhuang College before shifting her gaze back to Yan Xiaoning. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Wah! Although you're a little ugly, you're pretty good. Compared to Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning's looks were indeed slightly inferior. However, Yan Xiaoning was definitely not ugly. You! Yan Xiaoning almost vomited blood when he heard that. No one liked being called ugly. If someone he knew said that to him, he would definitely retort. However, he did not know this girl in front of him. How could he have the nerve to retort? Moreover, he had to admit that this girl was quite pretty. Of course, our classmate Yan Xiaoning would never admit that the last one was the main reason. Cough cough cough. Xiaoning, this is the daughter of the Mo family's magnate. She's quite proficient in the Mo family's techniques. I think the two of you must have a lot in common. Well, you guys can chat first. I have to go in and grade the papers. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and introduced Mo Lingwei to Yan Xiaoning. Then, he used the cloud-piercing steps and disappeared instantly. What a joke. If he really wanted to run, there were not many people in Chang'an City who could stop him. Li Zishuan left rather confidently, but he left behind a man and a woman staring at each other with their big eyes. Ink girl, did you come to the academy for something? After a long awkward silence, Yan Xiaoning took the initiative to ask. Mo Lingwei seemed to have felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She bit her lips and said softly, there's something. But it's nothing much. Yan Xiaoning was confused. What did she mean? After a long while he said, we can't just stand here like this. Why don't I bring you to my office to take a look? You have an office? Mo Lingwei tilted her head and thought for a while before asking curiously. It wasn't like she hadn't been to Yanhuang College. Of course, she knew what an office was. It was because she knew that she was so surprised. Because in Yanhuang College, only teachers like her father who were team leaders and above had their own offices. She didn't expect Yan Xiaoning to have his own office in Yanhuang College at such a young age. Hey. Of course. Let's go, I'll bring you to take a look. Yan Xiaoning finally found something to be proud of in front of a beauty. He said proudly. His office was on the 9th floor to the left of the Guanghua building. On the right of the 10th floor was Li Zixuan's office. The left of the 10th floor was obviously reserved for Li Zixuan. After all, the left was the most respected at this time. They still had to give Li Zixuan some face. No. My father doesn't like me going to the college all the time. If he sees me, he'll definitely be unhappy. Mo Lingwei was about to follow Yan Xiaoning in when she suddenly thought of Mo Huai. Her expression instantly darkened as she angrily kicked the pebbles on the ground with the tip of her foot and said, "Why is that?" Yan Xiaoning, who had always been lacking in EQ, found it hard to understand. He was puzzled. "Isn't it because I'm a girl?" Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and said angrily. Yan Xiaoning seemed to have understood something. He thought for a while and said, "It's okay. Ink girl. Don't worry and go in. If Mr. Mo asks, I'll say that I invited you over to study how to drill wood to start a fire. To study how to use ice to start a fire." Yan Xiaoning made a slip of the tongue and almost said drilling wood to start a fire. Although he didn't know what the joke was, judging from Li Zixuan's embarrassed expression just now, these 4 words were obviously not as simple as they seemed. Hee. Okay. Then it's settled. I'll teach you how to use ice to start a fire. You'll have to help me explain it to my father. Okay? Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she instantly giggled happily. She was originally full of talent and knowledge, but Li Zixuan completely ignored her and avoided her like the plague. This made her angry and helpless. Now, it was rare for someone as good as Li Zixuan to acknowledge her and was even willing to help her persuade her father. Of course she was happy. Yan Xiaoning naturally agreed. Thus, the 2 young men and women who met for the first time didn't even exchange 20 sentences in total before they went to the office together. Yes, the office. Li Zixuan would never have thought that the engineering genius Yan Xiaoning, who had always had a negative EQ, would be so extraordinarily effective in flirting with girls even though his flirting method seemed clumsy. He had to admit that this was a true flirting expert. Chapter 678. Yamacho, is there a problem with the grading criteria? Li Zixuan had chatted with Mo Lingwei for a long time at the entrance of the academy. When he arrived at the academy, he found that the teachers of the academy had already begun grading the papers in the office. When he passed by the geography department's office, Tang Yu, who was inside, hurriedly ran out and asked. Li Zixuan paused and asked subconsciously, "What's the problem? Let me see." Tang Yu handed the paper in his hand to Li Zixuan and said, "This is the grading criteria for the moral character test. Yamacho, why did you specify that the scores for each choice are different? For example, in the first question, why did those who chose Chongzhou only get 1 point, Xiangzhou 2 points, Bingzhou 3 points, Luoyang 4 points, and Chang'an 5 points? Li Zixuan looked at Tang Yu strangely and answered matter-of-factly, "If a person only wants to be content with a small corner and doesn't dare to go to a big city to work hard and gain experience, why would our Yanhuang College want such a timid person?" Tang Yu was stunned, but he couldn't help but ask, But Yamacho, you said on the question that there is no right or wrong choice." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Yes, there is no right choice. So, no matter what they choose they will get a point." Tang Yu opened his mouth and said unhappily, "But the question also said that there is no right or wrong choice." Li Zixuan was speechless. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have grabbed Tang Yu and said to everyone, "Come on! There is an honest person here. Everyone come and bully him." Glancing into the office, Li Zixuan found that although many people were grading the papers on the surface, their eyes were always inadvertently glancing over. Obviously, Tang Yu was not the only honest person. He thought for a moment and said, "If I didn't write this in the question, how could the examinees answer the questions according to their true thoughts?" Tang Yu. He didn't know if he should curse in his heart. Not only Tang Yu, but all the teachers in the geography department's office were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Li Zixuan, a Yamacho, to be so shameless. But, Yamacho, aren't you lying? As a teacher, how can I set a bad example for my students? Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to leave, Tang Yu mustered up his courage and shouted. Li Zixuan paused. The teachers in the office held their breaths and couldn't help swallowing. They thought to themselves, Tang Yu is probably finished this time. How dare he talk to Yamacho like that? However, the reality was not as they had imagined. Li Zixuan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, if I don't lie to them, won't they lie to me on the test paper in order to get high marks? It's also a lie, but my lie is to prevent these thousands of students from lying. Mr. Tang, don't you think it's necessary for me to tell this lie? Hearing this, Tang Yu was speechless. Seeing that Tang Yu had nothing to say, Li Zixuan smiled and turned to leave. In fact, this guy himself somewhat admired what he had just said. The reason was very strong, so strong that no one could refute it. At the same time, in the imperial court of Taiji Palace. Obviously, the morning court had been going on for some time. At this time, Li Er looked at the ministers and said lightly, Yanhuang College has just opened. I want to appoint the Crown Prince as the superintendent. In the name of the superintendent, I will inspect Yanhuang College for a month. What do you think? His tone was rather flat, but the content was not flat at all. When the ministers in the hall heard this, they immediately burst into an uproar, whispering to each other in private. Only Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling and a few others remained expressionless. Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate. Minister Cui Shanyu of the Honglu Temple stepped forward and bowed to Li Er. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, What's inappropriate? Hearing that Li Er's tone was a little unfriendly, Cui Shanyu trembled and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, he still forced himself to say, The Crown Prince is the heir of a country, but Yanhuang College is a place to teach engineering. I'm afraid this will shake people's hearts. Li Er's face was gloomy and said, Then tell me whose heart did I shake? This. Cui Shanyu was suddenly speechless. The ministers in the hall were suddenly silent. At this time, they understood that Li Er did not come with good intentions today. The matter of sending Li Changqian to the Yanhuang Academy was more of a notice than a discussion between Li Er and them. This was because there seemed to be no room for discussion. You won't say? Then I'll say it for you. Seeing that Cui Shanyu lowered his head and did not dare to speak, Li Er suddenly stood up and pointed at Cui Shanyu, saying, You said my actions will shake people's hearts. I guess you think I'm shaking the roots of Confucianism, shaking the foundations of the aristocratic families. Cough cough. Let's not talk about gays. Old Li has committed a taboo. I've already said in the court that as long as it's useful to my Tang dynasty and can make my Tang dynasty stronger, I'm willing to accept it. I have no intention of stirring up a dispute between schools of thought. Confucianism has always been orthodox. In comparison, engineering is only a tool to make the country stronger. I'm letting Chengqian go to Yanhuang College to let him go to the sword of the world that is engineering, so that he can fully use it in the future to make my Tang dynasty stronger. However, some of you keep thinking that I'm shaking the foundations of Confucianism. Do you understand that first there is the country, then there will be Confucianism and engineering? Cui Shanyu, you're my minister first, then you're a disciple of Confucianism. If there comes a day when the Tang dynasty is weak and falls into the hands of other races, where can Confucianism spread? Don't tell me you want us to be the dogs of other races that enslave us Han people. These familiar words were basically used by Li Er to reprimand Di Xiaoshu yesterday. Today, Di Xiaoshu did not come because Li Er punished him to reflect on his mistakes in isolation for a month. Otherwise, Old Man Di would definitely find it very familiar. This old minister does not dare. Di Xiaoshu might have heard these words, but Cui Shanyu had not. All the ministers in the court had not heard of it either. Therefore, when Li Er said these harsh words, the entire court was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Cui Shanyu was sweating profusely as he bowed and asked for forgiveness. This subject is terrified. The other ministers also cupped their hands and said. Li Er snorted and waved his sleeves, saying, I've decided. Chengqian will prepare to supervise Yanhuang College starting tomorrow and return to court in a month. This subject obeys the decree. Li Chengqian bowed and said, Dear ministers, if you have something to report, Court is dismissed. Li Er said coldly. Everyone saw that he was unhappy. Moreover, in today's morning court, the head of the civil officials, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others did not say anything. They did not dare to persuade him anymore and could only give up. Court is dismissed. Seeing this, the eunuch holding the brush sensibly called out. All the ministers bowed and saluted. Li Er waved his hand and turned to leave. Chapter 679. The news of Li Er allowing Li Changqian to stay in Yanhuang College for a month caused quite a stir among the upper echelons of Tang dynasty. After all, the crown prince was the heir to the throne. His actions would directly affect the future direction of the empire. Didn't they, as officials, want to confer titles to their wives and children to ensure that their families would continue to prosper? If they couldn't grasp the thoughts of the emperor and grasp the future direction of the imperial court, then their families might fall behind or even be pushed out of the imperial court. Thus, after the morning assembly, many people gathered at Zhang Sun Wuji's house. Old Master, Assistant Minister He from the Ministry of Personnel, Assistant Minister Yuan from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Junior Supervisor Huang from the Ministry of Secretaries, and Assistant Minister Zhang from the Taifu Temple are outside the residence seeking an audience. In the Duke Zhao residence, a middle-aged man who looked like a servant came to the study and reported with a bow. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. After pondering for a moment he said, "Don't see them. Tell them that I'm tired and ask them to return to their own duties. Don't let down the emperor's trust in them and don't become the emperor's stumbling block." "Yes, old master." The servant bowed and received the order before slowly retreating. "Father, why did you?" After the servant left, Zhang Sun Chong couldn't help but ask. Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand and interrupted, "You don't have to care about this. Chong, let father ask you, how do you feel about the Yanhuang College examination this time? Do you have the confidence to pass?" Zhang Sun Chong was taken aback. With an embarrassed expression, he said weakly, "Father, I'm confident that I can get full marks for this examination. However, I'm not sure about the moral character test and mathematics test. Now, I don't know the correct answer, so I don't dare to say that I have the confidence to pass the examination to Yanhuang College." Moral character test? This was something that was mentioned on Datong Daily before. Thus, Zhang Sun Wuji had some impression of it. He frowned and said, "What's there to be uncertain about? Don't tell me you're afraid that Li Zishuan won't be able to pass with your character? Tell father, what questions are there?" "Yes, father." Zhang Sun Chong made a sound of agreement. Then he recalled a little and said, "I remember that the moral character test question said that there was no right or wrong, good or bad choices in all the questions. Please choose according to your own real situation. Even so, I had my doubts at the time. The first question should be like this. Which city do you think you would prefer to live in? A. Chongzhou B, Shangzhou C, Bingzhou D, Luoyang E, Chang'an." Zhang Sun Wuji's frown deepened. Even though he was well-versed in history and had read through all the weird questions in the various dynasties, he had never seen such a weird question before. "Chong'er, what did you choose?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Sun Wuji asked. "I've lived in Chang'an since I was young. Of course I'd choose Chang'an." Zhang Sun Chong said matter-of-factly. "Zhang Sun Wuji. Then tell me about the second question." Zhang Sun Chong nodded and said, "The second question is, if you could become one of the following creatures, which one would you like to be? A. Cat B, Horse C, Elephant D, Monkey E, Dog F, Tiger." Back then, I chose Tiger because the first few choices were too unbearable. Zhang Sun Wuji was enlightened and said, "I understand now. That question said that all the choices are not good or bad, right or wrong. It's all bullshit. Li Zishuan, this brat, is brilliant. He's testing your hearts. He wants all of you to put down your guard so that you can show your truest side to him. Then, he can choose the person he wants from among you. I've underestimated this person." "Then, father, is there any problem with my choice?" Hearing how terrifying his father's words were, Zhang Sun Chong took in a deep breath of cold air and quickly asked. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Based on your nature, it's definitely not a problem for you to pass this moral test. I'm just a little surprised. Li Zishuan's temperament, methods, martial arts, and abilities are all the most outstanding in your generation. Such a person, you can either be friends with him or be enemies with him. Then, you must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I'm old, which one of you can be his opponent? Zhang Sun Chong's heart trembled. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to say another word. Suddenly, Zhang Sun Wuji smiled and said, I didn't say that I have to be enemies with him. When you go to Yanhuang College, see if you can get along well with him. It'll be good if you can, but it's fine if you can't. Our Zhang Sun family has no reason to be afraid of him. It's just that the current emperor's thoughts are always on that kid. Now that times have changed, it might not be a bad thing for you to get in touch with engineering. Besides, the Crown Prince and Prince Wei are also in Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong clasped his hands and said, Yes, father. I understand. Go and do your work. Zhang Sun Wuji said indifferently. Zhang Sun Chong responded and left the study room, leaving Zhang Sun Wuji alone with his eyes closed. To a certain extent, Zhang Sun Wuji was definitely not a defender of Confucianism. He only cared about his own interests. As for which school was the orthodox, he didn't care at all. He was a pure egoist. Thus, when he noticed that Li Er had the intention to raise the status of engineering in Yanhuang College, Zhang Sun Wuji didn't hesitate to throw out his olive branch and send his son to Yanhuang College. This was the foresight of an old fox. When the other court officials reacted, Zhang Sun Wuji had already walked further and further away from the path of treason. Furthermore, he benefited greatly from it. He would forever be the man who ate the fish head and body. As for the fishtail, it was naturally left for those short-sighted people to eat. Brother Crown Prince, I heard that you are also going to Yanhuang College? Eastern Palace. Li Chongqian had just returned from the morning assembly and rested for a short while when Changle came to his door and asked, Yo, Changle, when did you start to care about court politics? You got the news so quickly? Li Chongqian couldn't help but rub his sister's head and laugh. Changle slapped Li Chongqian's hand away and said unhappily, Changle doesn't care about court politics. That's your men's business. I only heard that Brother Crown Prince is also going to Yanhuang College, so I came to ask. Oh. Li Chongqian replied with an oh. Then, he smiled and explained, You can't say that I'm going to Yanhuang College. After all, I have to return to the palace in a month. I can't stay in Yanhuang College forever like Chinkage. So that's the case. Changle suddenly understood. Then, the little girl said with some worry, But if that's the case, Changle will be left alone in the palace. It's so boring. P.S. Not included in total word count looking for subscriptions, looking for monthly votes. My brothers all said that the updates these 2 days weren't good. Actually, the subscriptions are the worst. Looking at the rapid drop in subscriptions every day, it's already not easy for swordsmen to still be able to update 3 or 4 times a day. In the past, they would always update 2 times a day. So, friends who read pirated versions, please come back and subscribe. It's just a few cents. Everyone's support is the motivation for swordsmen to work hard to update. Thank you. Chapter 680. In the East Palace. Li Chengqian couldn't bear to see Changle's pitiful look. Besides, what she said was indeed reasonable. Now that he, Li Tai, and Li Ku had all gone to Yanhuang College, there were basically no people of the same age who could play with Changle in the palace. So he thought for a while and said, Yanhuang Academy will have a military training next month. Father must like it very much. Changle, you can ask father to take you along to have fun. Won't that be enough? Hearing this, Changle's eyes suddenly curved into small crescents. She nodded happily and said, Yes, yes, thank you, Brother Crown Prince. After saying that, the little girl turned and left. Li Chongqian looked at Changle's back and pinched his chin thoughtfully. Crown Prince is going to live in Yanhuang College? In the D Mansion. It was almost noon when Di Xiaoshu, who was thinking about his mistakes behind closed doors at home, received the news. He muttered to himself alone under the pavilion in the courtyard. It's getting harder and harder to guess His Majesty's thoughts now. If Crown Prince really goes to Yanhuang College, then the status of engineering and Yanhuang College. Thinking of this, Di Xiaoshu ordered in a low voice, Let Jishuan come here. Yes, master. The servant next to him hurriedly bowed and received the order. About a quarter of an hour later, Di Jishuan came over sleepily. Oh, father, I heard that you called me?
Di Zhishuan said listlessly. Di Xiaoshu, who was about to get down to business, couldn't help but frown when he saw his son like this. He said, "What time is it now? Did you just get up?" Anyway, he had just been beaten up yesterday, so now Di Zhishuan was even more thick-skinned. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water and said, "Father, you don't let me go out. What can I do now except sleep at home?" He had planned to go to Yanhuang College tomorrow to see the results, but Di Xiaoshu had just been grounded by Li Er yesterday. After knowing that this bastard of a son still had such thoughts, he immediately added 2 more days of confinement to Di Zhishuan. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why he woke up so late. It was because he had stayed up all night reading novels. Di Zhishuan had been preparing for the exam of Yanhuang College for the past 2 months, so he had put aside the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality that he had been reading. After the exam yesterday, of course, he would take out the mortal that he had been keeping for so long and continue reading. In the end, Di Zhishuan was completely dumbfounded when he saw it. F***CK. What the hell is with 15 pages of mortal in every issue of the newspaper? Is this Leather Knight crazy? He then glanced at the other issues of the newspaper. In the end, each issue had 15 chapters. After more than 2 months, he had accumulated nearly 1,000 chapters. 1,000 chapters. At that moment, Di Zhishuan felt that he was going crazy. He was so happy that he even forgot that he had been beaten up. He immediately immersed himself in the world of mortals. The candlelight in the side room of the rear courtyard of the Di residence had been lit for the entire night. It wasn't that Di Zhishuan didn't want to sleep. He was also sleepy. However, mortals was getting more and more exciting as it went on. He couldn't bear to sleep at all. It wasn't until dawn that he couldn't take it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. Even so, Di Zhishuan still had more than 800 chapters to read. Don't compare the speed of most modern people to the ancients. Modern ebooks turn pages very quickly. The ancients definitely couldn't compare with the speed of reading. At this moment, when he heard Di Zhishuan's words, Di Xiaoshu was suddenly speechless. He pointed at his unfilial son and was so angry that he couldn't say a word for a long time. After a while, old man Di calmed down and directly talked about business. "I called you here to ask you if you really don't have the confidence to get into Yanhuang College?" Di Zhishuan was stunned and thought, "Why is it this question again? Could it be that my father wants to find an excuse to beat me up again? I won't give him a chance. Father, I was afraid that you would be angry yesterday, so I deliberately said that I didn't do well in the exam. Actually, I did quite well this time." Di Zhishuan was thinking that he was beaten up yesterday when he said that he didn't do well in the exam. So if he said that he did well today, he wouldn't be beaten up, right? If he was beaten up again, then he could only say that his father was deliberately targeting him. "What? You said that you did well in the exam this time? That means that you are very likely to get into Yanhuang College?" Di Xiaoshu's expression changed drastically when he heard this. It wasn't that he became gloomy, but that he became extremely complicated. There was shock, excitement, and even a trace of fear. Anyway, as long as Di Zhishuan could remember, he had never seen his father show so many expressions on his face at the same time. "Yes." "Father, what's wrong?" Di Zhishuan took 2 steps back and kept a safe distance from Di Xiaoshu. Then, he asked in confusion. "Phew. Sun-er. Well, I shouldn't have punished you yesterday. Since you are now confident that you can get into Yanhuang College, then you should prepare well." Di Xiaoshu's expression changed. In the end, he became a kind and gentle father as he smiled gently at Di Zhishuan. However, this Sun-er scared Di Zhishuan quite a bit. He shook his head and secretly pinched his thigh. After confirming that he wasn't in a dream, Di Zhishuan asked in confusion, "Father, what do you want me to prepare?" Di Xiaoshu. "Prepare to enter the college, of course." Di Zhishuan widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Father, didn't you say that you didn't want me to go to Yanhuang College?" Di Xiaoshu's face immediately became a little unnatural. He stroked his beard and said, "Father has thought it through. Since Sun-er wants to go to Yanhuang College so much, Father will fulfill your wish. It's not impossible for you to study mathematics and become an official in the future." Di Zhishuan turned around and looked at the sun in the sky. Di Xiaoshu was puzzled and asked, "Sun-er, what are you looking at?" Di Zhishuan swallowed and said,
I've already confirmed that I'm not dreaming, so I want to see if the sun rises from the west today. You. Di Xiaoshu was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He almost scolded him as an unfilial son again, but he forced himself not to say those 2 words. Di Jishuan said awkwardly, "Cough, cough, cough. Father, don't be angry. I'm just joking." Di Xiaoshu glared at his son. Suddenly, he remembered something and said quickly, "All right, son. Don't tell anyone about the punishment I gave you yesterday. This old man will tell the servants later. Do you understand?" "Why?" Di Jishuan naturally wouldn't tell anyone about this embarrassing incident, but he was still a little curious as to why his father would specifically tell him about it. Di Xiaoshu pursed his lips and pondered for a while. Then he said, "Don't wash your dirty linen in public." Chapter 681. Yanhuang College. Noon. Mr. Yan, how's the progress of grading the various departments' papers? Can you finish all of them before nightfall? In the conference room, Li Zishuan asked while eating. He had long forgotten about not talking while eating and sleeping. "Oh, probably less than 50%. I think I can finish it before nightfall if I hurry up." Yen Silu was not as rude as Li Zishuan. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he spoke unhurriedly. The busiest people in the morning were Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, Su Hongji, Xiao Diyan, and Mo Huai, who were eating in the conference room. Not only did they have to grade the papers themselves, but they also had to do a good job of coordinating and directing in order to maximize efficiency. They could not even spare time for lunch. It was Mo Zhong and Mo Yun who helped them bring the food back from the cafeteria. However, Li Zishuan was a little too much. The food he ate was specially cooked for him by Han Yushi. Naturally, it was not comparable to the big pot of rice in the cafeteria. The tempting color and rich aroma made even Li Gang unable to resist picking up a few pieces with his chopsticks. Well, this speed is not good. Not only do we have to finish grading the papers today, but we also have to tally all the students' results. Then, the workshop can rush the list overnight. How about this? I'll hurry up in the afternoon. Mr. Yen, take a look at which department has the most papers backlogged. When the time comes, you can send some of them to me. Li Zishuan thought about it and felt that it was still too slow. Thus, he said to Yen Silu. Obviously, this guy was ready to cheat. He spent most of the morning assigning tasks to the various departments. But now, he felt that it would be better to hand over the command to Li Gang and Yen Silu, and go down to the underground to cheat himself. With his speed, he could do the work of 10 people. Yen Silu was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. Haha. I'm old. I'm not as energetic as a young man like you. But don't force yourself. Your health is the most important. At this moment, Li Gang said with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I know what I'm doing. What? The Crown Prince is also coming to Yanhuang College? After lunch, Li Zishuan didn't take a break. He went back to his office with the stack of test papers that Yen Silu gave him. As for why he didn't grade with the other teachers, it was entirely because he was afraid that his abnormal grading speed would frighten others. After a while, Pang Feiji walked in quietly and told him a very important piece of news. Yes, Lord Ju. This happened in the morning court. Anyone in Chong, and who is slightly well-informed knows about it. Pang Feiji bowed and replied. Li Zishuan stopped writing and frowned. After a while he said, Okay, I got it. Feiji, you can go and do your work. This subordinate will take his leave. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and slowly left. In the office, Li Zishuan rubbed his head. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. He muttered, The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Is Old Li helping me, or is he purposely causing trouble? How are you? Are you confident about this exam? I heard that Yanhuang College had more than 2,000 examinees taking the exam yesterday. South of Chong and City, Gi Lane, Meng family's courtyard. Mother Meng saw that Meng Wenhao didn't seem worried at all. He was even helping Yaya modify the scooter that they bought from the workshop. She couldn't help but ask. Meng Wenhao patted his little sister's head, then turned to his mother and said, Mother, I've never worried about whether or not I can pass the exam. I'm only thinking about my ranking this time. Although there were a lot of examinees yesterday, The questions set by Mr. Meng gave me a huge advantage. Mother, you don't have to worry anymore. Meng Wenhao had been working as an accountant for more than a month at Minister Hu's house. He had earned a lot of money, so the Meng family's situation had improved a lot. That was why Yaya had a scooter to play with. However, because of Hu Qingwan, Meng Wenhao still persuaded his mother, who had been working at Minister Hu's house, to leave the Hu family. In his opinion, since he wasn't interested in Hu Qingwan, he shouldn't provoke her and cause her to think about him. In the end, it would be even more hurtful to her. But how, you didn't have much time to revise for the past 2 months. Now that you've left the Imperial College, if you still can't get into Yanhuang College, then you'll have no way out. As the saying goes, one's mind is clouded by concern. Thinking of Meng Wenhao's previous revision time and current situation, Mother Meng was still very worried. Meng Wenhao smiled slightly and very patiently comforted her. Mother! Although I worked at Minister Hu's house for more than a month and helped out at the college for more than 10 days, I didn't fall behind in my homework. You don't have to worry anymore. Tomorrow, the college will release the results. Just wait and see. Your son will definitely win glory for you and father. Mother Meng calmed down a lot when she saw her son being so confident. She smiled and said, as long as you can get in, it's fine. At first, I thought that Yanhuang College was a rundown college that no one wanted to go to. I didn't expect it to be so popular today. Not only did all the scholars in the Tang dynasty come, but I also heard that the sons of Wei Wang, Han Wang, Duke Zhao, and Master Feng all went to take the exam yesterday. My Hauer has good taste. Meng Wenhao heard this and laughed. Mother, you don't have to believe me, but you can't not believe Mr. Li. He has always been a person who is good at creating miracles. Mother Meng thought seriously and said after a while, that's true. Mr. Li is really an amazing person. Brother is also amazing. Brother is the best. Yaya, who was next to Meng Wenhao, laughed happily. Haha. Our Yaya is also very good. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but pinch his sister's face and smile knowingly. The results of Yanhuang College's entrance exam this time could be said to be highly anticipated. After the exam yesterday, the examinees from all over the country went to Ping Kong Lane to indulge themselves. Naturally, it was inevitable that they would hear from the brothel girls about this year's August 15th, when there was a full moon night and thousands of girls in Ping Kong Lane were chasing the heavenly fairy. As a result, many scholars worshipped the legendary Yamacho of Yanhuang College and looked forward to the release of the results of Yanhuang College tomorrow. The most direct manifestation of this was that the streets, restaurants, and tea houses of Chong were all talking about yesterday's exam. Many people were arguing endlessly about the answers to some of the exam questions. It was very lively. Chapter 682. Yanhuang College, which was the center of the topic, was busy at the moment. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun had been going in and out of Li Zishuan's office several times. One of the brothers specifically went downstairs to help Li Zishuan pick up the test papers, while the other went upstairs to take down the test papers that Li Zishuan had already marked. With such speed, Yen Silu, Li Gang, and the others had already been shocked to the point of numbness. At first, they did suspect that Li Zishuan's speed was so fast that there must be a lot of mistakes. But after Li Gang and Yen Silu jointly checked more than a dozen test papers and didn't find a single mistake, they were completely convinced. They could only classify Li Zishuan as an inhuman. After the other teachers of the various departments heard the news, their admiration for Li Zishuan couldn't be any higher. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Zishuan finished marking the test papers on his desk, but Mo Zhong didn't send in any new test papers. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Mo Zhong smiled and said, "Yamacho, Mr. Li Gang said that all the test papers have been marked. He said that if you're done here, please go down and count the results together." Li Zishuan said in surprise, "Finished so soon? Okay, I'll go down now." After saying that, he tidied up the test papers. Mo Zhong was very perceptive and came over to help take them away, evil bureaucracy, and the few of them went downstairs. Remove the name stickers and let the teachers of the various departments start counting the scores. Remember to bring the exam number of each student. After counting, send it to the mathematics department and let the teachers convert the total score of each student into a 100-point system according to the proportion of each subject's score. Finally, send the final result to me. After going downstairs and making sure that all the test papers had been marked, Li Zishuan ordered, There were more than 2,000 students participating in the entrance exam this time, and it was inevitable that there would be many people with the same name. At this time, many people began to admire Li Zishuan's exam number system. Otherwise, it would be a mess now. Okay. This won't take much time, Yen Silu said with a smile. Li Zishuan felt that there was no need for him to help with such a small and delicate task, so he took the opportunity to go out and get some fresh air. The previous heavy workload made him feel a little tired. There were still too few talents in the academy. Yamacho, the scores of all the students have been tabulated. 2 hours later, Mo Zhong came over and said in a low voice, I'll go and take a look. Li Zishuan nodded lightly and walked towards Guanghua Building. When Li Zishuan was still a dozen steps away from the conference room, he heard Li Gang's laughter. I didn't expect this batch of students to achieve such results with only 2 months of preparation time. It's really unexpected. Yen Silu agreed. Yeah. And what's even more shocking is that 21 of the top 50 students are actually from Yamacho's School of Mathematics. That's terrifying. Haha. This is in the information I have. After all, mathematics takes up as much as 50% of the questions in this entrance exam. This was Su Hongji's voice. Hey. I guess Yamacho didn't expect that one of the top 3 students isn't from the School of Mathematics, right? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Wang Ji's last sentence. He quickened his pace and walked in. Who is it? Let me see who's in the top 3. Before Li Zishuan had even entered the room, his voice had already reached them. Li Zishuan's anxious voice had already reached them. Under his tutelage, many mathematics experts emerged from the previous students of the School of Mathematics. Therefore, Li Zishuan was not too surprised that the former students of the School of Mathematics could enter the top 3. What really surprised him was that there were actually others who could break through and squeeze into the top 3. This was somewhat inconceivable. Yamacho is here. Everyone heard and hurriedly made a path. Li Zishuan realized that the originally spacious conference room was actually so crowded. It turned out that more than 70 teachers were all here. Where are the students' results? Let me see. Li Zishuan didn't reprimand these teachers for leaving their posts because they didn't have anything important to do at this time. He just asked lightly. It's here. Yamacho, take a look. This old man will guarantee that you'll be shocked after you read it. Yen Silu handed over a small booklet with a smile. Li Zishuan took it and flipped through it. His pupils suddenly shrank and he said in surprise, Who is this person? Hurry up and get this person's student record. Early the next morning, as soon as the city gates opened, some scholars went out of the city and went straight to Yanhuang College. Obviously, they were going to look at the results. Originally, the results were said to be released at 7:45 a.m., 8 a.m., so it was useless for them to come so early. They could only wait at the entrance of the college. However, some people were really willing to wait. They liked the feeling of being the first to witness the results. It was just like when countless examinees sat in front of the computer and refreshed the web page over and over again before the results of the modern college entrance examination were released. Feichen, why did you ask us to come so early? Yanhuang College's gates aren't even open yet. The Jinyu trio was also one of the early teams. Chen Tianhua looked at the situation and was immediately dissatisfied. Hee. Aren't I afraid that the college will release the results early? Since we're already here, there's no harm in waiting here. And Tianhua, even if you don't come now, you probably won't be able to sleep at home. Don't you think so? Liao Feichen said embarrassedly. Chen Tianhua said unhappily, What do you mean I won't be able to sleep? I think you're the one who can't sleep. Why did you have to drag me and Hongyi along with you to go crazy? Hua Hongyi waved his folding fan and smiled elegantly. Hee. Since we're already here, what's the point of saying more? The scenery on Yunshan is unique. The 3 of us sitting here and discussing the Tao is also a beautiful thing. Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were speechless. Who would want to discuss the Tao with Hua Hongyi at this time? No, I say, Aku, there's still an hour before the results are released. Why are we in such a hurry? Yunshan was packed with people, so the path to Yunshan was naturally congested. Smart people would not choose to ride a carriage, so the 2 princes, Li Tai and Li Ku, each rode a light horse and rushed towards Yunshan. On the way, Li Tai could feel that the horse under him was about to collapse.
He couldn't help but complain to Li Ku. Li Ku said, "Ah Tai, we have to hurry. Think about it. There are more than 2,000 candidates this time. If we don't go early, how can we see the rankings later? And didn't you say before that the Yamacho doesn't like us using our identities to cut the queue? How can we not run faster?" Li Tai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Then can't we send 2 guards to help us see?" "Yes, this is the result of my 2 months of hard work. I want to see the results with my own eyes." Chapter 683. F***CK. There are so many people? After ascending the cloud mountain, Li Tai, who thought he had arrived early, was dumbfounded when he saw the crowd in front of the academy. Among the crowd, there were students who came to take the exam the day before, students' family members, and some who came to watch the fun. The latter made up a significant portion of the crowd. Li Ku said gloomily, "How is it? Aku? Did I hit the nail on the head? We won't be able to squeeze in later." No one would have thought that the dignified King of Wei and King of Han would be stuck outside because of the crowd. If news of this got out, it would probably shock everyone. What's the use of complaining now? Let's think of a way to get in first. Li Tai said as he tiptoed to look ahead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Aku! Sun Ziffin, Iron Egg, and the others are in front. Let's go to them. Hurry up and follow." With that said, the humanoid titan took the lead and cleared a bloody path for Li Ku. "Ah Tai, wait for me." Li Ku came to his senses and hurried to follow. "Brother, there are so many people. How are we going to squeeze in?" Meng Wenhao was also here to look at the results today, and his little sister, Yaya, also came with him. Looking at the sea of people in front of them, Yaya wrinkled her little nose and looked up. Meng Wenhao thought for a moment and said, "Then let's wait for them to finish before we look. When the gates of the academy open, brother will bring Yaya to other places in the academy to play, okay?" If he had come alone, he definitely would not have had too many misgivings. However, in the current situation, Meng Wenhao was afraid that these people would go crazy and squeeze Yaya until she got hurt. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. After all, he was not worried about his results at all. Yes. Okay. This academy is so beautiful. Yaya wants to go in and take a look." Yaya was simple-minded and didn't think too much. The little girl looked at the magnificent Yanhuang College and shouted excitedly, "Yamacho, the list has been hung. Do you want to let the students in?" In the meeting room of Guanghua Building, Mo Zhong walked in and bowed slightly to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan asked casually, "Well, what time is it now?" There were no clocks in this era, so the only way to tell the time was by looking at the position of the sun. Li Zixuan said that he couldn't do it. "It's about 4:45 in the morning." Mo Zhong said after some thought. "Then let them come in. In addition, Mo Zhong, bring some people to the sports field in advance for the opening ceremony in the afternoon." "Yes, Yamacho." Mo Zhong made a sound of agreement and retreated. Li Gang said, "I saw that the students this time had good results, but Yamacho only accepted 640 of them. Why didn't you accept more?" "That's right. Wouldn't it be a pity to let so many outstanding students leave?" Yen Silu chimed in. Li Zixuan tapped the table gently with his finger and said after a while, "You don't know. The two of you may not know this, but although these students have less time to prepare, the overall difficulty of this exam is relatively low. 52 marks is already the limit I can tolerate. In my opinion, if they can't even get 52 marks, then I feel that they didn't prepare well or have no talent. It would be irresponsible to recruit them." Li Gang and Yen Silu were silent. "It's open. It's open. It's finally open. Hey, don't push me. Don't push me. I came first." At the entrance of the academy, just as everyone was chatting in full swing, the crowd saw 2 men in black walking towards the entrance. The crowd instantly became restless. Yamacho said, "Don't push. Line up and come in one by one. Otherwise, they won't open the door today." Mo Zhong saw the momentum of the students outside, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He quickly shouted. Needless to say, this roar was really useful at the critical moment. The crowd immediately quieted down, and they all began to line up. Only then did Mo Zhong open the academy's gates,
and the students filed in order.
Where's the list? Where is it? It's in front. It's so big. Are you blind? Hiss.
So that's the list. I thought it was the red silk that Yanhuang College hung for today's opening ceremony.
TSK. Ignorant. Damn.
You're F*King knowledgeable. Why didn't you say so when you were outside the gate? The result list this time was made by the workshop with a giant red cloth. Because of its size, it could only be hung on the outer walls of the Guanghua building. At first, some candidates did see it through the cracks of the iron gate of the college, but they didn't think about it. After a while, the thousands of people arrived in front of the Guanghua building. Looking up at the giant honor list, everyone hurriedly tried to find their position on it.
Oh my god. Tai, you're first place.
First place among more than 2,000 candidates.
That's amazing.
Li Ku, Tai Dan, and Sun Zifan were standing at the front, and the list was as tall as a person, so it was easy for Li Ku to see the words on it. When he saw the name of the person who was ranked first, he was shocked.
Oh my god. Qing Ke, you're amazing.
Sun Zifan took a closer look and was immediately stunned. Hearing that, Li Tai looked at the list and saw that it said, Jingguan First Year Autumn, Yanhuang College Entrance Exam Results List. First place Li Tai 100 points, second place Li Yan 98 points, third place Meng Wenhao 96 points, fourth place Jia Jiayin 93 points, fifth place Kashirqing 90 points. The moment he saw that he was first place, Li Tai was indeed very happy. However, when he saw the next few rankings, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is this Li Yan?" He squeezed out Meng Wenhao and jumped to second place. Li Tai undoubtedly had a unique advantage in this exam. First of all, he was extremely intelligent since he was young. Being in the royal family, there was no lack of famous teachers teaching him, so his knowledge of classics was naturally outstanding. Secondly, he was very interested in new mathematics. When he was in the mathematics school, his results had always been one of the best. Therefore, it was completely reasonable that he could get first place this time. In contrast, Meng Wenhao's overall score might not be as good as his because he was slightly inferior in the study of classics. But in any case, Li Tai didn't expect that there would be someone he didn't know who could squeeze out Meng Wenhao. This was unbelievable. Tai, I remember that the Imperial Father just appointed Li Chunfeng to the Imperial Historian Bureau this year. His son is called Li Yan. Chapter 684.
Haha. I'm in
the 351st place.
Haha.
I'm in the 250th place too. I'm in the 250th place. Yanhuang College, in front of Guanghua Building. Regardless of whether the results were good or bad, the examinees were generally happy. Those who didn't find their names naturally kept their mouths shut and stared at the huge list with shining eyes.
Hey,
Iron Egg, I didn't expect our scores to be the same. It seems that I've improved during this time. Sun Zifan pointed to the middle of the list and smiled proudly at Iron Egg. When he was in the mathematics school, Iron Egg's results were always in the top 5 even though he wasn't in the first place. Sun Zifan, on the other hand, was always in the lower middle. Now that he finally touched Iron Egg's butt, how could he not be proud? Iron Egg pursed his lips and stared at the 2 rows of words on the list. 280th place, Iron Egg, 70 points. 281st place, Sun Zifan, 70 points. After staring for a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Brother Zifan, you've improved very quickly.
Congratulations."
Seeing Iron Egg's sullen face, Sun Zifan coughed twice, wiped away his smile, and asked in a low voice, "Iron Egg, what's wrong with you this time? With your level, this shouldn't be happening." Iron Egg said gloomily, "I don't know how to study Confucian classics, so I didn't get a single point out of the 30%. Didn't get a single point? Does that mean he got full marks in the other parts? What the F***ck? I shouldn't have asked that." Sun Zifan opened his mouth and suddenly felt like he was hit by 10,000 points of critical hit.
Hee hee.
Brother Iron Egg, I got in too. 619th place. Hu Qian looked away from the list and said excitedly to Iron Egg,
"Heh.
She really passed the exam.
That's great.
I didn't expect you to be able to get into Yanhuang College at the age of 7.
Uncle Hu must be overjoyed."
Iron Egg subconsciously glanced at the bottom of the list. When he saw Hu Guoji's name on it, he patted her shoulder and said happily,
Yes.
Not only will my parents be happy, but my sister will also be happy if she knows. Sun Zifan's eyes lit up. Your sister? As expected. You have an elder sister? Scram. Zifan, don't go too far. Iron Egg kicked Sun Zifan and roared angrily. Hey! This young master really got it. And I'm ranked 18th in the total score. Awesome, awesome. Now, I have a way to report to Dad. In a corner, Di Jishuan looked into the distance and found his name on the 18th place. He couldn't help but be overjoyed at the thought of being able to study in such an amazing college in the future. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to Li Zishuan. Although I can still get into Yanhuang College even without the 10 points that Yamacho helped me cheat, my total score would only be 75 points, and my overall ranking would fall to the 200th place. Keske. I have to say, these 10 points are very important to me. I didn't embarrass Dad. Haha. Di Jishuan sighed inwardly and then turned around to leave triumphantly. He had to go home and share this good news with his father. Besides, there were still 6 hours before the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College. Tianhua, I got in, 380th place. How about you? Did you find your name? In the crowd, Liao Feichen's neck was sore from looking up. When he finally found his name on the list, he bumped Chen Tianhua's arm and said excitedly. Of course, he didn't mean anything by that. He just hoped that all 3 of them would be able to get into Yanhuang College so that they could take care of each other. Chen Tianhua smiled and said, Yeah, I got in too. I'm ranked 120. Wow. Tianhua, you're awesome. Awesome, awesome. Liao Feichen exclaimed. Chen Tianhua shook his head and looked at Hua Hongyi and said, Hongyi, how about you? I was so focused on finding my name that I didn't notice you. Hua Hongyi waved his folding fan and smiled. I got in too. Haha. Now, the 3 of us can finally reunite at Yanhuang College. When the other 2 heard that, they were overjoyed. Liao Feichen asked curiously, Hongyi, what's your rank? Quick, tell us. Looking at this guy's attitude, it seemed like he wanted to compete with Hua Hongyi. Hua Hongyi pointed at a position in front of the list and said, I'm only ranked 58th. Liao Feichen. After being speechless for a while, he roared, Get lost. You have to treat me to lunch. Hee hee. Okay. I'll treat you. But I'm embarrassed. How about you lend me 2 strings of money? Forget it. Let's go to the villager's house for lunch. Brother Yanfu, you actually got 40th place. Awesome, awesome. Zhang Sun Chong, Fang Yizhi, Chu Yanfu, and Yuan Shua gathered at the front of the group. Yuan Shua pointed at the list and smiled. Chu Yanfu shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied with the result. Yuan Shua, you're not bad either. 102nd place, at least we're not rejected by Yanhuang College. Zhang Sun Chong smiled. Yanfu, you're so humble. Among the 4 of us, I'm 89th place, and Yizhi is 72nd place. You're the only one in front. You definitely won't be able to escape from lunch. Let's go to Zuaxian restaurant. Fang Yizhi smiled and didn't join in. Chu Yanfu didn't refuse. He thought for a while and said, Fine, Zuaxian restaurant it is. But first, I have to order the food. Zhang Sun Chong laughed and scolded, Screw you, you're so stingy. On the other side, Meng Wenhao brought Yaya to various buildings in Yanhuang College. Then, thinking that there should be fewer candidates looking at the list, he pulled Yaya and moved closer to Guanghua restaurant. After a while, the brother and sister found a gap in the crowd. Then, Meng Wenhao began to look at the list. Naturally, he looked at it from the front. As expected, Qing Ke is first. Seeing that Li Tai was first, Meng Wenhao's face showed an expression of, as expected. But when he saw that Li Tai was in second place, Meng Wenhao's face suddenly became very serious. Then when he saw Jia Jiarin in fourth place, who was only 3 points behind him, he finally couldn't help but murmur, This exam is really full of experts. I underestimated the heroes of the world. Out of 2,000 candidates, 640 people were selected. Basically, all the talents in the world have entered Yanhuang. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 685. As time passed, More and more examinees checked their exam results. There were those who shouted excitedly, those who sighed, and those who were disheartened. There were some who were happy and some who were sad. Li Zixuan put his hands behind his back and looked at the large group of students of different ages from upstairs. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. It was recorded in the history books that when Li Er opened the imperial examination again, he saw the new examinees entering the palace. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "All the heroes in the world are in my hands." He didn't know if Li Er had said this at this time, but now Li Zixuan really wanted to say, "All the heroes in the world are in Yanhuang." The youngest of the students who entered Yanhuang College this time was only 6 years old, and the oldest was 26 years old. Of course, most of them were 14 or 15 years old. Thinking of the two children who were only 6 years old, Li Zixuan's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. He thought gloomily in his heart, "Are all the children in ancient times so monstrous? What was I doing when I was 6 years old? Playing with mud? Peeing against the wind?" To be honest, forget about Li Yan. After all, he had an awesome father. But what was the background of this Jia Jiayin? How could he be ranked 4th at the age of 6? All right, the uncultured Li Zixuan was a little confused. But in fact, this Jia Jiayin was quite famous in history. In the Tang dynasty, a dynasty where there were many prodigies, Jia Jiayin definitely had his own place. According to the history books, when Jia Jiayin was 7 years old, his name as a prodigy had already spread. After Li Er heard about it, he specially set up a banquet in the palace to see him. At that time, Zhang Sun Wuji and Li Ji were also there. They saw that Jia Jiayin was young and looked down on him. Li Ji joked, "What tree did I rely on?" Jia Jiayin said, "Pine tree." Li Ji said, "This is a locust tree, how can you say it's a pine tree?" Jia Jiayin said, "Using a male tree to match a tree, how can you say it's not a pine tree?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked again, "What tree did I rely on?" Jia Jiayin said, "Locust tree." Zhang Sun Wuji said, "You're not going to correct it?" Jia Jiayin said, "There's no need to correct it. You just need to get a ghost-leaning tree." Hinting that Zhang Sun Wuji had ulterior motives for asking questions and was purposely making things difficult for him. When Jia Jiayin was 11 or 12 years old, he directly became a jinshi. However, although he was intelligent and eloquent, his appearance was ugly. He was once summoned to the imperial court and asked Li Er to personally decide whether he should stay or leave. In ancient times, if you want to be an official, you must have a good appearance. The ancient people were also members of the Appearance Association. At that time, the court officials all came to see him after the court session. Before anyone else could speak, Li Ji spoke first. "This child's face looks like a ferocious beast's. How can he be smart?" Before the others could answer, Jia Jiayin responded, "Who too is still the prime minister? Why would Feng Xian waste his intelligence?" Insinuating that Li Ji looked like a Hu, but he was able to become the prime minister of the Han people. "Although I am a little ugly, why can't I be smart?" All the officials laughed, and Li Ji was so embarrassed that his face turned red. "Li Yan, Li Chunfeng. I didn't expect Li Chuanfeng's son to be so powerful. Does their family have a deep relationship with mathematics?" Although Li Zixuan didn't know Jia Jiayin, he certainly knew Li Chunfeng, the godlike man who co-authored the pushback chart with Yuan Tiangang. According to records, in order to calculate the fate of the Tang Empire, Li Shimin ordered two famous Taoist priests, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, to calculate the fate of the Tang Empire. The pushback chart that combined the study of astronomy, poetry, riddles, and pictures into one was born. The pushback chart constructed the historical development trend of China and the world: Imperial era, Republican era, Great Unity era. It decreed to future generations that human history would eventually lead to no distinction between black and white, no distinction between north and south, no city and no government, no man and no self, and the world would be one, and all religions would return to one. This book was the most classic futuristic masterpiece in the history of China. Its meticulous creation, meticulous thinking, and miraculous fulfillment far surpassed Nostradamus's great prophecy, the ages. It should be noted that the pushback chart was not made up by later generations. It was a great work on the study of All the pictures, prophecies, and poems in the book were based on the Book of Changes and could be found in the Book of Changes. Other than the pushback chart, many people didn't know that Li Chunfeng was also very accomplished in astronomy, mathematics, and almanac. His contributions to mathematics were the most prominent. The 10 computational classics that he compiled and annotated became the textbook of mathematics in the Tang dynasty and later dynasties. If Li Zixuan didn't appear out of nowhere, Li Chunfeng would definitely be the founder of mathematics in the Tang dynasty. I just don't know if Li Chunfeng can see that I'm a monster with his current level of attainment. Thinking of Li Chunfeng, Li Zixuan couldn't help but worry about whether his identity as a transmigrator would be recognized. After all, the pushback chart in the legends was just too magical. Oh! As expected, I didn't get first place. The descendants of dragons are indeed different. Father's divination skills are really amazing. When more than half of the crowd had dispersed, a 6 or 7-year-old boy wearing a loose green Taoist robe with a face full of childishness and baby fat finally squeezed to the front of the list. Compared to the people around him, the little boy could only reach the waist of others. At this moment, he raised his head and stared at the result list as he spoke softly. Yo! Where did this little Taoist come from? He wants to get first place at such a young age. Haha. Coincidentally, there was an 11 or 12-year-old scholar with a mole on the right side of his face beside the little Taoist boy. He heard his soft voice and laughed. Hey! This little Taoist boy is quite handsome. But he's a little arrogant. What do you mean by a little arrogant? That's because he's ambitious. Haha. The scholar's loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people, causing them to burst into laughter. The little Taoist boy was not annoyed at all. He smiled and said calmly, "Ordinary people think that they're the pot calling the kettle black, but they don't know that I've already taken 10,000 steps forward." After that, he pushed through the crowd and left. Brother Fan, what does this little Taoist boy mean by that? Someone looked at the scholar with the mole on the face and asked. The scholar's face darkened and he said angrily, "This little bastard is talking about us who didn't get in. He's mocking him for getting in." Ha! Does that mean that the little Taoist really passed the exam? The little Taoist boy walked out of the academy and turned around to look at the 2 towers in the center of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building. He muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Father said that he's the chosen one of Taoism. I'll be able to see it with my own eyes in the future. Chapter 686. Taiji Palace. The morning court session was in full swing. At this moment, a small eunuch ran in and saw Li Er nod at him. He came to Li Er's side and whispered a few words. All the officials saw a smile on Li Er's face. Clearly, he was very happy now. After the eunuch left, the officials fell silent. Li Er stopped smiling and said seriously, "Everyone, please don't talk about the new mathematics. My dear officials, there is no need to discuss further. The convenience of the new mathematics is obvious to all. From today onwards, all schools in the various provinces and counties of the Great Tang Empire must start teaching the new mathematics. All officials in the various provinces and counties must also make time to study the new mathematics. Next, if you have something to report, you may leave. If not, the court session is dismissed." The officials looked at each other. If you want to promote the new mathematics, then so be it. Why did you want to dismiss the morning court session so soon? What was the reason? After waiting for a while, no one came forward to report anything. Li Er decisively dismissed the court session and hurriedly left. Second brother, what do you think that little eunuch said to His Majesty to make him so happy? On the bridge outside Taiji Palace, Cheng Yaojin asked Qin Qiong in a rough voice. Qin Qiong looked around and said, "Jijia, the emperor's heart is unpredictable. Don't make wild guesses in private." Cheng Yaojin pursed his lips and thought that Qin Qiong was getting more and more cautious. Suddenly, he remembered something and said excitedly, "Oh right, Yanhuang College will officially start school in the afternoon. I heard there's a ceremony. Second brother, are you going?" Qin Qiong smiled and nodded. "Of course I have to go and take a look." He hadn't forgotten that he was the head instructor of this batch of students in Yanhuang College. Of course, he had to go and see what kind of students he was going to train in the future. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and said, "Heh, then I'll go too. In the future, I'll have to help you train those kids." Qin Qiong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know if Cheng Yaojin was here to help him or to train the students to relieve his boredom. I almost forgot. I don't know if my Cho Nyo got in this time. I heard there were more than 2,000 people who took the exam yesterday. When Cheng Yaojin thought of Cheng Chumo, He suddenly slapped his head and shouted. When Qin Qiong heard this, he subconsciously thought of Qin Huayu, but he wasn't worried about whether Qin Huayu could pass the exam. Jijia, didn't you inform little Xian last time? What's there to worry about now?
Ah, that's right. Haha.
Then I won't be worried anymore, haha.
Let's go home.
Chang Yaojin immediately felt relieved and laughed heartily. Li Zheng Palace.
Haha.
Guanyin maid. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Ha, Yang Fei is also here? Li Erlong strode to Empress Zhangxuan's residence. Just as he walked in, he saw Yang Fei talking and laughing with Empress Zhang's son.
Greetings, Your Majesty.
The two intellectual beauties bowed down and saluted Li Er.
Haha.
Don't stand on ceremony. Li Er laughed dryly and sat on the couch that the two of them had just sat on. Seeing this, Zhang's son smiled and said, What kind of good news makes Your Majesty so happy? Yang Fei also pursed her lips and looked at Li Er. Li Er's face was full of smiles as he said, I have just received news that Qin Ke has won first place in the examination of Yanhuang Academy. Although this is just an ordinary examination, the students who participated in it are more than 2,000 young talents from the 365 states and counties of the Tang Empire. I didn't expect Qin Ke to win first place.
Haha.
Empress Zhang's son was delighted when she heard this. Qin Ke is so amazing? Then, Your Majesty, how did Ke do in the exam? Empress Zhang's son remembered that Yang Fei was still beside her, so she asked. When Yang Fei heard that Li Tai won first place, her face was also filled with joy. However, when she heard Empress Zhang's son ask about Li Ke's results, a trace of hope instantly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Li Er thought for a moment and said, Oh, I remember that Ke got 15th place in the exam, which is also very good.
Haha.
My sons, no matter where they are outstanding. At the end, Li Er couldn't help but be smug. Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang both broke into smiles.
Oh.
Chonyo, you're back? Come and tell this old man, how did you do in the exam? Today, after the morning court, Chang Yaojin returned home and practiced Tai Chi twice before he saw Cheng Chumo coming back from outside. He wiped his sweat and hurriedly waved to Cheng Chumo and asked. Cheng Chumo seemed to be in a good mood. This was the first time he was in a good mood when being asked about his results. He laughed proudly and said, Haha. Dad, I've won glory for you this time. Guess what rank I got this time? Cheng Yaojin slapped him. He glared and said, Guess my ass, I'm asking you, you brat. Quickly answer truthfully. Cheng Chumo, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his heart. He rubbed the back of his head and said gloomily, Fine, I'll say it. Dad, why did you hit me? Seeing that Cheng Yaojin was about to continue hitting him, he hurriedly said, I'll say it, I'll say it. Dad, I got 65 points this time and ranked 365. The academy has admitted a total of 640 people this time.
Dad, how is it?
Am I very good? When old Cheng heard this, he understood that his son had passed the exam with his own ability. He felt a burst of joy in his heart, but he said disdainfully, What's there to brag about with only 65 points? I, old Cheng, have lost all my face because of you, brat. Hey, no, Dad, be reasonable. There are more than 2,000 students taking the exam this time. Xiaofan's personal disciple, Iron Egg, only got 70 points. I'm not ashamed. Cheng Chumo immediately complained. Moreover, this guy had obviously learned some buzzwords from Li Zixuan. His mouth was full of vulgarities. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Then, he restrained the disdain on his face and said, Well, that's more like it. But you have to hurry up with your martial arts. I heard that Iron Egg is about to enter the tempered body stage. If he surpasses you by then, I, old Cheng, can't afford to lose face. Cheng Chumo replied sullenly,
Oh, I know.
Cheng Yaojin suddenly said happily, Hey, if you don't hurry up, I'll personally go to Yanhuang College this month to urge you. You must know that you have to train in the first month of school. Your Uncle Qin and I will be your instructors.
Haha.
Cheng Chumo curled his lips indifferently and said, There are so many weak scholars in the academy. They're not afraid, so why should I be afraid? In this guy's mind, if you asked him to compete with others in learning, he might be scared, but it was a competition of training. Hee hee, Cheng Chumo said that whoever wanted to compete with him, just bring it on. How could Chang Yaojin not know what his son was thinking? He turned around and flicked his sleeves. When the time comes, you better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll find a way to let you break through to the chi stage within a month. As for this find a way, what could there be? Wasn't it still to train desperately? Cheng Chumo obviously wasn't stupid. When he heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, "Hey, Dad, am I really your biological son?" Chapter 687. It was noon. A bullock cart arrived at the foot of Mount Yunshan. Ma Zhou was at the front. The bullock cart seemed to be covered with a red cloth. 4 followers of the school of Mo were dispatched to guard the bullock cart. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Li Zishuan, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other teachers of the school were all waiting at the entrance of the school. "Yamacho, the plaque of Yanhuang College has been transported from the workshop." Ma Zhou stopped the bullock cart in front of the school and said to Li Zishuan,
"Well, thank you for your hard work, Brother Ma."
Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mo Zhong and Mo Yun were very perceptive." They led the 4 followers of the school of Mo to carry the plaque down from the cart. Then, under Li Zishuan's command, they hung the plaque covered with red silk in the middle of the beam of the school's entrance. Looking at the originally bare lintel of the academy, there was suddenly a square and dignified horizontal plaque, and the red silk on it made it seem more festive. Li Zishuan was a little excited. He pointed at the horizontal plaque, looked at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Dear teachers, this is the plaque of our Yanhuang College. It was written by His Majesty himself. I hope that every time you pass by here, you will think about the meaning of the 2 words Yanhuang. Think about the responsibilities on your shoulders as teachers of the school. Don't let His Majesty down, and don't tarnish the noble profession of being a teacher." The dozens of teachers of the school were surprised and proud when they heard that the plaque was written by Li Zishuan himself. However, when they heard what Li Zishuan said after that, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Then they cupped their hands together and said, "We will remember Yamacho's teachings." Li Zishuan nodded. Then, he looked at Li Gang and said, "Teacher, you are a virtuous person of Yanhuang College. You are the most suitable person to unveil the plaque of the school." "No, no, no. This old man is old. Yamacho, you should choose someone else."
Li Gang was just about to wave his hand and decline when a wave of persuasion sounded from the side.
"Yamacho is right. Mr. Li, you are the most suitable. Please go."
"Yeah. There's no one more suitable than you."
This was not fawning but the truth. No one dared to question Li Gang's qualifications and status. Seeing this, Li Gang could only helplessly say, "All right then. This old man will overstep his authority just this once."
After saying that, he came to the front of the academy.
Li Zishuan handed over the red string with the red silk and said, "Mister, please." Li Gang took it with a smile.
With a gentle tug, the red silk on the plaque slowly floated down.
Yanhuang College appeared in golden calligraphy in front of everyone's eyes, reflecting the noon sun. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes. The brushwork is exquisite. The strokes are elegant and graceful. The strokes are tactful and reserved. It's like moving clouds and flowing water. The whole body is vigorous and beautiful. The strokes are dense and dense. The majestic momentum is like a flying dragon. His Majesty's semi-cursive already has 70% of Wang Youjuan's true meaning. Li Gang squinted his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Our Yanhuang College is finally complete. Everyone, prepare well for the opening ceremony in the afternoon." 1:30 in the afternoon. The students who went out for lunch began to return to the academy one after another. Under the guidance of the teachers and guards, they came to the sports field on the west side of the teaching building. Naturally, there were teachers here to verify their student status. Then, according to the class distribution list issued by the academy, these teachers would inform the students of their respective classes and where they should stand during the opening ceremony. There were a total of 640 students in this year's batch. They were divided into 16 classes, with 40 people in each class. However, Class 1 was an exception. There were 44 people in Class 1, who were the original students of the School of Mathematics. Yes, that's right. This time, all the students of the School of Mathematics were admitted to Yanhuang College. The reason why they were assigned to Class 1 was that their learning progress was not the same as the other students. Secondly, this was a reward given by Li Zixuan for their contribution to Yanhuang College during the field break. Today's opening ceremony of Yanhuang College wasn't only open to the students who passed the exam. If the rest of the people wanted to see it, they could watch from outside. Therefore, in addition to the 600 people standing on the lawn of the sports field, there was also a large circle of people outside. Most of them were students who didn't pass the exam this time. They looked at the lush green lawn, the smooth and flat circular track, and the ascending platform, rostrum. They couldn't help but talk about it. The grass here grows so neatly. It should be specially trimmed, right? It's possible. I just don't know why Yanhuang College has such a large lawn. Could it be that it's specially used to hold today's ceremony? I just walked around. This Yanhuang College is really beautiful. It's not inferior to the heavenly palace in the sky. Unfortunately, I was only 3 points short. Otherwise, I would be standing here now. Bro, that's nothing. I was only 1 point short. That would be a pity. Then I can only take the exam next time. I just don't know when the next time will be. How many people will Yanhuang College recruit? Look at what that is. Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, a yellow ball with a round top suddenly floated over from the south of the cloud mountain. That thing looked like a cloud or a fire. It floated slowly towards the cloud platform by the side of the sports field from a height of more than 10 feet above everyone's heads. Wow! There's fire on it. There's someone on it. That's Yanhuang College's Yamacho. I saw it during the exam before. Oh my god! Yanhuang College's Yamacho is flying. God. Tisk. What god? That's a celestial lamp made by Yanhuang College's Yamacho. It destroyed the 7 cultivators sect and even toured Chang'an City on the 15th of August. You don't even know about this? Whoa. That's a celestial lamp. On the 15th of August, on the night of the full moon, 1,000 girls will chase after each other, and an immortal will fly out of the sky. Hee. Brother Meng, you know quite a lot. Where did you spend the night before? Cough, cough, cough. Of course it was at the inn. Where else could it be? Obviously, some of the students who lived in or near Chang'an City knew the inside story. As word of mouth spread, more and more people understood that the flying object in the sky was the legendary celestial lamp. Moreover, this was the first time the celestial lamp appeared in front of the world during the day. Therefore, all the students were excited, regardless of whether they had seen it before or not. Yanhuang College's opening ceremony hadn't even started yet, but the atmosphere had already reached a climax. Chapter 688. When the fairy lamp was first made, Li Zixuan had forgotten to design a part that could control the direction of the fairy lamp due to his thoughtlessness. However, so much time had passed since then, and Li Zixuan had already installed 4 hand-cranked turbofans for the fairy lamp to control the direction of the lamp. However, it just so happened that the south wind was blowing today, so he didn't need to operate anything at all. He just had to put his hands behind his back and let the fairy lamp drift in the direction of the rostrum, on the sports field in an extremely pretentious manner. In fact, his floating posture high in the sky with his hands behind his back really shocked a lot of people. The students looked up at Li Zixuan in the sky in a daze, and a trace of yearning uncontrollably appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! When it was about to reach the rostrum, Li Zixuan threw a throwing knife tied to a rope from the basket. Everyone in the field only felt a flash of cold light, and then they saw a rope connecting the fairy lamp to the ground. After that, the fairy lamp continued to move north for a while due to inertia, and then it couldn't move anymore. Boom! After witnessing Li Zixuan's amazing operation with their own eyes, the students in the field, regardless of whether they passed the exam or not, were all in an uproar. This fairy lamp can be used like this? It's just like the flying magical artifacts of the immortals in the novels. I used to read on Datong Daily that engineering can let people soar above the 9 heavens. At that time, I didn't believe it. Now that I've come to Chang'an, come to Yanhuang College, and see it with my own eyes, I'm completely convinced. Yanhuang College is mighty. Engineering is amazing. No way. I must get into Yanhuang College next year no matter what. Yes. Me too. Standing on the fairy lamp, Li Zixuan looked at the shocked and noisy students below with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the deterrent effect. At this time, Mo Zhong below made a gesture to Li Zixuan, indicating that all the freshmen of Yanhuang College's first batch were present. Li Zixuan nodded, looked at the field, and said calmly, "Hello, students. I'm Li Zixuan, a Yamacho from Yanhuang College. First of all, on behalf of all the gentlemen of Yanhuang College, I welcome you to join us." The term students originated from Zhuangzi, Journey to the North, Yu Higan and Shin Nong Yu Lei Alongji. Clap, clap, clap.
Okay.
Following Li Zixuan's words, the initially noisy crowd gradually quietened down. It was as if his voice had some kind of magical power. When Li Zixuan's voice fell, a loud clap, clap, clap sound rang out from the west side of the sports field. The students looked towards the direction of the sound and discovered that the students of Class 1 were clapping their hands. Moreover, their faces were filled with madness and their mouths were still screaming and cheering non-stop. The students of the other classes couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what Class 1's reaction meant. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. After all, at present, clapping and cheering was a custom passed down from the original school of mathematics. Therefore, Li Zixuan wasn't unhappy when he saw that only Class 1 students were clapping for him. He gestured with his hand, and the applause stopped immediately. He continued, "Being able to stand out among thousands of candidates proves that you are all outstanding. Of course, students who didn't pass this time shouldn't be discouraged. You are still very young, and there are still many opportunities." When he said that, the students standing in line on the field suddenly smiled. The students who didn't pass the exam outside the field clenched their fists and secretly cheered themselves on. After pausing for a moment, Li Zixuan continued, "I don't know how many of you still remember the article on the Tang Dynasty Daily 2 months ago, What is engineering? At that time, I said that engineering can allow people to make more advanced farming tools, thus allowing our Tang Dynasty to have more arable land and no longer have to worry about grain. Engineering can allow people to make faster and steadier vehicles. One day, we can travel between Chang'an and Luoyang in a day, and we will no longer need to travel back and forth between various parts of the Tang Dynasty. Engineering can create even more powerful weapons, allowing our great Tang to stand at the top of the world, making all the barbarians submit to us and all the countries come to congratulate us. Engineering can even create flying tools, allowing mortals to soar above the 9 heavens and overlook the magnificent mountains and rivers of our great Tang." I still remember how many people questioned my words at that time. However, in just a few days, the fairy lamp appeared out of nowhere and gave all the doubters a resounding slap in the face. Today, does anyone still dare to say that I'm bragging? At this moment, Li Zixuan's face was full of arrogance and haughtiness, but no one felt the slightest bit of disgust. Young people were all hot-blooded. Li Zixuan exuded a domineering aura that showed that he wasn't afraid of going against the whole world. The students couldn't help but feel deep admiration for him. Clap, clap, clap. Under Li Tai's lead, the students of Class 1 clapped their hands. This time, they wouldn't be alone, because most of the students of the other classes understood the meaning of applause. In an instant, the sports field was filled with thunderous applause. In both his previous and current lives, this was the first time Li Zixuan was a principal, the first time he gave a speech to his students, and the first time he received so much applause. Even though he was now a martial arts grandmaster, he still couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After a few breaths, when the applause gradually died down, Li Zixuan stared at the students below and said loudly, "Yanhuang College is an institution that specializes in creating miracles. Here, you can also stand on the clouds like me and overlook the world. The dreams I mentioned before will also be realized by your own hands. It doesn't need a few hundred years or decades, just a few years or a dozen years. The vehicles that can travel 1,000 miles in a day, the powerful weapons, and even the tools that can transmit messages from 1,000 miles away can all be created by one of you. At that time, you will be promoted and become nobles, and your names will spread far and wide. The future of Tang will be written by you. As long as you're willing to work hard, anything is possible. In Yanhuang College, there's nothing you can't think of, but there's nothing you can't do. Here, in my capacity as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I invite you to create and witness together the miracles that belong to Yanhuang College." Clap, clap, clap. The students, who were already surging with emotions, were stimulated by Li Zixuan's provocative speech. They were so excited that they could only clap their hands as hard as they could. At this moment, they finally deeply understood the wonderful use of applause. It could release the excitement in their hearts. Heh! This kid is really good at motivating people. In the future, when we catch him in the army and let him shout a few words like this, wouldn't that group of bastards scream and raise their swords to kill people? Chang Yaojin, who was sitting on the rostrum, chuckled in a low voice. Chapter 689. Updated for Alliance Leader Jin Yen, January 22nd, Yanhuang College, Sports Field, Rostrum. Jijia, don't think too much. Xiao Xian's contribution to teaching students is no less than killing enemies on the battlefield. Besides, he's the only child in his family. Qin Qiong heard Chang Yaojin's nonsense and couldn't help but scold him. In fact, even if he didn't talk about his identity as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, Qin Qiong didn't want Chang Yaojin to bring Li Zixuan to the battlefield. After all, his life was saved by Li Zixuan. Moreover, because of his relationship with Han Yushi, Li Zixuan could be considered half of Qin Qiong's son-in-law. Therefore, from a personal point of view, Qin Qiong didn't want Li Zixuan to take risks on the battlefield. Besides, Qin Qiong's strength now was better than back then. This old general felt that even if there was a war, he should be the one to fight and not Li Zixuan. Second brother, I think you don't want this kid to go to the battlefield, right? Chang Yaojin wasn't stupid. The old demon's eyes flashed and he suddenly laughed. Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong on the side smiled but didn't say anything. At this time Li Zixuan, who was on the fairy lamp in front of the rostrum, said affectionately, "Looking at your slightly childish but full of vitality and fighting spirit, I suddenly thought of something. I want to give you all and encourage you all. For the time being, let's call it Young China." When he said the last few words, Li Zixuan's voice became unusually sonorous and powerful. Feeling the seriousness in Li Zixuan's tone, everyone focused their attention on the young man in the sky. They saw Li Zixuan close his eyes slightly. After a while, he suddenly opened them. His slightly magnetic but full of power instantly spread to every corner of the field. Is a country old or young? Let's talk about old and young first. Old people often think about the past. Young people often think about the future. Thinking about the past, that's why there's nostalgia. Thinking about the future, that's why there's hope. Only nostalgia, therefore, is conservative. Only hope, therefore, is aggressive. Only by being conservative can the old be everlasting. Only by being progressive can the old be renewed. He who thinks only of the past, that everything is as it is, therefore knows only to follow the rules. He who thinks only of the future, that everything is as it is, therefore dares to make exceptions. That's right. Li Zixuan was planning to bring the famous Ode to Young China from his previous life to the Tang dynasty. As for whether there was a China in the Tang dynasty, it was obvious that there was. The origin of the word China originated from the Zhou dynasty. Because the region of China where the Zhou dynasty was located belonged to the central region at that time, they called the kingdom they lived in China, which meant the central kingdom. But at this time, China was still very small, and it was only a geographical and cultural concept ruled by the Zhou dynasty. As the dynasties changed, the territory of China slowly expanded. During the Western Zhou dynasty, China not only included the Western Zhou dynasty's own territory, but also extended to the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River where the Western Zhou dynasty's vassal states were located. When it came to the Eastern Zhou dynasty, part of the Yangtze River basin also belonged to China. During the Qin and Han dynasties, China was about the same size as our current country. After the Han dynasty, China generally referred to the country and dynasty established by the Han dynasty. But after the ethnic minorities ruled the Central Plains, in order to gain the psychological recognition of the Han dynasty, they also established their own country as China. Later on, the Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, and other dynasties, after thousands of years, in addition to using their own country's name, they all used China as the country's name, and also used China as the country's name when they were sent to foreign countries. It's just that this guy had always been speaking in vernacular, but now he suddenly started to speak in classical Chinese, which made all the students stunned. Fortunately, the sentences were relatively simple, otherwise it would have been difficult to understand. Don't think that ancient people liked to listen to classical Chinese. They usually communicated in vernacular. But there was a problem, and that was that this Ode to Young China had offended some people, especially the elderly. But Li Zixuan believed that people who could truly understand the true meaning of this article would certainly not be so superficial as to think that this article was belittling the elderly. The elderly are often worried. The young are often fond of pleasure. But because they are worried, they are discouraged. Because they are fond of pleasure, they are vigorous. But because they are discouraged, they are timid. Because they are vigorous, they are heroic. But because they are timid, they are complacent. Because they are heroic, they are adventurous. But because they are complacent, they can destroy the world. Because they are adventurous, they can create the world. The elderly are often tired of things. The young are often happy. But because they are tired of things, they often feel that all things are impossible. Because they are good, they often feel that all things are possible. The elderly are like the sunset. The young are like the morning sun. The elderly are like barren cows. The young are like young tigers. The elderly are like monks. The young are like chivalrous heroes. The elderly are like dictionaries. The young are like plays. The personality of the elderly and the young are generally different. Man is inherent, and so is the country. The elderly are timid? The elderly are world-weary? The elderly don't dare to take risks? The elderly are like old cows? Hearing this, the students in the audience listened with great interest, but the faces of some of the old gentlemen from the academy turned dark. Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others were better off. After all, they were well educated. Wang Ji, on the other hand, did not have such a good temper. The old guy was so angry that his face turned red. If it weren't for Su Jihong stopping him, he probably would have jumped from the rostrum, directly into the celestial lamp to fight with Li Zixuan. Chang Yaojin and Yu Qigong did not understand, so they could only stare at each other. They were not angry at all. At this moment, Li Zixuan did not care about the feelings of Wang Ji and the others. He was recalling the article and couldn't help but indulge in it. It is the responsibility of China's youth to create a future young China. What is the point of being old and rotten? The day of parting with this world is not far away. As a youth, I am a newcomer and have fate with this world. China is a cow, a horse, a slave, and a scribe. The cruelty of cooking and whipping is something that only I, a youth, can bear. If China dominates the universe and is in charge of the earth, the honor and glory of commanding Gupan is something that only I, a youth, can enjoy. What is the point of being neighbors with ghosts when the other side is dying? If one is indifferent to it, there is nothing to be said. If I am indifferent to it, there is nothing to be said. If the young people of the country are indeed young, then our China will be the country of the future, and its progress will be immeasurable. In order to conform to the current situation of the Tang Empire, Li Zixuan removed some inappropriate parts in the original article, such as opium and so on. At this point, some of the old people present gradually realized that the purpose of Li Zixuan's speech was not to scold them at all. Although the words were disrespectful, after experiencing it, it seemed that there was no such intention. Li Zixuan was guiding and educating the young people present. Li Gang, who had dedicated his life to the cause of education, was especially excited at this moment. His body was even trembling. If not for Yen Silu supporting him, he might have fallen down. Well said. This is education. If this child was born 10 years earlier, then our Tang Empire would have produced many talents because of him. Li Gang's face was red with excitement as he muttered to himself. Chapter 690. Updated for Alliance Leader Jean Yen, February 22nd, on the sports field. Li Zixuan looked at the students standing below the field. What made him happy was that many of them were standing upright and listening very seriously. From their faces, it could be seen that they understood his good intentions. At this moment, Li Zixuan was both happy and satisfied. Although today's article was circulated, it was very likely that it would be used by people with ulterior motives to say that he did not respect his elders. However, as long as these students listened to him, so what if he was slandered? Thinking of this, Li Zixuan took a deep breath, because this was the climax of the article. Therefore, today's responsibility does not lie with others, but with me, the youth. Youth's wisdom is the wisdom of the country. Youth's wealth is the wealth of the country. Youth's strength is the strength of the country. Youth's independence is the independence of the country. Youth's freedom is the freedom of the country. Youth's progress is the progress of the country. When the red sun rises, it shines brightly. When the river flows out, it flows into the vast ocean. When the hidden dragon soars, its scales and claws fly. When the tiger roars, all the beasts are frightened. When the falcon tests its wings, the wind blows. When the rare flower is born, it is the first flower. When the general rises, it is the light of the sun. When the sky is blue, the earth is yellow. Even if there is an eternity, there are 8 wastelands. The future is like the sea, the future is long. At this point, Li Zishuan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. He pointed majestically at the sky and said loudly, "My beautiful young China is not old with the heavens." Then he pointed to the ground and roared, "My strong young China is boundless with the country." Li Zishuan thought of the sufferings that this nation would have to endure in another 1,000 years. They would be bullied by a tiny country to the point where they would wish they were dead. He thought of the restrictions and sanctions imposed by the US in the modern era. Li Zishuan was indescribably furious. He wanted this nation to flourish for a long time. He wanted the Great Tang, the dynasty that all Han people were proud of, to last for eternity. He wanted China's technology to lead the world forever. He wanted the Han people to be able to stand tall and stand at the top of the world forever. Therefore, he shouted the last two sentences with all his strength as a grandmaster. His voice was so loud that it resounded not only in the sports field, but also in the entire Cloud Mountain. The birds in the woods next to the academy were so frightened that they flew into the distance. The content of these two sentences, as well as the majestic aura of Li Zishuan's roaring, made the people in the sports field felt their blood pressure soar, and their faces and necks were red. Boom! Clap, clap, clap. Good. Yamacho, well said. This time, there was no need for any discussion at all. After a few breaths of silence, the crowd below the field suddenly burst into deafening cheers. At this moment, whether it was the Yanhuang College students or the unfortunate ones who failed, they all had a common language, and that was to applaud. At this moment, only by applauding with all their might could they release the excitement and hot-bloodedness that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time. Otherwise, they would really go crazy from holding it in. The atmosphere of the entire start-of-term ceremony was pushed to the highest climax because of this. Even Li Gang, who had lived for almost a lifetime and was indifferent to life and death, couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at this moment. He looked at Li Zishuan and also clapped with all his might. Not to mention the other teachers in the academy, especially some of the younger ones. The kind of worship and fanaticism they had for Li Zishuan at this moment was probably comparable to the little fangirls of some modern celebrities. Good. Well said. Chang Yaojin didn't understand the first part, but Old Cheng could still understand the last two sentences. Old Monster felt that Li Zishuan's two sentences were King domineering, so he also stood up and applauded Li Zishuan. Ha. Good. Well said. What a beautiful young China, immortal with the heavens. What a strong young China, boundless with the country. I didn't come here in vain today, ha. After a long while, the applause and cheers on the field gradually subsided. Unexpectedly at this moment, a group of people walked from outside the field to the rostrum. The person in the lead was surprisingly Li Er. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and the other generals sitting on the rostrum hurriedly ran down and bowed 3 steps in front of Li Er. Li Zishuan was a little confused. Why did old Li come over to join in the fun at the opening ceremony? This guy had obviously forgotten that Li Er was the nominal dean of Yanhuang College. However, this was obviously not the time to think about this. He had to go down and bow. The height of the fairy lamp was only about 2 stories high, about 6 to 7 meters. Li Zishuan gathered his qi on the tip of his toes and jumped down from the hanging basket. Then he ran to Li Er and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Er glanced at the fairy lamp and glared at Li Zishuan unhappily. He was probably blaming Li Zishuan for showing off such a national treasure again. "My beloved subjects, you may dispense with the formalities. I'm just here to take a look." He was just here to take a look, but when the students on the field saw Li Zishuan come down and bow to Li Er, they were all dumbfounded. Among these people who had lived for so many years, how many of them had seen the emperor with their own eyes? Now, Li Er, the emperor of Tang Empire, was actually standing in front of them. Many people were so shocked that their jaws dropped. They never thought that a small opening ceremony could actually alarm such a big shot like Li Er. What did this mean? It meant that the emperor valued Yanhuang College. At this moment, the students were even more optimistic about their own future and the future of Yanhuang College. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Among so many people, there was finally a smart person. A student came to his senses and bowed to Li Er. The rest of the students quickly followed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Instantly, there was another wave of greetings. Li Er didn't take it to heart. He raised his hands and said loudly, "Dispense with the formalities." Then, He felt that it wasn't right to stand on the field like this. So, he looked at Li Zixuan and then looked at the celestial lamp in the sky. He signaled Li Zixuan to send him up. He wanted to speak. After Li Zixuan understood Li Er's gaze, he couldn't help but sweat in his heart. He secretly wondered when old Li started to follow the trend. Although that was what he thought, Li Zixuan wouldn't say it out loud. He used all his strength to jump up. First, he jumped up to the rostrum, that was only 1 story high. Then, he used the momentum to jump up to the celestial lamp. This was the benefit of having kung fu. Next, he adjusted the power of the celestial lamp so that it slowly decreased. Li Er nodded with satisfaction. In fact, today was his first time riding this thing. The work supervisor had already replicated the celestial lamp, but no one dared to let Li Er go up. They said that it was unstable. Looking at it, only Li Zixuan's celestial lamp was more reliable. Under the personal control of Li Zixuan, the celestial lamp floated up to the sky again. But this time, he could only retreat behind the scenes. Old Li had to be in the limelight in front of everyone. Chapter 691. On the celestial lamp in front of the rostrum. Li Er stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the thousands of students below. He felt the breeze blowing in his ears and was in a good mood. The students below the field saw that Li Zixuan was looking at them. These students who had just listened to Li Er's speech were already excited, but they didn't dare to make a sound at this time. They pursed their lips tightly and clenched their hands. They looked at the basket under Li Er's feet as if they were on a pilgrimage. Of course, they didn't dare to look directly at Li Er's face. Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and other military leaders who were originally sitting on the rostrum didn't dare to sit there anymore. They could only go down and stand with Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Chu Suiliang who came with Li Er. Li Er looked at the students below and said, "I am the Emperor of the Tang Empire and also the Dean of Yanhuang College. Today, I see so many young talents joining Yanhuang College. I am very pleased. As the Dean of Yanhuang College, I also have something to say to you." At this moment, many people suddenly remembered that Datong Daily once said that Li Er was the Dean of Yanhuang College. The students on the field couldn't help but hold their breath. After all, this kind of opportunity to listen to the emperor's speech was hard to come by in their lifetime. I entered school at the age of 4 and began to practice martial arts at the age of 5. No matter the cold weather or the hot weather, I have never slacked off. It was because of the accumulation of years of learning that I was able to eliminate the 18 rebellious kings in the world. Therefore, I hope that after you enter Yanhuang College, you must be vigilant and diligent. The competition here will be very fierce. The capable will advance, and the mediocre will retreat. Only those with outstanding ability will have the opportunity to be put in an important position by the imperial court. I hope that you can be the young man who frightened China with a tiger cub roaring in the valley. You can be the young man of the Tang Empire. I have always believed that meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. As long as you have meritorious deeds for the Tang Empire, I will never be stingy with rewards. Therefore, during your time in Yanhuang College, you are to display your intelligence and wisdom. Let me see your talents. Do you all understand? This student understands. For His Majesty, for the great Tang, I will do my best until my death. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the people behind him immediately followed. This student understands. For His Majesty, for the great Tang, I will do my best until I die. For a moment, this was the only sound that could be heard on the sports field. This kind of roar, sonorous and powerful, with thousands of people following, made Li Er feel heroic. He thought to himself, no wonder that brat Li Zixuan was so excited just now. The feeling of standing here and looking down was indeed different. Li Zixuan, who was standing behind Li Er, innocently took the blame again. He was really wronged. Next, Li Er said a few more words to encourage the students to study hard. Then, he got off the fairy lamp and floated away. This time, the start of term ceremony was about to come to an end. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Chu Suiliang naturally left with Li Er. However, before Fang Xianling left, he specially praised Li Zixuan. Li Zhansher's Ode to Young China is really enlightening. This old man hasn't heard such a good article that makes one's soul tremble for a long time. The article is good, and the person is also good. You are a rare young talent in the Tang Empire. I hope my son can learn something from this Yanhuang College. When Feng Xianling turned around and left, Li Zixuan saw that he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Obviously, old Feng was very happy in his heart. Then, Li Zixuan walked up to the rostrum and began to explain the matters related to enrollment to the new students. As for why he didn't use the fairy lamp, it was mainly because this thing had been played with by him for the whole afternoon and was almost out of oil. Ahem, he didn't want to fall from the sky halfway through his speech. Well, today's start-of-term ceremony of Yanhuang College has come to an end. Next, let's invite the head teachers of each class to lead the students in your class to visit the college and familiarize themselves with the use of some of the new tools inside the college. Make sure that every student knows how to use them. In the future, don't make a fool of yourself on the night of September 15th again. It would have been better if he didn't mention it. Now that he mentioned it, more than half of the seniors all blushed. When they thought of the embarrassing scene of a bunch of naked men chopping bamboo in the bamboo forest of the college that night, they couldn't help but want to find a hole to hide in. Hey! September 15th? School hasn't started yet. Yes. School hasn't started yet. How could the college make a fool of itself? Could it be? All the students didn't know what was going on. They looked at their head teachers in front of the group with curious eyes. Some of the braver ones even whispered in the audience. After some guesses, they almost pointed out the truth of the matter. Yes, Yamacho. In order to prevent the students from continuing to guess, the 16 head teachers below the stage responded in unison. Li Zixuan nodded, then coughed twice to signal the students below to be quiet, and then said, "Since you've entered Yanhuang College, you have to abide by the rules here. No matter what family background you have outside, you only have one identity here, and that is a student of Yanhuang College. Anyone who doesn't abide by the rules will only have one outcome, and that is to be expelled from the college and never to be recruited in the future." Hearing Li Zixuan speak so seriously, all the students' faces began to become dignified. Seeing this, Li Zixuan continued with satisfaction. Yanhuang College has a lot of rules. Later, your head teacher will give you a student handbook. Please be sure to read it carefully. All the rules mentioned in it must be strictly followed. The college will establish a student union in the future. Students with excellent grades will be elected to the student union to hold positions. The student union's function is to rectify the phenomenon of non-compliance within the college, so don't take any chances. I can recruit you today, and I can also expel you from the college in the future. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. They finally understood that entering Yanhuang College didn't mean that they could sit back and do whatever they wanted in the future. If they didn't do well, they might even be expelled from the college. Li Zixuan thought for a while and added, "In addition, after today's tour of the college, you will have 2 days off. After 2 days, all of you will gather at the college. At that time, the college will organize a 1-month military training for all students. In principle, no one is allowed to take leave, so please cherish these 2 days of leave." Chapter 692. Yamacho, a rich businessman named Chao Wendong wants to see you. He said you asked him to come here. After the opening ceremony ended, the students of Yanhuang Academy were brought around by their respective homeroom teachers to tour the academy. The scholars who had failed the exam also returned home to find their mothers. Of course, after participating in such an exciting opening ceremony, most of them were even more determined to get into Yanhuang Academy. At this time, Li Zixuan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was the busiest person in the academy these days. Just as he was about to return to the Yunshan courtyard to admire the flowers with his wife in his arms, Emozhong quickly walked over and bowed. Oh right. I almost forgot about that. Emozhong, bring Mr. Chao to my office first. I'll be there soon. Li Zixuan hurriedly instructed when he heard that. Yes, Yamacho. Emozhong responded and turned to leave. Li Zixuan said to the curious Li Gang and Yen Silu beside him, "I have some things to deal with now, so I'll have to excuse myself. Gentlemen, you've worked hard these 2 days. Please go back and rest early." It was convenient for Li Gang to go back and rest because he had a villa in Yunshan. As for Yen Silu, he didn't have a villa in Yunshan, so he could only go back to his house in Chang'an. In the academy, other than Li Zixuan, only Li Gang was a professor, so the old man could get a house. As for Yen Silu, it wasn't that Li Zixuan was stingy and didn't want to give him the title of professor, but Yen Silu himself refused. According to him, the current teachers in the academy were just a temporary team. Most of them, including him, didn't have any teaching experience. If he was given the title of professor, it would be difficult to convince the others. At present, the only professor who could convince everyone was Li Gang. Therefore, in the first phase of Yunshan Villa, only 3 buildings were occupied. They were his, Li Gang's, and Yan Xiaoning's.
Well, good, Yamacho, go ahead.
Brother Yan and I are both in good health. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. Yan Silu also echoed,
Yes, Yamacho, don't worry.
Li Zishuan nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement before walking towards Guanghua Building.
Haha.
Sir Li, you're here. After a while, Li Zishuan returned to the office. Chao Wendong, who had half his butt on the sofa, saw Li Zishuan come in and quickly stood up and bowed. It had been 3 months since they last met. Li Zishuan, who used to be a minister in the Imperial College, was now a 3rd-rank crown prince. More importantly, Li Zishuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. During this period of time, Yanhuang College and engineering had been hyped so much. Today, Li Zishuan had personally attended the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College. Anyone with half a brain could imagine how terrifying Li Zishuan's strength would be when Yanhuang College's foundation became stronger and he had such important resources in his hands. Therefore, when facing Li Zishuan, Chao Wendong no longer had the demeanor of a business tycoon. His words and actions were even a little flattering and fawning.
Haha.
Boss Chao, you don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat. I asked you to come here today to help me. Li Zishuan guffawed and pointed at the sofa opposite him. That's right, he had invited Chao Wendong to help him. Today, when it came to the military training of the students, how could there not be military training uniforms? Although this thing didn't have any effect on the military training of the students, how could Li Zishuan, who was born with OCD, tolerate such an imperfect thing? Even if it was for some reason, he had to buy a batch of military training uniforms for the students. It was just that he had been too busy recently and didn't have time to care about such trivial things. Therefore, the military training uniforms had been delayed until now. Although the Li family had a ready-made clothing store, it wasn't their main business after all. The scale of the business wasn't large, and Li Zishuan's father didn't care about the family business anymore. After thinking about it, Chao Wendong, who was the largest cloth and silk merchant in Chang'an City, probably had the means to gather more than 600 military training uniforms in a short period of time. Therefore, he sent someone to invite Chao Wendong this afternoon. Lord Zhu, please don't make this old man feel embarrassed. It's my honor to be able to find you for something. There's no need to talk about helping or not. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Chao Wendong waved his hand and said politely. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and muttered to himself, why did Chao Wendong's attitude change so much now? He remembered that about 3 months ago, Chao Wendong had talked to him face to face about the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Chao Wendong wasn't like this.
Boss Chao, you're too polite.
Let's not beat around the bush.
Today, I asked you to come because I have something to ask of you.
Chao Wendong bowed and said, Lord Zhu, please speak. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, I have a special style of clothing here. I wonder if Boss Chao has the means to make 700 sets of it in a short period of time. Although there were only 640 people in the academy, who could guarantee that every set of clothing would fit? It was always right to buy more. Chao Wendong asked tentatively, I wonder if Lord Zhu can show me the style of the clothing? After saying that, he was afraid that Li Zishuan would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, Lord Zhu, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of stealing. I just want to see if the style of the clothing is complicated so that I can make a good estimation of the time. Li Zishuan didn't care and said, This isn't a secret.
Boss Chao, you're overthinking.
Here. The blueprint is here. Take a look. It was just a set of camouflage clothing. Li Zishuan didn't care if others could copy it. Moreover, he felt that even if someone copied this kind of modern-style clothing, they probably wouldn't be able to sell it. Chao Wendong took a look and was stunned. This, Lord Zhu, the clothing you want is like this?
Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes.
What's wrong? Is it difficult to make?
Chao Wendong wiped the sweat on his forehead and quickly said, No, it's easy.
This clothing looks like it uses less fabric and it's faster to make it. Li Zishuan thought to himself. Compared to the 3 layers of clothing that the people of the Tang dynasty wear now, of course camouflage clothing uses less fabric. Then, can Boss Chow make 700 sets of these clothes in a short period of time? This was the question that Li Zixuan was most concerned about. He had the money, but he didn't have the manpower to do it. He could only look for someone else. Chow Wendong pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, 5 days. Lord Ju, please give me 5 days. I will use all the resources I have on hand to help Lord Ju make 700 sets of clothes like this within 5 days. Chapter 693. Guanghua Building. Principal's Office. When Li Zixuan heard that Chow Wendong could rush out 700 sets of camouflage uniforms in 5 days, he was both surprised and happy. This was the power of connections in the business world. He smiled and said to Chow Wendong, Haha, Boss Chow is straightforward. But don't worry. If the quality of these clothes passes, I won't treat you badly in terms of price. Chow Wendong hurriedly said, Hey Lord Ju, what are you talking about? It's just a few pieces of clothing. Do you think I would use this opportunity to make a big profit from you? Since you like me and are willing to let me do this is more precious than any amount of money. Chow Wendong obviously knew that Li Zixuan wouldn't owe him a favor for a few pieces of clothing, so he tactfully didn't say that he wouldn't accept a single cent for these clothes. To him, if he could get in touch with Li Zixuan, it didn't matter whether he lost money or earned money. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly and said, Haha, then I'll have to trouble Boss Chow. Chow Wendong knew that Li Zixuan wanted to send him off. Logically speaking, he should tactfully say goodbye, but... Ahem! Lord Ju, after witnessing the grand opening of Yanhuang Academy today, I really yearn for this place. In this world, only an immortal like you, Lord Ju, can create such an academy that is like an immortal palace. Boss Chow, if you have something to say, feel free to say it. Li Zixuan leaned back and smiled with his eyes squinted. Chow Wendong looked embarrassed and said, Lord Ju, it's like this. I have a son. He's 15 this year, and I want him to come to Yanhuang College. I wonder, before he could finish, Li Zixuan interrupted. Boss Chow, you don't have to say any more. If you want to enter Yanhuang College, there is only one way, and that is to pass the exam. Do you know that His Royal Highness Prince of Wei and His Royal Highness Prince of Han are among the candidates this time? Even they need to take the exam. What do you think? Chow Wendong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly nodded. Of course I have to take the exam. I don't have any other meaning. I just want to ask you, is Yanhuang College recruiting business students? Li Zixuan's face looked a little better. He paused and replied, as long as the student has a good character, has no record of breaking the law, and has good grades of course, Yanhuang College will accept them. When Chow Wendong heard that, he bowed with a face full of joy and said, Thank you, Lord Ju, for your kindness. When I get back today, I'll have my son prepare for Yanhuang College's exam next year. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Li Zixuan nodded lightly, and Chow Wendong slowly left the room. Hey! What are you two doing? Not long after Chow Wendong left, Li Zixuan tidied up a little and then left the office to go home. When he reached the 9th floor, he saw Yan Xiaoning holding a large round ice cube in his hand and Emo Lingwei holding a smaller round ice cube. She was looking at the ice cube in her hand, as if she wanted to see through the small ice cube and observe the large ice cube in Yan Xiaoning's hand. No matter what they were doing, in Li Zixuan's eyes, they were like two idiots. This was because they were obviously grimacing from the ice cube, but they couldn't bear to let go. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but speak up. Hey! It's Xiaoxian. What a coincidence. When Yan Xiaoning heard that, he turned his head and glanced at them, then shifted his attention back to the ice cube in his hand. Li Zixuan said unhappily, What a coincidence. Hurry up and tell me, what are you two doing? Although the weather isn't cold now, don't you two feel that the ice cubes in your hands are cold? Yan Xiaoning laughed and said, Hee hee. Not at all. We're searching for the truth. Xiaoxian, don't interrupt. Yes. Yamacho, don't disturb us. I'm doing something big now. Let's see if you still dare to look down on me after I succeed. Let's see if you still refuse to let me be a teacher at the academy. Emo Lingwei at the side pouted and snorted. The two of them were really like a couple singing the same tune. Okay.
I won't disturb you guys. You two take your time. I want to see what you two can do today.
Li Zishuan didn't expect this adulterous couple to get together so quickly. He waved his hand, indicating that he was defeated. Then, he squatted at the side and calmly watched what Yan Xiaoning and Emo Lingwei were doing. However, after watching for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything. He thought that even if he asked, these two wouldn't tell him, so he changed the topic and said, "Didn't you two study how to drill wood to make fire yesterday?"
"Oh no, ice to make fire. How was it? Did you guys figure it out?"
It couldn't be helped. The idea of drilling wood to make fire was too deep in Li Zishuan's mind. Sometimes, he couldn't help but blurt it out.
"Of course we figured it out. How can it be bad when I personally did it?"
Before Yan Xiaoning could answer, Emo Lingwei couldn't help but say proudly, "Yesterday, I only used a piece of ice to burn little Ning's clothes."
"How was it? Isn't it amazing? Yamacho, do you want to try it?"
Not trying.
Li Zishuan was speechless. Who would want to try it?
Isn't it just the principle of a convex lens to gather light?
Do I still need a little girl like you to teach me? She even used a magnifying glass to burn clothes. These two are really talented. But who the hell is little Ning?
Thinking of this, he looked at Yan Xiaoning with a strange expression and shouted, "Hey,
little Ning?"
Yan Xiaoning was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He scolded, "Get lost.
Are you F***ing trying to disgust me?"
Li Zishuan curled his lips and said in a strange tone, "Yo. You don't feel disgusted when someone calls you that. We're such good friends, but you're disgusted?
Xiaoning, I noticed that you've changed."
It was rare to see a technical otaku like Yan Xiaoning who was about to get out of singlehood.
Li Zishuan took this opportunity to tease him.
Emo Lingwei instantly blushed. She quibbled, "Yamacho, you don't talk nonsense. I just don't feel comfortable calling him by his name, so I called him Little Ning."
"You can't think in that direction."
Yan Xiaoning also nodded and said, Yes. We're just doing a few experiments together.
We're innocent."
"Xiaoxian, you can't talk nonsense."
Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face.
"Stupid teammate. I'm trying to find a way to help you get out of singlehood. Why are you being a hindrance?"
Chapter 694.
Okay. I won't say anything.
Both of you are innocent, okay?
Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with Yan Xiaoning anymore. He thought to himself, this guy is really single based on his strength.
What can I do?
But how long do you two plan to do this?
It's going to be dark soon.
Li Zishuan looked at the sky and couldn't help but ask. Emo Lingwei looked up, then threw the ice cubes in her hand to Yan Xiaoning and muttered, I'm not playing anymore.
Let's talk about it tomorrow.
It's really strange. Yesterday's situation can't be replicated. Suddenly receiving another ice cube, Yan Xiaoning almost jumped up from the cold. When he heard Emo Lingwei say that they weren't playing today, he quickly threw away the 2 ice cubes in his hand and rubbed his frozen hands. Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask curiously, yesterday's situation? What kind of situation did the two of you encounter yesterday?
Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you guys a little.
Emo Lingwei looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously and thought for a while before saying, Yamacho, let's make it clear first. I invented this thing. You're only helping me perfect it. When the time comes, you can't steal my credit. Li Zishuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What credit can I steal from you? Sigh, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. I'm going home to rest.
Hey.
Yamacho, don't go yet. I'll say it.
Emo Lingwei was anxious.
The little girl quickly rushed in front of Li Zishuan and blocked his way, then said, Yesterday, when I was demonstrating to little Ningzi how to make a fire with ice cubes, I accidentally discovered that when 2 convex ice cubes are separated by a certain distance, you can see things in the distance through them. It's just like the clairvoyance in the novels. It's really magical. Unfortunately, little Ningzi accidentally dropped the ice cubes on the ground and broke it. As a result, we can't restore the magical phenomenon from before. That's what we were doing just now. The more Li Zishuan listened, the more surprised he was. According to Emo Lingwei, The two of them might have accidentally gotten a telescope. He pinched his chin and thought for a moment. Ink Girl, the reason why you can't recover the previous miraculous phenomenon is mainly because the distance between the two ice cubes is wrong. Mo Lingwei retorted. Impossible. The distance between the two protruding ice cubes yesterday is about the same as the distance we placed them today, right? Li Zixuan smiled and explained, even if your distance today is exactly the same as yesterday, it's impossible for yesterday's miraculous phenomenon to happen. Actually, Ink Girl, you've overlooked a problem from the beginning to the end. The protrusion of the ice cubes you used today might be different from the ice cubes you used yesterday. Mo Lingwei nodded. That's possible. After all, this is my first time making something like this. How can I make it exactly the same every time? But even if it's different, what's the difference? Li Zixuan smiled and pointed to the broken ice mirror on the ground. He said, of course there's an effect. Ink Girl, you used this ice cubes to start a fire yesterday. Do you know how it works? Of course. I don't know. Mo Lingwei opened her mouth and said embarrassedly, I saw this method in the handwritten notes of the Mo family's ancestor. It said that using this kind of protruding ice cubes, you can turn the sunlight into a small dot. Then the small dot is very hot and can ignite something. Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He roughly knew from Mo Hui that Moz was very knowledgeable about geometric optics. He could even make a small hole image. In comparison, using a convex lens to condense light was child's play. Li Zixuan shook his head and said to Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning, who was listening with great interest, come with me. I'll tell you how to make this legendary clairvoyance. I'll also give you a task by the wage. After saying that, Li Zixuan turned around and went downstairs without waiting for their agreement. Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were stunned when they heard this. Then, they were pleasantly surprised. The two looked at each other and quickly followed. Hey, Xiaoxian, do you mean that we can make a clairvoyance? Hey, Yamacho, wait. After a while, Li Zixuan came to the 4th floor. He then passed through the central office area of the Twin Towers and entered the teaching area. He randomly found a classroom and pushed the door open. Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning had already followed him. The two saw that Li Zixuan seemed to have the intention of giving a lecture, so they found 2 seats in the first row and sat down. Mo Lingwei secretly glanced at the neatly arranged tables and stools, the tall podium, and the smooth blackboard in the classroom. She felt very curious. Ink Girl, let me first explain to you the principle of making fire from ice. Li Zixuan first drew a convex lens on the blackboard, then looked at Mo Lingwei and said, the external structure of this ice is protruding outwards. Let's call this structure a convex lens for the time being. 1 classroom, 2 students, and 1 teacher. The first class of Yanhuang College quietly began. However, no one would have thought that such an inconspicuous class would open the prelude to the development of ancient optics in China. Ink Girl, do you understand the principle of a convex lens now? Li Zixuan never expected Mo Lingwei to be such a thorough person. If you told her that a convex lens converges light, she would ask you why. Well, you would draw a light path diagram and explain to her why a convex lens converges light. In the process, it would inevitably involve the problem of the refractive index of different media. In the end, she would ask what the refractive index was and how the refractive index was obtained. Therefore, this small piece of common knowledge in physics ended up taking half an hour to explain. Fortunately, Li Zixuan's previous life's major included a lot of optics, so his theoretical foundation was quite solid. Otherwise, he might really have been stumped by this little girl's questions. However, it was gratifying to see that the 2 students, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning, were very attentive. Okay, I understand. Yamacho, continue to tell us about the clairvoyance. Mo Lingwei rubbed her chin and smiled at Li Zixuan. Yan Xiaoning also nodded and said, okay, I understand too. Xiaoxian, quickly continue. Although Li Zixuan was an otaku in his previous life, it didn't mean that his ability to express himself was bad. On the contrary, in serious conversations, his ability to express himself had always been very good. His thoughts were especially clear. Perhaps it was because of this that Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning could quickly follow his train of thought. Okay. Since you understand this, the next part will be very simple. Chapter 695. When the objective lens converges the distant light to a single point, The distance between the point and the eyepiece is equal to the focal length of the eyepiece. As I told you before, the light emitted from the focal point will become a parallel beam after passing through the convex lens, and the distant scenery will be formed into a magnified image. As for how magnified it is, it depends on the ratio of the focal length of the objective lens to the focal length of the eyepiece. In addition, this tool that can see distant objects clearly, I call it a telescope. In the classroom, Li Zixuan's first class in Yanhuang College was coming to an end. After an hour of lecture, he finally explained the principles of telescopes to the two people in front of him. Of course, he only explained the principles of the Kepler telescope, consisting of 2 convex lenses. There was also the Galileo telescope, 1 convex lens, 1 concave lens, and some reflector telescopes. Oh, I didn't know there was so much knowledge behind this small lens. I didn't expect that a telescope similar to clairvoyance could really be made. Yamacho, you're so knowledgeable. As the saying goes, knowing a person by reputation is not as good as meeting him in person. Although Mo Lingwei had heard from Mo Zhong and the others that Li Zixuan was very powerful, at that time, Mo Lingwei felt that she wasn't bad either. After all, she was like a little overlord in the Mo family. However, after listening to Li Zixuan's lecture today, she finally understood the gap between her and Li Zixuan. Although she knew a lot about the various kinds of knowledge in the Mo family, she only knew the basics and didn't know the details. Moreover, the things she knew were very diverse and varied. On the other hand, Li Zixuan seemed to have a complete knowledge system. No matter what the problem was, he could trace it back to the source and explain it clearly. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but admire him. She felt that Li Zixuan was even better than her father. Haha. When you two are free, you can take a look at the school's physics textbooks. Although the first book doesn't cover much about lens imaging, some of the basic concepts are very useful for making telescopes. Li Zixuan put down the chalk and patted the chalk dust off his hands as he smiled at the two of them. Yes. I'll take a look when I get back. Mo Lingwei replied with a smile. Yan Xiaoning hesitated for a while and said, Xiao Xian, give me a set of all the teaching materials of the academy later. I want to take a look too. Li Zixuan naturally agreed. Then he thought for a moment and said, After explaining the principle of the telescope to you, I have a task for you. Upon hearing that there was a mission, Mo Lingwei immediately sat up straight and said, Yamacho, go ahead, we're listening. The tragic Yan Xiaoning was unknowingly represented again. In this Guanghua Tower, in the middle of the central main building connecting the 2 towers on both sides, there is an atrium with a semicircular glass ceiling at the top. Do you know why I designed it like this? Li Zixuan propped his hands on the lectern and looked at the two in front of him as he asked. Yan Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. Mo Lingwei thought for a while and shook her head directly. I don't know. When I first saw it, I thought that Yamacho designed this atrium with a transparent ceiling specifically for lying down and looking at the stars at night. Smack! Li Zixuan slammed the table and laughed. Haha! Ink Girl is right. This atrium is used for looking at the stars at night. Mo Lingwei was stunned. She was just casually saying it just now. According to my original idea, a large telescope should be placed in this atrium specifically for the students to look at the stars and the moon, so that they can understand what the world in the sky is like. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning both opened their mouths in shock. They got the telescope earlier because it was new and fun, but Li Zixuan wanted to use the telescope to look at the sky directly. The ancients had always been in awe of the sky, so the two of them were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment when Li Zixuan wanted to look at the sky directly. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Actually, the view in the sky is not mysterious at all. You will understand when you see it for yourself. So the task I'm giving the two of you is to build this large telescope. If you succeed, I'm sure His Majesty will reward you generously. When the time comes, all the credit will go to you. Mo Lingwei came back to her senses. She looked at Li Zixuan for a moment, then shook her head and said, No, Yamacho taught us how to make this telescope. We can't take the credit. I also don't want His Majesty's reward. Li Zixuan was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mo Lingwei continue. Although I don't want His Majesty's reward if we really do it, I want Yamacho to promise me one thing. How about it? Wasn't Li Zixuan very clear about what this girl wanted? He thought for a moment and said, I know what you want to say, Ink Girl. How about this? If you can really make this telescope, I will personally invite Ink Girl to be a special professor at Yanhuang College. You will only be responsible for research and not teaching, but you will be treated exactly the same as a professor at the academy. This is the biggest concession I can make. If he let Mo Lingwei, a girl, teach a lesson to those youths in their puberty, old man Mo would probably fight him to the death. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only let Mo Lingwei come to the academy to be in charge of scientific research. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment. Although she couldn't teach students, she could finally work at Yanhuang College. She didn't have to idle around all day, and most importantly, she could get the treatment of a professor at the academy. It was better than her father's treatment. Therefore she nodded and said, "Okay, Yamacho, I promise you." "Hey, no, I haven't agreed to make the telescope with you." At this moment, Yan Xiaoning, who had been silent for a long time, said weakly. Li Zixuan immediately cursed in his heart. What a stupid teammate. Wasn't the reason why he gave Mo Lingwei this mission to set her up with Yan Xiaoning? Otherwise, who couldn't he find for this mission? But, sigh, this should be the legendary iron-willed straight man? Humph. Little Ning, if you don't agree, I'll go tell my father that you bullied me in the office yesterday. Mo Lingwei slammed the table, stood up, and snorted at Yan Xiaoning. Li Zixuan's eyes widened when he heard this. What did she mean? So Yan Xiaoning, this outwardly passionate man, pulled a girl to the office to do something shameful? Heh, this kid is really something. Yan Xiaoning couldn't stand Li Zixuan's meaningful gaze. He quickly stood up and explained, "Ink Girl, you can't say things like that. When did I bully you?" Humph. If I say you did, then you did. Do you think my father will believe me or you? Mo Lingwei said with her hands on her hips. Yan Xiaoning was speechless. After a while, he could only admit defeat and said, Okay, I'll help you make the telescope. Hee hee. That's more like it. The little girl's face really changed quickly. Mo Lingwei laughed. Then she saw the sky outside the window and was shocked. Aya! It's already so late. My father must be worried about me. I have to go home. But, it's getting dark. Seeing that she was obviously afraid of the dark but was too embarrassed to say it, Li Zixuan said to Yan Xiaoning, "Xiaoning, it's already so late. It's not safe for Ink Girl to be alone on the road. Why don't you send her off?" Obviously, he was creating an opportunity for his brother. However, Yan Xiaoning said gloomily, "I'm not going down the mountain. I'm going back to the courtyard later. The bed in the courtyard is more comfortable. Little Xian, you should find someone else to send her." Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. He thought to himself, Iron men are indeed destined to be lonely for life. This guy has been single for so many years. It makes sense. Last time, Zhang Sun wanted to matchmake Yan Xiaoning, but now it seems like it was all in vain. You really can't do anything to a single person with his own ability. Chapter 696. Chong'an, west side of Vermilion Bird Avenue, Chongyi Square. Chong'an's largest Taoist temple was located here. Xiandu Temple. According to the Chong'an annals, Xiandu Temple was located in Chongyi Square. In the second year of Emperor Kai Huang, Sui dynasty moved from the old city of Chong'an to this temple and changed its name to Xiandu in the first year of Deding. Yang Jian was abdicated by Emperor Jing of North Zhou and changed his name to Emperor Kai Huang. After that, Emperor Wan of Sui conquered Chen and united China, which had been divided for hundreds of years. At that time, the old city of Chong'an was dilapidated and narrow, and the waterways were heavily polluted. It did not match the capital of a great country. In the second year of Emperor Kai Huang, Emperor Wan of Sui started to build a new capital city, Daxing City. The location and construction of Daxing City incorporated the theory of feng shui and the concept of Zhou Yi's Gan hexagram. Daxing City was located on 6 high hills from the south to the north, symbolizing the 6 lines of the Gan hexagram. The palaces, government offices, temples, and alleys were located on these 6 lines. Xingshan Temple and Xiandu Temple were located on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue in the south of the city. Emperor Wan of Sui, Yang Jian, was born poor and was raised by a nun. After he became the prime minister of North Zhou and ascended the throne, he was very respectful of Buddhism and Taoism. Xiandu Temple became the royal Taoist temple of the Sui dynasty. On the west side of Xiandu Temple, there were 2 courtyards with green bricks and green tiles, with heavy eaves and corridors. The whole courtyard seemed to give people a sense of peace and quiet. "Father, Mother, I'm back." As the sky was getting dark, a little boy in a green Taoist robe pushed open the door and shouted at the middle-aged Taoist priest and the woman who was collecting clothes. The middle-aged Taoist priest was stunned and looked at the boy. "Proverb, why are you back so late?" It turned out that this little boy was the second place of Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Li Yan. Obviously, the middle-aged Taoist priest was the famous Li Chunfeng in the future, and the woman beside him was his wife, Mrs. Liu. As the little boy walked into the courtyard, he said, "After the opening ceremony in the afternoon, the teachers of the academy showed us around the academy and taught all the students how to use some of the new things in the academy. That's why we came back late." When Mrs. Liu heard this, she was overjoyed. "So, Proverb, you were admitted to Yanhuang College?" Li Yan didn't go home at noon, so it was understandable that Mrs. Liu didn't know his results. Li Chunfeng, who was standing at the side, smiled but did not say anything. Li Zhongyu replied, "Yes, Mother. I got in but I only got second place. The first place is the current king of Wei." Mrs. Liu pulled her son and stroked his little head, then happily said, "Not bad, not bad. I've heard that Prince Wei has always been knowledgeable since he was a child. As the proverb goes, it's already not bad if you can get second place. Moreover, I've heard that even His Majesty went to Yanhuang College to participate in that opening ceremony. This proves that my son is promising." "Haha, Proverb, just you wait. Mother will go and cook something delicious for you. Let's have a good celebration tonight." "Yes, thank you, Mother," the little Taoist boy said in a crisp voice. Mrs. Liu pinched her son's little face and happily went into the house to prepare dinner. Li Chunfeng looked at this heartwarming scene with a hint of warmth in his eyes. He then turned around and said, "Proverb, come with me to the study." "Yes, Father." "By the way, Father, how did you predict that I wouldn't get first place yesterday?" In the study, Li Yan raised his head and asked curiously. "Haha. This is a heavenly secret. Proverb, I'll tell you when your divination skills improve." Li Chunfeng did not answer. Instead, he chuckled and turned around. He paused for a moment and asked, "Proverb, how do you feel at Yanhuang College today?" Li Yan pursed his lips and seemed to be organizing his words. After a while he replied, "Father, although the architectural style of Yanhuang College is unique, the overall layout is in accordance with the Taoist principles of yin, yang, and 5 elements." "I can see that, Li Zishuan. Yamacho, he put a lot of thought into the design of the college. As for the interior of the building, the stone floor is as smooth as a mirror, the clear glass windows, and even the toilets are extremely luxurious. There's not much stench in there at all. If you want to talk about feelings, I feel that this Yanhuang College doesn't belong to Tang Dynasty at all. It's as if it doesn't belong to the world we live in." At the end of his sentence, Li Yan furrowed his brows like a little adult. He looked conflicted and puzzled. Li Chunfeng saw this and could not help but laugh. He walked up to Li Yan and patted the back of his head. He laughed and said, "Haha. This Yanhuang College does not belong to Tang Dynasty." Li Yan looked up and asked curiously, "Father, what do you mean? Also, you said that Yamacho is the man of destiny of Taoism. What do you mean?" Li Chunfeng remained silent. After a while he walked to the window with his back facing Li Yan and said slowly, "You're right. Great wealth depends on heaven. Small wealth depends on hard work. Man proposes, but God disposes. In this world, most people's fates are predestined by the heavens. However, there will always be a type of person whose fate is not only predestined by the heavens, but can also change the fate of others. This type of person is called the destined person." Li Yan's mouth opened wide in shock. He muttered, "Father, are you saying that Yamacho can change fate? How is that possible? Before Kongming died, even the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array could not change fate. How can Yamacho do it?" The 7 stars life-prolonging lamp was also known as the 7 souls 7 orifices lamp. It was recorded in the Taoist teachings. When a person is in the womb, the 3 elements nurture him, the 9 energies distribute him, the 5 stars form his 5 organs, and the Big Dipper opens his orifices. The 7 stars descending child to protect him. It could be said that a person's 7 souls were adorned by the 7 stars and were also protected by the 7 stars. If one of the 7 stars was destroyed, the soul would not be able to gather. If all the 7 stars were destroyed, the soul would dissipate. Zhuge Liang, who was well versed in Qimen Duanjia, understood the theory behind the soul-gathering powder. Therefore, he set up the 7 stars life-prolonging lamp array in hopes of gathering his dissipating soul again to extend his life. Unfortunately, the mandate of heaven could not be defied. Wei Yan's hurried footsteps caused a gust of wind that broke the array set up by Zhuge Liang, causing the 7 souls to dissipate again. Not long after that, Zhuge Liang died of an illness in the Wuzhong Plains. In the study, Li Chuanfeng's expression changed. After a long while he sighed and said, "He is the man of destiny, but also someone outside of it. Of course, he will not be bound by it. Not only that, he will also bring unexpected things and variables to the Tang Empire." At this point, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the wind and clouds outside the house suddenly changed. A storm came pouring down without any warning. Chapter 697. The sudden storm gave Li Yan a big fright. Although he matured early and his wisdom was far beyond his peers, he was still a 6-year-old child. There were some things that he would still be afraid of. Li Chunfeng stood by the window and remained silent. He did not seem to notice the rain outside. In the end, Li Yan could not stand it anymore and walked over to close the window. "Father, what's wrong?" After closing the window, Li Zhongyu looked at Li Chunfeng and asked worriedly. Li Chunfeng came back to his senses and shook his head. "I'm fine." He then turned around and sat down on the couch next to the desk. Li Zhongyu followed him and asked, "Father, how did you know that Yamacho is the destined one?" Li Chunfeng poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. He then glanced at his son and said, "I've measured Li Zishuan's birth characters and calculated that he will face 2 calamities in his life. The first calamity will be when he is 6 years old and the second calamity will be in the first half of this year. The first calamity will be with the help of the destined one, but the second calamity will be a death calamity. A death calamity that will definitely kill him." Li Yan was shocked. He opened his mouth and his face changed color. A death calamity that will definitely kill him? But Yamacho is now. He's still alive and well, right? Li Chunfeng finished his son's sentence and said, "I was even more shocked than you at that time. So, after that No, father. May I ask how you know Yamacho's birth characters?" Li Yan asked weakly. He had recovered from the shock and remembered the loophole in Li Chuanfeng's words. Li Chunfeng heard his son's question and an awkward expression appeared on his face. He paused for a moment and said, "In June this year, Li Zishuan's mother calculated Li Zishuan's birth characters at Xiandu Temple. I was there too." Li Zishuan, who was enjoying the loving dinner prepared by his wife in the courtyard of Yunshan, did not realize that his personal information was accidentally leaked when his mother gave him and Han Yushi's horoscope. Moreover, it was leaked to a person who was proficient in divination. Li Yan was shocked. He did not expect his father, whom he had always admired, to do such a sneaky thing. Li Chunfeng felt his son's gaze and blushed. He coughed dryly and said, "When I calculated the calamity in Li Zishuan's life, I was also very shocked. He was clearly a dead person, so how could he still be alive? After that, I wanted to see Li Zishuan with my own eyes and make a further judgment. Once, by chance, I met Li Zishuan in front of the Li residence. At that time, he should have just returned triumphantly from the Serpent Spirit Mountain. His killing intent soared to the heavens. When I looked at his face, I could only see chaos. I couldn't see his past or future." Li Zhongyu was stunned. "Father, with your current cultivation, you still can't see through Mountain Elder's face. No wonder I couldn't see through him even after looking at him for so long." Li Chunfeng smiled and continued with a solemn expression. "Not only that, I saw His Highness at the beginning of this year. His eyebrows were close to his life palace. The Yintang acupoint between his eyebrows was not big enough for 2 fingers to touch. His nose was crooked, his middle was short and flat, and his lips were as thin as paper. I was shocked. His Highness won't live past 30, and his position as crown prince is unstable." This was indeed the case. Li Chengqian colluded with Li Yuanchang, Du He, and Ho Junji to force the emperor to abdicate. His conspiracy was exposed and he was exiled to Qian province by Li Er. He died of depression at the age of 26 in Zhengguan's 19th year, 645. After hearing such a shocking statement, Li Yan was so shocked that he was completely speechless. If the conversation in this study room was overheard by someone, then their family would probably be annihilated. Li Chunfeng continued. When His Majesty summoned me to the palace a few days ago, I met His Highness the Crown Prince again. But this time, His Highness the Crown Prince had a full forehead and a high forehead. He was obviously rich and had a stable status. Not only that, there was also Duke Yi who had a great change in his physique. Father had calculated that Duke Yi was nearing the end of his life and his body would deteriorate day by day. But not long ago, not only did he recover from his internal injuries, his strength had also improved. It was truly inconceivable. Later on, there was news that Duke Yi recovered because of Li Zishuan's medicinal wine, life-stealing blood technique, and a mysterious fist technique. Come to think of it, ever since Li Zishuan returned to Chang'an from Mount Longhu, the closest people to him were His Highness, Prince Wei, Duke Yi, Duke Lu, and a few others. I don't know about the others, but His Highness and Duke Yi both had a sudden change in their fate. I can't help but suspect that this has something to do with Li Zishuan. Not only can he change his own fate, but he can also change the fate of others. If he isn't a man of destiny, what else can he be? Moreover, he is a disciple of the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. Li Yan was shocked speechless by Li Chuanfeng's words. He was silent for nearly half an hour before he recovered and asked, Father, do you know Yamacho's master, Senior Lingshu? Li Chunfeng smiled. Of course I know him. However, I know him. He doesn't know me. It was obvious that he wasn't an old-fashioned person. He could still make such a joke at this time. Li Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, Father, do you know if Senior Lingshu knows divination? Li Chunfeng thought for a while and said, Of course. Moreover, his divination skills are far above mine. Li Yan asked curiously, Then why didn't Senior Lingshu predict that Yamacho would face a calamity this year? Li Chuanfeng's expression changed. He closed his eyes as if he was recalling some old memories. After a while he opened his eyes and said, It's not that he didn't, but he didn't want to. I've heard Master say before that although spiritual Master Ling Su is proficient in divination, he doesn't believe in destiny. In his life, there are two things that he doesn't divine. One is that he doesn't divine people's marriages, and the other is that he doesn't divine the calamities of those close to him. He feels that even if it's a death calamity, there is still a chance of survival. If he tells others about the death calamity in advance, it will destroy the only chance of survival. Even though this point of view is poles apart from what I learned on Southern Mountain, it can't be said to be completely unreasonable. After all, everyone's Tao is different when it comes to cultivating the Tao.